Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents the John Stone Action Pack, Books 4 through 6, Military Action Thriller Series, by Alan Manning and Brian Manning, narrated by Roger Wayne. Head of the Serpent, by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Chapter 1. 8 months had passed since the United States government decommissioned the Hostile Response Division. Under the supervision of the U.S. military and critical personnel in the Department of Homeland Security, the HRD was a joint task force, responsible for combating domestic threats with international ramifications. Price Wyndham was one such man, attempting to acquire a prototype weapon, capable of defeating the most sophisticated encryption, to engage in cyber warfare. Price was on the verge of shifting the balance of power in the global theater of war, selling his talents to the highest bidder. Recruited by the HRD at that time, John Stone lent his talents to the team to track down and stop Wyndham. For John, it went beyond the mission. He had a personal stake in the matter, tracking down the men responsible for murdering his friend, Frank Colt, and kidnapping his goddaughter, Emily. During that time, John found himself accused of committing acts of domestic terrorism. The Secretary of Defense relieved Marvin Van Pierce, the director of the Hostile Response Division, of command. The Hostile Response Division took on a new mission: find and capture John Stone. On the run and hunted by two opposing forces, John eventually stopped Price Wyndham, revealing evidence that linked him to specific government officials in direct command of the HRD. With the help of his friends still in the HRD, it was more than enough to clear John of all charges. DHS spearheaded an investigation to uncover the depths of corruption within the government. The aim was to identify and remove the people responsible for infiltrating the Hostile Response Division and any other branches and organizations compromised by the treasonous acts. John felt the investigation would be fruitless, with corrupt influence still holding sway over crucial positions of power conducting the investigation. It would be years before the cancer could be rooted out, and he no longer had the desire to work for the Hostile Response Division, or any organization similar. John stepped away and returned home to his previous life of peace. Great Falls, Montana. The sun rose through the clear blue sky, radiating its early afternoon heat. A late spring breeze blew defiantly against the arrival of the coming summer. John Stone wiped an arm across his forehead as he stood to admire the repairs he'd made to his porch railing. He found himself away from his home for much of the past year, but now that he was free, he spent his days fixing the place up. The hammer clanged into his toolbox as John dropped it before flipping the lid closed with his boot. He hoisted the tools up as he looked off in the distance. The sound of a car approaching reached him before he could actually see it. A dark sedan drove past the surrounding trees into the clearing and pulled up the long dirt road to his estate. It was no surprise to John, as he lived in a somewhat secluded area, and any car around here would be heading to his house. The car slowed to a stop on the driveway, tires crunching along the gravel, and the driver's side door swung open. A fit man with a light brown complexion stepped out. He kept his hair cut short, but was currently sporting the stubble of a beard that was only now starting to show a little gray. His easygoing expression was a contradiction to the authority he could exude with little effort. The man smiled, revealing a set of straight white teeth, set into a square jaw. "It's been a while, huh, John?" he said. "Not long enough to have to see your ugly mug again," John said. Marvin Van Pierce gave him a look of mock offense. "Son, if you were half as good-looking as me, you would shave that mustache off so everyone could see your face." After a moment of intense stares, both men erupted into laughter. "Come on in. I've got some beers in the fridge," John said, as he gestured to invite the man into his home. The interior of John's mountain cabin was sparsely decorated, yet comfortable. Though not minimalist, everything inside had its purpose and was sturdy in design. Its utilitarian nature reminded Van Pierce of the precision of a military barracks, but done with warm wood colors and plenty of natural light from the cabin's windows. John led Van Pierce to a small, round oak kitchen table. Marvin took a seat, and John pulled 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. He twisted the tops off and slid one across the table as he sat down. Marvin took a long swallow of the ice-cold drink and let out a sigh. The two men sat at the table like they were about to share stories of the good old days. But both of them knew that's not why the former HRD director would have driven all this way to visit. "Any progress on the investigation?" John asked. "You don't waste time, do you, John?" "Always a straight shooter," Van Pierce said. John took a sip of his beer but said nothing. "As a matter of fact, the investigation is still ongoing. The reports say they found 1 or 2 people involved in the lower-level government positions. They have yet to find any evidence implicating any officials at a higher level." "Why am I not surprised?" John asked. "Hey, there's nothing we can do about that right now. Let's be thankful that you were found not guilty of any wrongdoing, and just move on." Marvin took another sip from his bottle. "Besides, that's actually not why I'm here." John raised an eyebrow, curious. "I'm consulting," Van Pierce said. "I help other people catch bad guys now. Got a job working with a counter-terror task force in France." John nodded, twirling a bottle cap between his fingers. "Sounds lucrative." "It pays the bills. If you want to come with me, I can make a call." "No, I'm done," John interrupted. Marvin's expression didn't change. He knew John would refuse. "Figured you wouldn't be interested, but I needed to toss the offer out there anyway. If you ever change your mind, you just say the word, and you're in," Van Pierce said. John didn't speak, instead lifting his bottle and tilting his head in a thanks-for-the-offer gesture. He was really settling into this quiet, peaceful part of his life right now. They finished the rest of their beers, admiring the serene view out the window, and sharing some casual talk to catch up. John stood up as Marvin prepared to leave. "It's been nice seeing you again, old man," John said with a grin. Marvin laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. They shared a firm handshake between two tough old soldiers. "Goodbye, John." "Goodbye, Marvin." John watched the man head out the door. He was not as tall as Stone, but Van Pierce projected an authority that many were not capable of. John stood on the porch giving one last wave as the dark sedan pulled away and backed down the dirt road. He contemplated the offer, tempted to feel that rush again, but the feeling left as fast as it came. The quiet life was all he wanted now. John finally turned and walked back into his house. Chapter 2. Lyon, France. 3 days after his meeting with John Stone, Marvin Van Pierce was in France, coordinating with the elite tactical unit of the French National Police. Known as RAID, the Recherche, Assistance, Intervention, Dissuasion unit was responsible for counter-terrorism operations within the major cities of the country. With the recent deactivation of the Hostile Response Division and the reassignment of its active military members, Van Pierce became a highly recommended consultant by close contacts that he maintained with the United States government. His knowledge and experience battling terrorist groups and investigating acts of terrorism over the past 40 years made him an invaluable asset. On his current assignment, Van Pierce lent his knowledge and experience to the French government, coordinating with them to help locate and stop a new terrorist group that had splintered from ISIS. Though the group went active less than 1 year ago, they've already claimed responsibility for 3 public terrorist attacks throughout Europe, the last one occurring only a week ago. Now, Van Pierce sat in a small meeting room with Maurice Ovraud, the General Secretary for Administration in the Ministry of the Armed Forces, Lionel Gavreau, the RAID Task Force leader, and a second-in-command, Christopher Brassard. A computer analyst and a language translator also sat in the room to help out when needed. Various photos plastered one wall of the room. Shots of French landmarks and government buildings covered part of it, while persons of interest filled another section. Passport pictures or other official ID photos and surveillance shots of unsuspecting suspects were tacked up and overlapping every available space. Whiteboards, covered in handwritten notes about the terrorist group and its members, sat on an adjacent wall. The sloppiness of the writing on the boards and his being rusty reading French made the information all but useless to Van Pierce. The raid task force leader stood at the front of the room and briefed everyone. He spoke mostly French, while the translator relayed the information to the American consultant. Though his reading was rusty, Marvin still had an ear for the language and was able to follow most of it without the help.
The mission of this new group, known as the Four Serpents, is, for all purposes, the same as ISIS. But we believe they are attempting to escalate the levels of conflict, Gavreau said.
What does that mean? Avrard asked.
Tracking all known and suspected members, we are finding evidence through captured emails and phone conversations that show an interest in increasing the size of their targets and the number of casualties.
How many members have you found so far? Van Pierce asked, also speaking in French.
As far as confirmed members, our analysts have discovered these 3, Gavreau said,
pointing to 3 photos lined up at the top of the photo wall.
This is Basim El-Nazar. He was a known lower-ranking member of ISIS. His move to join the Serpents may have come with a promotion.
The photo was a surveillance shot, slightly blurry from being enlarged and zoomed.
Abdul Ghani al-Bashir is an engineer with a master's degree in chemistry. We strongly suspect he has built explosive devices used in past terrorist attacks, also for ISIS, Gavreau continued.
The translator continued to speak to Van Pierce as if he didn't understand French, but the American focused on the 3 photos while listening directly to the raid commander.
Finally, this is Azar bin Hashim. He has declared himself the leader of the Four Serpents, and has made no attempt to hide his intentions. The problem, however, is that we have almost no information about bin Hashim's past. He has no known connection to any past terrorist activity or group.
Van Pierce narrowed his eyes at this information, and he studied the passport photo.
Are you sure he's the leader and not just a puppet? The American asked.
Unlikely he's a puppet, the computer analyst blurted. So far, we haven't traced any outgoing signals of any type from bin Hashim that go to anyone other than the lower-ranking suspected members.
Van Pierce eyed the young analyst. Son, there are still effective ways to communicate that are older than cell phones and email.
Again, unlikely. The amounts of coordination to pull off the attacks the Serpents have done in the past, and the ones they are possibly planning in the future, require exact precision and constant communication. We're confident that Azar bin Hashim is the head of the Serpent. Van Pierce stared at the arrogant computer analyst until the man glanced down into the reports on the desk in front of him. Then Gavreau continued.
Our analysts suspect Basim El-Nazar will meet with someone believed to have financed past terrorist attacks in Europe. We have no identification on this person except for his alias Matthias Kepler, which we have learned with the aid of Mr. Van Pierce's U.S. contacts.
Everyone in the room was now studying the notes in front of them to learn what little they could about the mystery financier.
There is a high probability that the meeting will be occurring in the Place des Terreaux in Lyon tomorrow. If we can spot El-Nazar and follow him to the meeting, we may be able to identify the financier, Gavreau said.
It's a very public location. Many tourists, Overard said. I can't stress the importance of not letting the situation get out of hand.
Rest assured, sir, we plan to handle the entire operation covertly. Our operatives will be undercover and will not escalate the conflict unless absolutely necessary, Gavreau said.
Overard still looked a bit nervous, but nodded his approval.
I guess that's a universal attitude for all government suits, Van Pierce thought.
The last few minutes of the meeting were spent giving a general plan the raid team would take before Gavreau dismissed everyone.
It all goes down tomorrow, gentlemen. Let's all get some rest, Gavreau said.
Marvin Van Pierce rubbed his index finger along the bezel of his watch as he checked the time. 0900 hours. He sat in the passenger seat of a 2-door silver Peugeot, parked on the street, 1 block southwest from Place des Terreaux, between the Saône and Rhône rivers in Lyon. The crowds grew thicker as more people arrived in the square. Van Pierce was there that day as an extra set of eyes, and as a consultant to assist if the situation went sideways. It was made very clear to him by both Maurice Ovrard and Lionel Gavreau that he was not to have any physical involvement with today's operation. Being a foreigner and not an official member of any French police or military organization, they weren't interested in the possibility of an international incident. In the driver's seat, Simone Boudet, a raid team member, was radioing updates. Van Pierce didn't have his own radio, so he listened to the responses coming in over Boudet's. Nearly a dozen raid members positioned themselves in and around the Place des Terreaux. They dressed in civilian clothing and blended in almost entirely. A few blocks away, in a nondescript panel truck, a raid unit sat in full operational gear, prepared to move in if the situation spun out of control. 2 hours into the operation, radio chatter picked up. A couple of the undercover raid members spotted Basim El-Nazar entering the southeast side of the square. Gavreau's voice came in over the channel, advising all teams to keep their eyes open. Radio communication from 3 different undercover operatives following covertly described the path El-Nazar took through the square. Responses from the other raid members followed, giving their current position and status. This continued for the next few minutes as Marvin glanced up the street toward the Place des Terreaux, even though he wasn't near the radioed positions. He scanned everyone, looking for postures or behaviors that might appear suspicious. It was a habit he gained from many years in the field, and was now second nature for him. It was because of this awareness that a face in the crowd triggered an alarm in his head. A man, with a jagged scar across his cheek, walked right past the silver Peugeot and into a crowd of tourists. Van Pierce snatched up his smartphone and scrolled through the photos from yesterday's briefing. His fingers froze on an image of a man with the same scar and intense eyes. It was Zayn Alaman, someone the French government had suspected of being a member of the Four Serpents, but they couldn't verify. His appearance in this place at this time was just too much to be a coincidence.
"That man there," Van Pierce said to his partner in the car, "that's Zayn Alaman. We need someone on him now."
Boudet nodded and radioed in the request. Van Pierce tried to keep a visual on his target as the radio responses came.
"This is Unit 2. I can be there in 3 minutes." "That's not fast enough. He's going to disappear in that crowd," Van Pierce said,
knowing how far they were positioned from the square. Without hesitation, he opened the door to follow Alaman.
"Sir, you can't,"
Boudet began before he was cut off.
"Let the team know I'm tailing Alaman. Have them coordinate with me when they reach my location," Van Pierce said.
Then he slipped into the crowd of people. Gavreau was positioned outside the Place des Terreaux, in a discreet position that gave him a broad view of the area. He gritted his teeth at the call he just received from Boudet. Marvin Van Pierce was actively pursuing a man that may be on their list of suspected terrorist group members. Gavreau didn't want anyone but raid personnel active in the area. Van Pierce was experienced, but the possible confusion and chaos of having a foreigner, a civilian at that, active in the operation, didn't sit well with the task force leader. Still, without the Americans' help, Gavreau's team may not have spotted the extra player. Van Pierce didn't have a radio with him, however, which made the situation even more frustrating. After a moment of thought, he thumbed his own radio.
"Unit 2, as soon as you get there, you relieve Mr. Van Pierce and have him stand down."
"Oui," the response came over the radio quickly. Gavreau set his focus back on observing the square while listening to the updates from the team following El-Nazar.
"Heading toward the cafe, on the east side of the fountain. This might be the meeting spot," one of the raid members said.
"All right, stay on him, and let us know if he leaves. All units, I want you to scan everyone in the area. Find anyone that might be there to meet him," Gavreau said.
After a minute of updates being radioed in, one transmission caught the task leader's attention.
El-Nazar made contact with someone. They split up. The new target is moving southeast.
Gavreau prepared to coordinate his team to account for the new player when the radio channels lit up.
"He's got a bomb! El-Nazar—"
The radio transmission cut off a split second before Gavreau heard the explosions. Marvin Van Pierce worked his way through the crowd, tailing his target from a reasonable distance. He was a little rusty from years of not being out in the field, but found his skills were recalled pretty easily. Alaman crossed the street and entered the Place des Terreaux from the southwest corner. He stayed on the outer edge, slowing and eventually stopping. He glanced around casually across the public square. A tremendous sculptured fountain, the Fontaine Bartholdi, dominated the center of the Place des Terreaux. It featured a woman on a chariot, controlling 4 horses, each representing the 4 great rivers of France. Crowds gathered around the sculpture, sitting at the outdoor tables set up under canopies for the nearby restaurants. Alamon turned his gaze toward Marvin, but Van Pierce was sure to not make eye contact with his target, instead pretending to study the large fountain in the square. Next, Van Pierce swept his gaze across the area, looking for the other raid members. There were too many people around for him to make a positive ID on any of them, however. When he looked back, he saw Alamon reaching into the inner pocket of his jacket. Van Pierce moved closer, his focus like a laser on his target. Panicked voices suddenly screamed out from across the square. In the next instant, they were cut off by a deafening explosion. Van Pierce tore his eyes off Alamon and toward the blast. He felt the concussive force press against his chest, even this far away from the explosion, and saw smoke and dust rising in the northeast corner of the square, just past the fountain. Confusion and fear took the crowd. Then it turned to outright chaos and panic when the second blast went off. He saw the second explosion this time. It was a suicide bomber, also on the far side of the square in the southeast corner. While he turned his attention back to Alamon, Van Pierce whipped his hand to the back of his right hip, a pure reflex, and found the spot where he carried his pistol for so many years empty. He saw his target holding a small device now, staring into the crowd of people. The 2 explosions caused a panic as terror washed over everyone, like the fire and heat from the blasts themselves. They ran away from the death and destruction and out of the square. Sudden horror dawned on Van Pierce. The 2 explosions had occurred on the other end of the public square, detonated in a position that would force the panicked bystanders to move in this direction. Lambs led to the slaughter, right into the position of Alamon, the 3rd bomber. Van Pierce cursed himself for being too late to catch the attacks, but he sprang into action, knowing he had to do something right now. He bolted for Alamon, shoving people away and shouting a warning to the bystanders. He shot in low and buried his shoulder into Alamon's midsection. The momentum of his body carried the man off his feet. Van Pierce wouldn't be able to stop this blast, but he would try to minimize the damage it could cause. He plowed the man into the street, between a panel truck and a van that stopped after the first explosion. The 2 men landed partially under the delivery truck when the explosives engulfed Alamon and Van Pierce in fire and fury. Chapter 3. At approximately 11 a.m. local time, 9 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 3 men detonated explosive devices strapped to their bodies in the Place des Terreaux located in Lyon, France. John stared at his television in silence, watching the news report about the terrorist attack in France. The damage in the public square is extensive. 10 people have been confirmed dead at this time, and at least 50 people have been injured by the blasts. Once again, the 4 serpents have claimed responsibility for this horrific terrorist attack. In a video statement released, a sense of dread formed in the pit of his stomach. John stood and walked to the phone, each step only serving to intensify his fears. He had to call to make sure Marvin Van Pierce was okay. The phone rang right as he grabbed hold of it. John closed his eyes and brought the receiver up to his ear. "Hello. John, it's Parker." Hearing Parker Lewis's voice confirmed his worst fears. Before joining the Hostile Response Division, John had saved Parker's life. He was a brilliant, if eccentric, computer specialist for the HRD. "Parker, I need to call Van Pierce. He may be hurt," John said. "John, I'm sorry. Van Pierce is dead," Parker said. John's fist tightened over the phone receiver, nearly crushing it in his grip. Deep down, he knew it was the truth. Parker wouldn't be calling John to get more information. If he was calling, that meant he already knew the situation. "Are you sure?" John asked, holding out hope that his gut was wrong. "Yes. Marvin told me about his assignment after he spoke with you. The moment I heard the news about the attack, I scoured around for everything I could about it. Officers on the scene confirmed his identity 10 minutes ago. It hasn't gone public yet." Numbness set in as John's vision swam. He clutched the phone tighter and sat at the chair next to the small table. "Are you all right, John?" Parker asked. John sat in silence for what felt like hours before finally answering. "I should have gone with him. If I was there, maybe—" "There's nothing you could have done.
It was a coordinated attack that no one was prepared for. If you were there with Marvin, you might be dead too.
John knew Parker was right, but had a hard time accepting it. Parker's words hit John deeply, but at that moment he had made a decision.
I'm going to France. I need to know what happened, John said, resigned.
John, what do you think you can accomplish there? We aren't with the HRD anymore. Just stay there and I'll find out what I can, Parker said. Please.
John's neck and jaw tightened.
I'm leaving tonight.
Then let me come with you. I can help, Parker started.
No, it's dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life over this, John said.
But it's okay if you do? Parker asked.
This isn't your responsibility. I could have helped Van Pierce. But now I need answers. I owe him that much.
Parker let out a sigh on the other end.
All right, John. Please be careful. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I owe him too.
Chapter 4. Shoulders brushing the walls of the narrow alleyway, a burly man strode through the back entrance of a small printing shop. The whirring and clattering of machines replaced the bustle of activity from outside. The man widened his eyes, waiting for them to adjust to the darkness before proceeding. He stepped into a back room, shuffled to one corner, and greeted 3 men sitting around a table. The man facing him, Azar bin Hashim, nodded as he took another drag from his cigarette.
Praise be to Allah, the man said with his head bowed. What do you have for me? Bin Hashim asked as smoke puffed out between syllables.
The man produced a small tablet computer. He tapped the screen a few times and handed the device over to the leader. Bin Hashim examined the information, the blue LED glow lighting his face from underneath, casting his features with a more sinister appearance. Satisfied, he nodded and placed the device casually on the center of the table.
Is this information accurate? He asked.
Yes.
We have confirmation that the Germans survived, the man said.
Bin Hashim thought over the information for a minute, taking another drag from his cigarette. He blew out a stream of smoke.
Send someone to Hôpital de la Croix-Rouge. Find the German, and finish what we started, Bin Hashim said. The next phase of our plan is too important. We must tie up all loose ends.
The man nodded to the leader of the 4 serpents and walked out, exiting through the back door where he entered.
What should we do now?
One of the other men at the table asked.
Proceed as planned. The doctor will be in town soon. Have the men ready to move when they hear from me, Bin Hashim said, stabbing the butt of the cigarette into the ashtray.
The men nodded and stood. Bin Hashim could see they all knew what was expected of them, working toward the same goal. He clutched the medallion around his neck, 4 snakes entwined around the world, before tucking it into his shirt. The 4 serpents would strike fear into the hearts of the West. They would crush the spirit of the enemy. The world would not be able to deny them any longer. Chapter 5. Lyon, France. Grabbing his bag and looping the strap over his shoulder, John draped his light jacket over one arm as he stepped out of the cab. He had difficulty sleeping on the long flight, thinking about Van Pierce and the terrorist attack from the previous day. His head hurt, and his joints creaked and protested as he stretched on the sidewalk. Knowing the police would have the area restricted, John had to walk the several remaining blocks to the Place des Terreaux. While the city was far from busy, the amount of activity near the attack surprised John. He got a feel for the block and the people as he approached his destination. The pain and fear evident in their actions, the people carried out their day-to-day activities nonetheless. An act of defiance showing the terrorists that they were still strong and unafraid after the attack. John brought only a laptop and a change of clothes, on top of the few travel necessities with him, opting to travel light. Everything he needed was with him in the bag around his shoulder, except for a weapon. He knew traveling abroad meant going in unarmed, but he didn't expect a second attack in the same location so soon. Much of the initial investigation had already happened the day before, but the police still had the entire block taped off. Investigators buzzed around, gathering evidence at the blast sites and taking pictures of everything that appeared out of place. Several officers diverted traffic to different routes, creating more confusion and congestion. The honking and understandable frustration gave John enough cover to get closer. He walked the perimeter of the Place de Terreau, looking over the area and paying particular attention to the 3 locations where the terrorists detonated their bombs. During the flight, he pored over all of the information Parker sent him, including news stories providing an already out-of-date account of the events of the attack. He crossed the police barrier to look at the spot where the 3rd device went off, studying the 2 vehicles damaged in the explosion. The blast pattern revealed that the device exploded under the back end of the more massive truck. The detonation shredded the tires and left the rear bumper in shambles. The entire back end of the vehicle crumpled upward. Bits of broken glass littered the street and sidewalk, from the shattered windows of both trucks and the nearby shops.
This is where Marvin Van Pierce died.
John took a moment to reflect on the man. They had known each other only for a short time, but Van Pierce still risked his life and career to save him and clear his name when John faced treason charges. Tightening his fists, John vowed that he would find the ones responsible for Marvin Van Pierce's death. According to Parker's reports, Van Pierce's final act of sacrifice had saved many more lives. Tackling the suicide bomber under the truck contained a considerable portion of the damage, significantly reducing the number of casualties the 3rd blast caused to the frightened people fleeing the first 2 explosions.
A hero to the end,
John said quietly, looking to the clear blue sky.
Que fais-tu ici?
A voice snapped John out of his thoughts. He turned to see a stern man in black fatigues and gloves. He wore a tactical vest with a name tag that read Gavreau. John hadn't spoken French in many years, and he was caught off guard for a moment.
I'm sorry, I don't speak.
What are you doing here? Gavreau interrupted, speaking heavily accented English now.
This is no place for tourists right now.
Just looking around. My friend was here yesterday, John said. Gavreau furrowed his brow.
This is still an active crime scene. You cannot be here right now.
His name was Marvin Van Pierce. He was here working as a consultant with you, John said. The man's face softened, and his tone changed to match.
I am sorry, sir, but you cannot be here. This area is not open to the public right now.
You must go, Gavreau said. The 2 stood to face each other for a few tense seconds. Gavreau was every inch as tall as John, though his build was leaner than the ranger's muscular bulk. Another man in the same military-style uniform walked at a brisk pace toward Gavreau. His name tag read Brassard. They spoke in French using lowered voices, so John couldn't hear, much less understand what was being said.
Let me help, John said. I worked with Van Pierce, and I have experience dealing with terrorists.
Gavreau looked up from his conversation.
No, we do not need your help. This is official police business.
All right. If it's okay with you, I'd like to look around just a little more. I won't step on any toes.
We cannot have civilians in our crime scene, Gavreau said. We do not want to deal with the international problems if an American tourist got hurt nosing around. Stay out of this, or I will have you arrested.
Brassard spoke to John. I apologize, sir, but this situation is delicate. We must ask you to move beyond the barrier around this square, please. His English had almost no accent, and his tone was calmer. John nodded to Brassard and Gavreau, then turned and left the Place de Terreau. He had no intention of staying out of this, but for now, he would have to operate from the shadows to avoid arrest. He shouldered his bag and pulled out his phone to arrange for a cab to take him to a hotel. From there, he would be able to dig deeper into Parker's research, using what he saw on site to put more of the pieces together, and gain a better understanding of the events that had transpired. Chapter 6. John sat at the small desk in his hotel room. He opted for the most basic of comforts, a single bed, bathroom, and mini office. By all accounts, this room would be considered more cozy than utilitarian, but it served all his needs for now. The laptop beeped and whirred as it came to life, ready to work. John wanted to reread the data Parker sent before he left, but enough time had passed that footage from other people in the area started popping up online. He watched every available video, sometimes bringing 2 different videos side by side in order to build a mental picture of the attack. Parker wasn't able to secure any of the footage from the CCTV cameras mounted around the scene, so he had to watch only what was publicly available, uploaded to various social media and video sharing sites. All of the footage had been taken by mobile phones or handheld cameras. In the chaos and confusion, it was difficult for John to make heads or tails of the necessary details he needed. Without any type of image stabilization, discerning directions or even number of attackers was next to impossible. Rubbing his temples and then his eyes with his fingertips, John felt every second of the 2 hours he had just spent watching and rewatching the videos that he thought held the most promise. Still, it was a futile venture.
This is going to be impossible without the footage from the city's cameras.
The old wooden chair creaked as John leaned back, folding his arms across his chest. He took in a deep breath to calm his mind.
Perhaps a few hours of sleep would do me some good, he thought. Maybe by then Parker will be able to...
A new notification popped up in his search. The latest video from the terrorist attack sat at the top of his queue, and the quality of the thumbnail image gave him a small boost of energy. John watched the video, taken near the first explosion, in the northwest corner of the Place des Terreaux. The clarity of the footage gave him hope, but so far it was all just information he had been able to piece together in his initial research. A crowd of people dined near the Fontaine Bertholdi when a man stood up and detonated an explosive device on his person. John sighed, ready to close the video, when he stopped himself, finger hovering over the touchpad. Something caught his attention at a subconscious level, but he didn't know why. He viewed the footage again, scrubbing the timeline back and forth, studying the screen for any details he may have missed. It was the moment before the blast when he noticed the man seated at a table next to the bomber. The terrorist and the mystery man sat back to back at different tables, but the mystery man was already moving away from him before the detonation. The timing of his movement felt out of place to John. His actions didn't fit the sequence of events. The man rose from his table and moved away much earlier than anyone else in the crowd, before the bomber even physically revealed any evidence of his explosive. Something spooked him. When the terrorist stood, he turned and directed his attention to the mystery man.
"Who are you?" John said, staring at the paused frame.
The footage was too blurry to make a positive identification, so John checked through all of the videos he felt provided the best information during his initial viewing. He singled out all of the footage that pointed in the direction of the Fontaine Bertholdi before, during, and after the attack. On the third video, he hit pay dirt. A tourist, standing on the opposite side, filmed the statue as the first explosive detonated. John saw the mystery man running from the bomber toward the camera. The footage shook and dropped from the explosion, then panned back to the site of the blast. The mystery man emerged from inside the fountain, soaking wet. He somehow managed to leap into the water to escape the brunt of the explosion. The tourist continued filming as he backed away. The crowd ran past him, parting long enough for John to get a better angle on the man's features. John rewound the video and paused it. His jaw tightened. The mystery man was long suspected of financing terrorist activities. Even during John's years serving as an Army Ranger, they sought this man in the War on Terror. He was known under different aliases, but the one John was most familiar with was Dietrich Werner. If this is the man John suspected he was, why were they trying to kill him in the terrorist attack? Did he manage to survive the second and third blasts as well? It was possible, which meant Werner could still be out there. John pulled up a list of all of the videos showing the second and third explosions, carefully attempting to track Werner's movements during and after the attack. He found a far camera shot of the third explosion, shot from outside the Place des Terreaux on a connecting street. He spotted the man moving away from the first two explosions in the general direction of the third. John's heart sank when he saw the blurred movements of a figure that moved to tackle another man. Marvin Van Pierce, putting himself in harm's way to try and stop the third bomber. Marvin sacrificed himself to save as many as he could. he had been able to take the man down near 2 parked vehicles, which absorbed much of the explosive force when the bomb detonated. At the moment of the blast, John caught an image of Dietrich falling. It was only a couple of frames, but he was close to the final explosion, and Pierce's actions may have reduced the force enough for the man to survive. If he were still alive, he would need medical attention, given his proximity to the first and third bombs. John dug through the files Parker sent him to read on the flight over. He needed more information about Dietrich Warner. Why would the Four Serpents be targeting him? Was his presence a coincidence? A single reference came up, a list of known aliases for a person of interest. Dietrich was one of many aliases used by Matthias Kepler, the man Marvin Van Pierce highlighted in the briefing notes that Parker had been able to retrieve.
"Mr. Kepler," John said, resting his elbows on the desk as he stared at the image in the video. "Perhaps we'll finally be able to meet face to face, so you can answer some questions."
The latest news reports about the attack mentioned that first responders had transported the injured people to Hôpital de la Croix-Rouge. He closed the screen of his laptop and headed out the door to find his next lead. The hallways of Hôpital de la Croix-Rouge swarmed with activity. Doctors and nurses sped around the concerned friends and family members of the injured tourists and citizens. Kalik, a member of the Four Serpents, had no trouble slipping into the supply area to get a set of scrubs to wear in the ensuing confusion. He came here with explicit orders to find Matthias Kepler. Dressing as hospital staff was risky, but dealing with the seemingly non-stop flow of victims helped him slip through unquestioned. Several times someone barked orders at him to go somewhere and assist or bring something that one of the doctors needed. Each time he answered with an enthusiastic nod before disappearing. Matthias Kepler secretly funded Azar bin Hashim and the Four Serpents, through his many shell companies, for their next ambitious plan. Bin Hashim didn't trust a man of Kepler's questionable loyalties and planned for his death in the attack on Place de Tourreau. Kalik stepped behind an unattended reception desk and sat in front of the computer. His fingers pecked across keys, searching for Kepler's room, as the switches of the old keyboard clicked loudly. His brows furrowed when the name came up with no results. His target, it seems, was also the type of man to cover his tracks. Matthias Kepler was probably the type of man with a list of aliases to use in his day-to-day life. Paranoid. After a moment of thought, Kalik's hands moved over the keys again. He brought up a list of the patients admitted into the hospital shortly after yesterday's attack. He scanned through the results, memorizing the rooms where the most recent patients had been admitted. Kalik stood and stepped back into the hallway, passing someone as he exited. The woman gave him a quizzical look as she sat, but soon slipped back into the task at hand, dealing with another influx of patients. He glanced down at the chart for the man and woman admitted to the first room. The victims in the beds had been badly burnt, their bodies bandaged, and they were heavily medicated. Not finding his mark, he turned and left, sidestepping a nurse coming in to check on their vital stats. Finding his target would require that he search the rooms one by one. This would not be a problem for him. He was a patient man that operated with precision. It would not be long before he cleaned up the loose end, Kepler, before he could reveal anything he might know about the Serpents or their next plan. Chapter 7. John walked into the hospital and looked across the lobby. He wasn't sure how he would find Dietrich Warner in here, but this was his best shot. John stopped the nearest staff member.
"Excuse me," he said to the young woman, dressed in scrubs. "I'm wondering if you can help me find someone."
The woman stared back with weary eyes, replying in French. John winced, not able to understand anything she said. He continued in English, speaking slower and hoping the woman would understand enough to help him out.
"My brother was hurt yesterday,"
John started, miming an explosion with his hands. The woman seemed to catch on to what he was saying, so he continued.
"He's supposed to be here. Where can I find him?"
They struggled to communicate, as her English was as bad as his French. But eventually, she directed him to the wing of the hospital triaging everyone involved in yesterday's terrorist attack. John thanked the woman in English, and then again in passable French. She smiled and excused herself to continue her work. John sighed as he looked down the crowded hall. This would be a little more complicated than expected. John didn't let the difficulty dissuade him. As an Army Ranger, he was always prepared for things to be more challenging than initially planned. He walked down the hallway, heading for the section of the hospital the woman described. His initial urge was to ask any and everybody where he would go to find his brother injured in the attack, but John wanted to stay under the radar. The last thing he wanted was to draw any unnecessary attention to himself right now. He made his way through the hospital until the people in and around him looked like they were all there for the same reason, suffering from similar burns, cuts, and bruises typical of injuries inflicted by an explosion. Distraught friends and family packed the waiting areas, in need of treatment, or hoping for any good news from the doctors and nurses. He saw people agitated at the lack of information or attention they were receiving. Anger, fear, frustration. John made his way to a receptionist's desk and tried again to find his brother. He made an attempt at foregoing English and speaking French, ultimately having to resort to a mix of the two languages to get his message across. Luck was on his side this time, as the man replied in English. "I am sorry to hear about your brother. What is his name?" "Warner, Dietrich Warner," John said. The man typed a few keystrokes, then stared at the screen for a minute. He leaned in close before sitting back and typing something else. His brows furrowed. "I don't see a Werner, but there is a Dietrich Byrne. Similar name, but—" "That's him," John interrupted, with a relieved smile. "I forgot he's using Byrne for his businesses. I'm sorry, my mind is a little frazzled after—" He waved his hand briefly in the air, resisting the urge to over-explain the situation, knowing it would only cause more suspicion and confusion. Okay. Dietrich is in room 513. It is on the 5th floor. Thank you. I can find it," John interrupted again as he turned to go. Before the man could suspect any foul play, an irate husband demanded to speak to a doctor to find out what was happening with his wife, giving John the cover he needed to slip away. Kalik spent the past hour in the hospital, moving room to room. He glanced into each doorway, trying to find the man he was sent to kill. The German financier was too involved in the Serpent's actions. He knew too much, and Ben Hashim's plans were too important to allow anyone to put them at risk. Anyone else in Kalik's shoes would succumb to the frustration and fatigue with such a repetitive task. He was a special breed, however. The thrill of this hunt fueled him. His whole life he was always precise and technical in everything he did. He rarely suffered the type of mental fatigue that others would experience after long hours of repetitious tasks. He continued the door-to-door hunt, searching for his target, and continually moving with the same mannerisms of the hospital staff around him. That was another skill he learned when he was a young boy. Kalik always had a knack for picking out and remembering subtle physical details and mannerisms of people, allowing him to mimic his friends and family. Now, on the 5th floor of the hospital, Kalik resumed his mission. At the 4th door he checked, he saw a man in one of the beds with a build similar to Kepler. The chart listed the man as Dietrich Byrne. The Serpent slipped into the room, making sure no one else was in there to disturb the two of them. Once he approached, Kalik saw that this was indeed Matthias Kepler, admitted under an alias. He walked to the side of the bed and stared into the face of the man as he slept. Dietrich groaned and opened his eyes slowly, turning his head to look over at Kalik. Kepler mistook him as a nurse at first glance as he struggled to keep his eyes open. The assassin continued to stare down at the person in the bed, patiently waiting for recognition to set in. He wanted Dietrich Kepler to know his end was coming. Realization struck as the man's eyes flew open wide. Because of the internal damage he suffered in the final explosion, the doctors had hooked Kepler up to a respirator. Unable to scream for help, he clawed at the side of his bed, searching for the button to call the nurses for assistance. Kalik looked on in amusement for another few seconds, with a sadistic grin, and held the button up by its cord in his hand. He shook his head and made a tisk-tisk sound. He placed the switch on a side table, out of reach, and descended on Matthias Kepler. Lionel Gavreau strode down the corridor of the 5th floor of the Hôpital de la Croix-Rouge. He stopped and leaned against a wall, swiping up on his phone through the endless barrage of messages and emails. The bureaucrats overseeing the raid and its investigation into the terrorist attack bombarded him with nonstop requests and demands for more information. None of that mattered to him at this moment. He was here for his teammates now. Several members of his raid team suffered injuries in the blasts at the Place des Terreaux yesterday. 2 were currently in critical condition. Gavreau had been in the hospital for the past hour, waiting for any updates on his injured teammates. He dropped the phone into a jacket pocket and rocked his head side to side, cracking his neck with each movement. It did little to hold the fatigue at bay. Gavreau stepped into the room of a man with minor injuries from the attack. His man had a concussion, and the doctors wanted him kept under observation. He had his bed upright and was surfing through the television stations, looking for something to watch other than coverage of the terrorist attack. "You don't have to stay here, sir," Alban Lucier said to his commander. "Don't worry. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just in here so no one bothers me, while I wait to hear about the teammates I actually like," Gavreau said. Lucier laughed and thumbed the TV remote, finally settling on a rerun of Friends, dubbed in French. "I'm going to get a coffee. Want anything?" Gavreau asked on his way out. "A cigarette," the man answered. The raid commander shook his head and stepped into the hallway. With the chaos of yesterday's attack settling down, the crowds had thinned, but the hospital was still buzzing with plenty of activity. Gavreau headed down the hall toward a vending machine when a man leaving one of the rooms caught his eye. He was a large, muscular man in jeans and a thin, long-sleeved shirt. There was no mistaking the heavy mustache visible from the man's profile. It was the American wandering the crime scene this morning. The activity around the room the American had just left suddenly picked up. That was when Gavreau noticed the constant beep of flatlining patient whistling to the door. Nurses fluttered into the room, followed by a doctor, treating the patient in his bed. Everyone nearby showed an expected level of curiosity and concern in a situation like this, except for the American. The big man moved away, quickly down the hall, as close to a near run as he could manage without alerting anyone around him. Gavreau had no such concerns as he charged down the hallway after the suspicious tourist. It was no coincidence that he would be crossing paths with the man twice, both times related to the terrorist attack. He pushed people out of his way as he moved down the corridor. The American was not difficult to track, as he was much larger than most of the people around him. But even with fewer people wandering around, Gavreau had difficulty moving through the crowd efficiently. The raid leader increased his pace and began shouting at the people near him to get clear, when he saw his target slip around a corner out of sight. Gavreau was losing patience and shoved people forcefully out of his way as he struggled to catch the suspect. The aggressive actions only served to agitate the already stressed people in the hospital around Gavreau. Just great, Gavreau thought. The additional anger and confusion were only going to make his job that much harder. John exited the elevator on the 5th floor and turned toward Dietrich Byrne's room. He looked around and saw raid members in the hallways. John kept his head down and walked briskly past them. They were most likely here to see to the members of their team injured, so he didn't want to aggravate them any more. The room he was looking for was not far, but there were a lot of police officers around, so it would be difficult to get in and out of unless he was utterly discreet about it. He found door 513 and scouted it patiently. After several minutes, no medical staff had entered or exited. John moved toward the room. He didn't expect to see any doctors or nurses inside, so it caught John off guard when he saw the man in medical scrubs stepping out, just as he was about to step in. He paused for a moment, looking away to avoid attracting the attention of the man. When he was in the clear once more, John stepped into the room. Stepping just inside, he stopped, processing what he saw. Matthias lay still in his bed, eyes open. At first, John thought the man was focused on the TV and not paying attention to him entering the room. Only, the TV wasn't on. In the hall, over the crowds talking and the noise from the increased activity in the hospital at that moment, John didn't hear the heart rate monitor. Once he stepped into the room, the sustained beep was loud and clear, a siren going off to alert everyone in the hospital. John cursed. He needed to leave now. The noise in the hall quieted down once the people nearby finally heard the beeping. Someone called for a doctor. John turned to leave, but hesitated. He saw the clothes of the dead man in a chair next to the bed. Hoping for something that could keep his investigation going, he snatched the man's wallet. Perhaps it might lead John to the next clue. Half expecting the man in the scrubs to come back into the room, John started in the opposite direction as he exited. When he stepped out, nurses and doctors filed past to get into the room. He caught a glimpse of the man in scrubs leaving the scene. John paused for a beat, watching him. He was the only medical staff near the room to not turn back and help. Suspicion overtook John, and he followed the man. He moved quickly, without going into a full run, to avoid suspicion. He tried to gain on the man in the scrubs, catching only brief glimpses of his curly hair cut close along the sides. The man was smaller, able to slip past the crowds in the hall with little difficulty. His uncanny ability to read the movement of the people around him and avoid a collision was a stark contrast to John's broad frame nearly knocking the people in the crowd down as he walked through. John continued to push past as delicately as he could, but he was losing the man in the scrubs. Once he rounded the next corner, John increased his speed. He knocked down one of the patients accidentally, who let out an angry cry and almost stopped to help the person. Unfortunately, the sound of the patient yelling caught the attention of the target John was pursuing. The man in the scrubs turned and looked John right in the eye. He looked impassive, unsurprised even when he found out he was being followed. The man simply turned and started to run through the hallway, now finding the crowds thinning out. John began to pick up his own pace when he heard someone yelling behind him. "Stop!" the voice said. John didn't slow down, instead turning his head to see who was shouting. The raid agent from earlier today, Gavreau, was moving toward him. He must have seen John leave room 513 and suspected him of killing Matthias. John had to keep going, or he would lose the real person responsible for Dietrich Werner's death. He shouldered his way into the empty parts of the hall and broke into a full run. The man in the scrubs turned down another hall, trying to lose his tail. John followed around the corner and didn't see the man. He glanced around, scanning for anything that stood out. A door just clicked shut a moment after he turned the corner. John stepped through that same door, stepping into a series of connected examination rooms with a small corridor running between them, with an exit door located at the far end of the hall. John resisted the urge to plow ahead to the door on the far end, and possibly allowing the man to slip behind him to double back. He did a quick visual search of each room on his way to the far exit. Halfway down the corridor, John pushed the curtain open to inspect the next room. A figure burst out, catching him off guard. A kick thrust into the center of John's chest with enough force to steal his breath and knock him back several steps. The man landed and continued a rapid-fire assault on the much larger American. Compared to John, he lacked the size and strength for a straight-up fight, but his speed and technique made him formidable. John used his muscular forearms to deflect and absorb the incoming attacks, and he cursed to himself, as he could only stop 2 out of every 3 strikes. John fired back his own punches, his heavy fists finding only air. A front kick shot through John's defenses, driving into his stomach. The speed and power of the attack pushed him back on his heels into a cart filled with supplies. The man in scrubs took the opportunity to make a break for the far corridor exit. John reached behind him and hurled the entire supply cart at the fleeing man. It crashed into his back, sending him sprawling with a yelp. John lunged forward and brought a stomp down on his target. The man barely rolled away as a heavy boot cracked the tile flooring. In one smooth turn, the man on the floor whipped a roundhouse kick across John's jaw and spun to his feet. John reached for him, dazed, but he rolled up and over across John's back. The man hit the floor and dashed toward the original door they entered through. John shook the cobwebs from his head and spun to pursue. John crashed out through the door, heading back into the hospital to find his target, but caught the attention of Gavreau. The raid commander followed the sound of the commotion and arrived to see the American emerge into the hallway. "Stop right now!" Gavreau yelled in heavily accented English. John was in an awkward spot now. He needed to find the man responsible for killing Kepler, but running away from Gavreau would do nothing to prove his own innocence. Not having time to explain, John turned and bolted down the hall, away from Gavreau. The raid man cursed and gave chase. Despite John's size, he was a surprisingly fast runner, and his conditioning was more than up to the task of carrying his heavy frame at a run. Gavreau was leaner and quicker, however, closing the distance. John had to guess where the man in scrubs could have gone while keeping away from Gavreau. He sprinted toward the nearest stairwell, figuring the man was attempting to leave the building. Gavreau was closing fast, and before John could get through the stairwell door, the raid commander was on top of him. Gavreau collided with John, and they both spilled into the stairwell. The momentum of the 2 large men carried them down the steps to the landing halfway down one flight. Gavreau rolled, trying to gain the top position. John shot a muscular arm out and pulled the Frenchman to the ground while he got up to one knee.
"I'm sorry about this,"
John said, before his fist cracked across Gavreau's jaw. The commander went limp, and John tried to lay him down as gently as he could before resuming his chase. He continued down the stairs and into the first-floor lobby. John looked around everywhere, trying to find any clues about where to find the man. Nothing. He went outside and scanned in every direction. His quarry had vanished. He ground his jaw tight, furious at losing both his target and the fight against him. John had to flee the area. He would most likely be a murder suspect, and fighting with Gavreau would definitely not help the situation. Once he was far enough from the hospital, John stepped into an alley and rifled through the wallet, finding an ID for Dietrich Byrne. He had no guarantee that the address listed wasn't fake, but John didn't have any other options at this point. He considered going back to his hotel room to check out in case the police were looking for him. There was little doubt the raid man he knocked out would discover his identity and begin searching for him. If he didn't follow his one lead, however, he might lose his only chance to stop the four serpents before they strike again.
Chapter 8.
Gavreau rubbed his jaw with one hand. Clenching his teeth harder only served to intensify the pain, but his anger won out as he breathed deeply, in and out through flared nostrils. The American had gotten away, but not before assaulting the raid commander.
"For that you will pay dearly."
In the security room of the hospital, Gavreau reviewed the video footage covering the 5th floor, specifically the camera that provided a view of 513, the room where the victim, Dietrich Byrne, had been murdered. He watched the American exit into the hall as nurses and doctors flooded in past him.
"Run the feed back a few minutes," Gavreau said through still clenched teeth.
The security tech nodded and complied.
"There, stop."
Gavreau pointed at the screen. They watched for a minute until he saw what caught his attention while the tech rewound the footage. A man wearing hospital scrubs entered the room.
"Who is that?" Gavreau asked.
The hospital administrator leaned closer to examine the feed.
"I don't know this man. I'll get the records of everyone on the floor and find out."
"You may not find him," Gavreau thought.
The man looked like a staff member of the hospital, but something about him triggered an alarm in Gavreau's head. No one else entered or exited the room for a couple of minutes until the American entered the frame for the first time. Gavreau's jaw ached and tightened when he saw him. He watched the man walk past the raid members in the hall, his head low, heading straight for room 513. The man in scrubs exited, walking right past the American. Gavreau focused on the man in the hospital scrubs this time. He noted the man continued to walk away, not reacting to the frantic nurses running by him, or the flatlining beep Gavreau remembered hearing at that moment.
"Perhaps it was you," he said, his voice low.
The American, after exiting the room, spotted the man in the scrubs and moved straight in his direction. Shortly after, the footage showed Gavreau running to catch up to them. Christopher Brassard entered the security room with a few sheets of paper in his hand.
"Sir, here is the information you requested," he said, handing them over.
Gavreau took the papers and looked over the information about the identity of the American.
"John Stone, a lieutenant, serving in the United States Army for 20 years. Most of that time he served as an Army Ranger, recipient of the Distinguished Service Cross," Brassard said, as Gavreau read the report. He continued to scan the pages. After he retired from the Army, Stone worked at a bar in Great Falls, Montana, of which he was also a part owner. Gavreau saw the news stories Brassard printed about the kidnapping of a girl, Emily Colt. He read about John Stone's involvement, rescuing her from her kidnappers. Shortly after that, Stone officially joined a joint military task force called the Hostile Response Division. Gavreau skimmed a brief history of the HRD and its director, Marvin Van Pierce. "Sir, I don't think he was the one responsible for killing Dietrich Byrne, the man in 513, Brassard said.
Gavreau grunted. He figured that was the case, and the video footage, with this report, confirmed it for him.
"Don't expect me to cheer for this John Stone, Chris," Gavreau said, absently touching his jaw again.
"What next?" Brassard asked.
"Find out more about Dietrich in room 513.
"Why was he targeted?" Gavreau said. Brassard held out another sheet of paper.
"Right here, sir." Gavreau took the page with a surprised look on his face and nodded. Dietrich Byrne, a German businessman, currently living in... Brassard started. Gavreau shot a glare at his second-in-command.
"Why do you hand me these papers if you're just going to read them to me?" Gavreau asked.
"Sorry," Brassard said with a smile. "My job is to provide you with information."
"Well, our next move is to find out everything we can about Dietrich Byrne. Chris, get the authorization we need to search his residence, and meet me outside."
"Yes, sir." Gavreau headed toward the elevator, rereading the report about John Stone, working his jaw side to side to make sure it wasn't fractured.
"That man hits harder than a truck."
Somewhere near Lyon, France. At Matthias Kepler's address, John walked the block once more. He scouted for any sign of police or terrorists, satisfied that the streets were clear. He carried a brown paper bag with groceries from a nearby market to help him appear as if he belonged in the neighborhood. The delicious aroma from the still-warm baguette protruding from the bag reminded John that he hadn't eaten anything for quite a while now. Leafy green swayed gently with each step as John walked casually to the front entrance of the apartment building. He pretended to check his phone, waiting for a moment to time his entry. A woman exited, and John started walking, still pretending to stare at the screen on his phone as he approached. The woman offered to hold the door open to let him in. He smiled and nodded as he passed the woman, not wanting to risk anything in French. He made his way to the stairs and started up to Kepler's floor. Taking the steps two at a time, John reached his destination quickly. At the door to the apartment, he put down the brown bag, finishing a mouthful of the baguette. He tested the doorknob, not surprised in the least to find it locked. Glancing up and down the hall, John checked to make sure no one else was around. Satisfied to see he was alone, he grasped the handle tightly and drove his shoulder into the door. Wood creaked and gave way with little protest to John's mass and strength, swinging open to reveal a dimly lit living room. Light shone through the closed blinds and stripes, like an old detective noir film. John slipped into the apartment, picking up the grocery bag and swinging the door closed as far as it would go. He searched through the rooms quickly, looking for any clues that would link Kepler to the Four Serpents. He powered up the computer on a small desk in one corner. While he waited, John rifled through the tidy stack of mail on the kitchen table. A few junk mail letters and a couple of bills, but not much else. He opened up the drawers, rummaging around for anything that would point him in the right direction. After the cursory search turned up nothing useful, the computer's pleasant chime and the whirring fans got John's attention as the monitor flickered to life. John clicked the mouse and found a prompt screen asking for a password to log in. He cursed to himself for not letting Parker come with him to France. This obstacle would likely prove little challenge for the gifted programmer. He thought about calling and having Parker talk him through bypassing the screen, but decided it would take more time than he probably had. John decided to dig a little deeper through all of the drawers in the apartment. Kepler kept his place neat and tidy. This was both good and bad for John, as it meant while it wouldn't take long to go through the available notes and other information, there just wouldn't be much for him to actually search through. After the desk drawers proved fruitless, John headed into the bedroom. He tossed the contents of the two nightstand drawers onto the bed, but stopped while he held the second empty drawer in his hand. This one felt lighter than the first after he had dumped everything out. It was only a slight difference, but enough for John to notice. He put the drawer down and grabbed the first one. His hunch was correct. This one felt heavier. He turned it over in his hands and noticed that it was the slightest bit shallower inside as well. With no time for subtlety, John smashed his fist through the bottom of the drawer. The thin false underside splintered, revealing a leather-bound black notebook wedged inside. John plucked the journal from the drawer and saw a small flash drive tucked next to it. Mouth drawn in a straight line, he turned the drive over in his fingers.
"No way to look at the files here."
He opened the notebook and saw notes and descriptions written in German, and cursed again. The only thing rustier than his French right now was his German. John walked into the living room as he flipped through the pages and heard two car doors close outside. He pushed the slats of the blinds apart with a notebook and looked out the window down to the street level. He saw a black sedan parked outside as two raid agents headed inside the building.
All out of time, John thought.
He exited the apartment, closing the broken door behind him mostly out of habit, and headed for the stairs. It was clear to him that they were heading for Matthias's apartment. If he headed down the stairs, he would run into them. John went down one floor and stepped out of the stairwell into the hallway. He heard the sounds of footsteps coming up the stairs as he closed the door to the fourth floor landing behind him. The bootsteps and voices of the two men passed by as they continued up the stairs and into the hallway above. He had to move fast. Once they saw the busted door, they would realize immediately that someone was in there. John slipped down the stairs as quietly as he could, heading out the front door into the street. He jogged around the corner of the building, then began to walk away at a leisurely pace, blending into the foot traffic in the neighborhood. Lionel Gavreau and Christopher Brassard ascended the stairs leading to Dietrich Byrne's apartment, exiting into a dark hallway with faded carpet, worn thin where they stood. As they headed toward the front door, Gavreau held up a hand, halting the other man. Brassard unholstered his Glock 17 and held it at low ready. Gavreau stepped to the door, examining splintered wood around the lock. He looked at Brassard and nodded, then unholstered his own pistol, a .44 Magnum Smith & Wesson 629. He pushed the door open quietly, and Brassard slid into the room like a ghost. Gavreau moved in right behind, and they cleared the small apartment, room by room, with practiced precision. Neither man spoke, but both knew exactly what the other was doing at all times. "Clear," Brassard said.
"Clear,"
Gavreau responded. Both men holstered their weapons. Gavreau shook his head in frustration, his hand absently reaching for his jaw again. "Do you think it was Stone?" Brassard asked.
"Yes, I think it was," Gavreau said.
He kicked the grocery bag on the floor.
"These groceries are fresh. I can still smell the bread,"
Gavreau said, examining the large bite taken out of the baguette. Brassard let out a sigh. "One of the drawers in the bedroom is smashed apart. Maybe he found something hidden in there." Gavreau walked the apartment, also noting how clean and tidy it was, even after John's hasty search. He stopped in the living room.
"Grab that computer. Maybe we can find something that the American missed," Gavreau said.
"Yes, sir," Brassard responded, and went to work, pulling the cables from the wall. Stone was a thorn in his side once again. Gavreau tightened his jaw and let the pain serve to replace his frustration. He turned and swung a boot out hard, launching the chair at the computer desk across the living room. "Is everything all right, sir?" Brassard stood with the computer tucked under his arm. Gavreau waved his man off.
"Once we find John Stone, I'm going to make sure we bury him with charges for interfering in our investigation. If the Four Serpents strike again, Stone will have blood on his hands."
Nizar bin Hashim stood in a courtyard, admiring the French skyline. He didn't hate those that were not believers. His was a bigger mission against a greater enemy. Those in the government that would control its citizens with their heathen ways and no moral compass. A giant of a man, bin Hashim's bodyguard, entered the courtyard. Kalik followed close behind. Though the smaller man stood a full 2 heads shorter than the brute, he showed no fear, physically mimicking his movements and mannerisms. They both stood, waiting for bin Hashim's command, Kalik positioning himself and posturing like the guard. Bin Hashim smiled at the sight of the two, then nodded to the larger man. The bodyguard turned to let Kalik pass and frowned at the sight of the smaller man seeming to mock him. That wasn't the case, however. The guard was told as such. The head of the Four Serpents summoned this small, strange man personally. Kalik possessed a high-level skill set that allowed him to infiltrate and complete tasks many others would find too difficult. The trade-off was that he always seemed to behave in a peculiar way, imitating physical characteristics he would see in others. He spoke very little, and when he did, he would rarely stay on topic. Bin Hashim accepted his quirks and utilized Kalik's ability to its fullest to further their cause.
"Come in, my friend," Bin Hashim said to the man.
Kalik took 2 more steps forward, then stopped. They stood in silence for a few awkwardly long moments, when Bin Hashim decided to break the silence.
"The man, Matthias, is he dead?" Bin Hashim asked.
The assassin rocked side to side slightly and nodded.
"Matthias is Dietrich. Dietrich is dead," Ben Hashim found the response somewhat confusing, but smiled at the news. Kalik's affirmative nod was all the answer the Serpent leader needed. His words would tend to come out in short, often irrelevant sentences all over the place at times. But physical movements were always the true intent of what Kalik wanted to express.
"This is excellent news, friend," Ben Hashim said,
a genuine smile on his face. Matthias fully funded the operation for the Four Serpents, with the promise of riches and power beyond anything he could imagine. His greed was his undoing, as it was for many Westerners in power. The plan Ben Hashim set into motion was the most ambitious idea of any jihad ever attempted. Years in the planning, it had cost so much money to implement that outside sources were necessary to provide the required capital. The trade-off was the elevated risk of exposure, however. Once the pieces of Ben Hashim's plan were in place, the Serpents systematically eliminated anyone involved that hadn't pledged 100% loyalty to the organization. Matthias was the last variable, and with that final loose end tied off, they could now implement their plan in the shadows.
"Kalik, my friend, it is time for you to begin the next step."
The assassin nodded.
"The doctor. Get the doctor," he said.
Chapter 9. Los Angeles, California. Parker combed his fingers back through his hair, staring at the progress bar for his search. On the bed next to his desk, AC/DC's Highway to Hell started playing, the ringtone telling him right away who was calling. He tapped the button on his earpiece to answer the call. "Hey, John, how's everything going?" Parker asked.
"I could use a little help. I found a key drive and I need to pull all the data. I'm just not able to get into it," John said.
"Sure thing, buddy. Give me a sec," Parker said. A few clicks on his keyboard and the desktop screen of John's laptop computer appeared on Parker's monitor. Parker's eyes opened wide for a moment at the chaotic clutter of files and folders scattered all over the desktop. Your file structure is an abomination. Don't you use folders?" Parker asked.
"Sue me,"
John said. "Are you still using the 8.3 naming convention? This is like staring at the 90s.
"Parker, please," John said. "We don't have time to screw around."
Parker chuckled and moved the cursor over the drive icon on the desktop, double-clicking it. A moment later, the security prompt opened on the window. Let's see what we have here," Parker said. Parker's fingers danced over the keyboard, sometimes pausing before resuming the staccato rhythm. The dual monitor setup allowed him to access his own computer files as well as those on John's computer. "Your corporate shelfware is no match for my digital wizardry," he mumbled.
"What?"
"Oh, nothing," Parker said. "I mean, ta-da!" He flourished his hands, knowing John wouldn't be able to see the gesture. The key drive icon opened to reveal a list of folders with cryptic names. Nothing stood out to Parker as he scanned through them. The arrow on John's desktop began to move toward one of the folders. Parker chuckled, imagining John being too impatient and opening the files on his own now. The first folder opened, displaying a list of text files. Again, nothing stood out. One by one, John searched each of the folders on the drive, occasionally battling for control of the computer with Parker. The programmer finally relented, letting John take point.
"Looks like a bunch of text files," John said.
"Hang on, John," Parker said, retaking control of John's computer. "Let me try something." Parker copied the contents of the flash drive to his own computer. "I cast Detect Magic," he said, running a subroutine that scanned through all the text files, looking for patterns like recurring names and dates. After a couple of minutes, the program started populating a growing list to display its findings. "I see names listed here, with dates and euro amounts. These look like payments between two parties. I mean, it looks pretty innocuous, but given that it wasn't a secret drive..." John made a sound like an impatient grunt, interrupting Parker's monologue. "Right, sorry," Parker said. Parker clicked a few keys and dragged the window around until John could see Parker's desktop displayed on his own laptop. "Like I said, nothing out of the ordinary here, unless these are payments for some type of nefarious purpose," Parker said. John sat at the desk of a different hotel room and scanned the names on the list. He looked for anyone linked to Matthias Kepler or any of his known aliases.
Parker, can you tell if any of the bank accounts listed here are somehow connected with more than one person on this list? John asked.
There isn't enough information, Parker said. All I've got are the last 4 digits of each account, and in some cases the name of the bank.
John sat back in his seat. Why would Kepler have this information?
He's a middleman, a financier, Parker said. John focused his attention on the recipients, scanning down the list until one near the middle grabbed his attention.
Wait, C. Broussard. I recognize that name. He's one of the raid guys. Gavreau's second in command, John said, sitting up straighter.
Hold on. I'll check him out, Parker said. John saw windows opening and text flying across the view of Parker's desktop on his laptop. He was in awe of how fast Parker was moving and processing the information he found. A picture showed Christopher Broussard's identification photo and career credentials.
That's him, John said. Give me everything you can about him.
You think he's dirty? Parker asked. I mean, what if Raid is using him as an undercover agent to infiltrate the Four Serpents?
Under his real name? Do it, Parker. We can't take any chances.
Chapter 10. Raid HQ. The Raid team computer tech finished connecting all of the cables to Matthias Kepler's computer and powering it up. How old is this thing? Broussard asked as several minutes passed. After a few more diagnostic screens flashed, the operating system started, greeting the team with a login prompt. Okay, it might be a while before I can get in here, the tech said.
How long? Gavreau asked.
Well, if we could guess his password, not long at all. Did you happen to find any clues that would point us in the right direction?
Gavreau grew impatient. No, nothing. Just do what you can to get in there.
All right, it might be a while, the tech said, repeating himself. The man rolled his chair to another computer and pulled up a command prompt screen. I'll be back, Broussard said. Gavreau grunted his acknowledgement, staying focused on the tech and Kepler's computer. Broussard exited the room and made his way to the stairwell. He took the stairs instead of the elevator, heading for the blind spot he knew about in the building's security camera coverage. Once out from under the digital eye of the surveillance system, he pulled a SIM card from a hidden pocket and swapped the one in his cell phone. Broussard continued down to the front exit of the building. He walked outside and down the street to a nearby bench. Once there, he sat down and lit up a cigarette before sending a message on his phone, attaching the digital files he had on John Stone. Broussard casually finished his cigarette, grinding the butt out with his boot, and walked back into the raid headquarters. He went up the stairs, switching his SIM card out in the same blind spot, and headed back to the IT room. Gavreau exited the door as he opened it, so Broussard followed the commander.
It's going to be a while, Gavreau said, the frustration in his voice evident.
Is there anything you need now? Broussard asked.
No, thank you. I'll be in my office. Call me if the techs find anything.
Yes, sir. Broussard watched the raid commander head into his office, closing the door behind him. He then headed into the room with the computer tech. Umari Malouf grinned as he sat on the floor next to his children. The smile on his face beamed, made brighter by the wonderful scent wafting out from the kitchen where his wife prepared their supper. Omari's son and daughter laughed and rolled around as he joined them. "What are we playing now?" he asked. His 5-year-old son jumped on Omari's back as he leaned over to tickle his daughter. "You're a horsey now," his son squealed. He laughed as he caught his breath for a moment, then began to crawl around the living room, whinnying and neighing. Omari's daughter, only 3 1/2, started to walk in front of him, holding an imaginary treat to lead him. "Carrot? Want carrot?" she asked. He followed her around for a bit, then without warning, rose up, waving his hands in the air, like a horse standing on its hind legs. His son screamed and wrapped his arms around his father's neck, squealing with laughter. A cell phone on the end table buzzed. Omari trotted like a horse on his hands and knees, taking his son to the couch. "Okay, son, horsey needs a break," he said, bucking his son onto the couch. "Me too," his daughter said. Chuckling, he swung his daughter onto his back and bucked her off gently onto the couch next to her brother. Omari stood and picked up his phone. His smile faltered slightly as he read the incoming message. He spoke to his son, careful not to let his smile change now. "Take your sister to your room.
and play until dinner is ready."
"Yes, Daddy," his son said. He grabbed his sister's hand and led her down the hall. Omari read the message from his contact in RAID, frowning when he saw that they found out about Matthias, securing a computer from his residence. He skimmed over the information about the American, John Stone. Would this man be a threat to the upcoming plans? He closed the message, then dialed a number on his phone. After 2 rings, someone on the other end answered.
"It's Omari. I need to speak with him," he said.
"We will call you back."
Before Omari could say anything, the line disconnected. He sat on the couch and waited for a few agonizing minutes. The ringing phone startled Omari, snapping him out of his haze. He knew that the line would be secured on the other end.
"What do you want?" Azar bin Hashim asked.
"There is a complication with Matthias. Raid has taken the computer from his apartment," Omari said.
"Are you positive?"
"Yes. Our contact has confirmed."
Bin Hashim sighed on the other end, then silence. Omari wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, wanting to say something, anything to break the silence. He feared it was a judgment of his fate for this news.
"Very well. We will have to move up the timetable now," Bin Hashim said. "Get your part ready, Maluf. Do not fail me in this mission."
"It will be done,"
Omari answered. Minutes stretched out, feeling like hours before Parker sighed over the speakerphone. "There is no evidence of wrongdoing that can be pinned on this Broussard guy," he said.
"You can't find anything connecting Broussard and Kepler?" John asked.
"I found records of money transferred to his account, which is innocent enough since I don't know who sent the payments. But given the size of the transfers and Matthias's dubious nature—"
"I have to tell Gavreau," John said, interrupting.
"Tell him what? We don't have much here."
"This is too much of a coincidence. We can't risk having a rat in that task force," John answered.
"We?"
"Now isn't the time to worry about jurisdictions," John said. "The 4 serpents are still out there. They could strike again at any time, and right now, Raid could be compromised."
"Yeah, I guess you're right," Parker said. John pulled the small USB key drive from his laptop, stuffed it into a pocket, and grabbed Kepler's leather-bound notebook.
"See if you can find anything that could tell me where to go next," John said.
"I'll see what I can do, but Kepler was just a money man. Not sure I'll find any specific evidence," Parker said.
"Run the rest of the team, Parker. Make sure there are no other surprises."
"The entire team?" Parker asked.
"Yes. Especially Gavreau,"
John said, before ending the call and heading out the door. Chapter 11. Raid HQ, France. It was past 8 p.m., and most of the personnel in the office had already gone home. Gavreau spent the majority of the afternoon and early evening at his desk or in the computer rooms, bothering the techs handling Kepler's computer. He finally stood up from his chair and stretched before turning out the lights and closing his door as he left the office.
"Good night, Diana," he said as he passed the reception desk.
"Good night, sir," she replied. Gavreau headed for the parking lot, pulling the keys from his pocket to unlock his car. He reached for the handle to the driver's side door when someone spoke behind him.
"We need to talk."
The deep voice came from the shadows. Gavreau turned to look, pivoting with his feet, to square up with the voice behind him. A head turned alone would leave him vulnerable. The American, John Stone, stepped into the golden glow from an overhead light. In one smooth motion, Gavreau had his Smith & Wesson 629 drawn from the holster, its sights centered on the American's chest. John's hands rose up to shoulder height, palms forward to show he was unarmed.
"Easy. I come in peace," he said.
"You are under arrest, Stone. Keep your hands up,"
Gavreau said. The 2 men stared at each other in a tense standoff, John waiting to see what Gavreau would do next, and the raid commander playing out the possibilities of John resisting arrest in his head. It was John that broke the silent tension.
"I have information you need that's bigger than this," John said,
gesturing to the pistol in Gavreau's hand.
"You can tell me everything you need to when we're back inside the headquarters," Gavreau said, reaching for his radio with his free hand.
"It's about Broussard,"
John said, looking him in the eye. Gavreau froze. His grip on the pistol tightened, and he stared daggers at the American.
"What did you do to Christopher?" he asked, venom dripping from his words.
"He's fine,"
John said to assure Gavreau. but I think he's been compromised.
Do not dare question my men, he said through gritted teeth.
I have something to show you,
John said. Though he was not as muscular as John, Gavreau was just as tall. The tension permeated the space between the two, a near-tangible presence.
You have 10 seconds to convince me, Stone.
Gavreau's hand lowered from his radio.
Broussard has been receiving payments from someone. Matthias Kepler was handling the transfers, John said.
I hope you do not think baseless accusations are going to sway me, the raid commander said.
His anger made his French accent thicker. John nodded and moved one hand slowly toward his pocket. Gavreau's pistol remained firmly aimed at John. He pulled the key drive from his pocket and tossed it casually toward the raid commander. Gavreau caught it with his free hand, the heavy revolver never wavering.
"What is on this?"
he asked, holding up the drive, eyes still fixed on John.
I got it from the apartment of Dietrich Byrne. That was just one of Matthias Kepler's many aliases. Those files are Kepler's financial records, John said. Broussard's name is in there. Multiple times. I think he's been working for someone else for a while now. I'm sorry, Gavreau.
How do I know you are telling the truth? Gavreau asked.
I didn't have to come find you, but this was too important to let go.
Gavreau paused, then nodded slightly. John pulled the notebook from his back pocket and held it out.
I found this with the drive. I don't speak German, so it's no good to me. Maybe it will help your investigation.
Okay, I will look at them. Give me your number and the address where you're staying, and I will get in contact with you, Gavreau said.
With all due respect, I'd rather not. I'll get in touch with you later, John said.
John figured they would know the first hotel he was staying in after the hospital incident. He had to move. Didn't want them to know which hotel he had chosen after that. Gavreau raised his .44 Magnum for a second, contemplating just arresting Stone on the spot. John remained calm throughout the entire encounter. He finally relented and lowered the revolver. Gavreau gave him a short nod, and John backed away into the shadows. He holstered his pistol and turned the key drive over in his fingers.
Chris, please don't let this be true, Gavreau said to himself.
Chapter 12. John occupied a window seat in the train, traveling from Lyon to his hotel. The lights of the city flashed by, lulling him into a trance. He needed rest. This would be an excellent time to catch up. But his meditation was disrupted by his phone ringing. He saw Parker's number, figuring he was calling with updates to his research.
Parker, what's up?
John asked.
John, I checked out Gavreau and his team. They're clean, at least where Kepler's ledger is concerned. It's good enough for now. I gave Kepler's files to Gavreau, John said. There's something else on those files. It might be a clue to what the Four Serpents are planning, Parker said. What is it? I looked up all the names in the ledger, and most of them are people suspected of terrorism or on some type of watch list. One of them stood out. Jean-Paul Roland. This ledger you found will go a long way to help shine a light on some pretty bad guys. This guy stuck out as different, though. He's not the type normally— Parker, please, get to the point, John interrupted. Oh, right, sorry. The programmer was brilliant at his work, but had a tendency to ramble when excited. Yeah, anyway, this man, Roland, set up an annual convention, the Science Summit on global warming. You're not going to believe your luck, John. It's happening in Paris right now, Parker said. What do the Serpents want with Roland? John asked. I looked closely at his background, and nothing jumped out, Parker said. So next I pulled up a list of the people presenting their research there. I cross-referenced the names with their respective fields, and one raised some red flags. I figured you might agree that this has to be more than just coincidence. John sat up straight, shaking the sleep out of his head. Dr. Stephen Takata is a scientist and engineer from San Francisco. He's going to be there giving a talk about weather patterns and climate change caused by catastrophic events. The presentation is about using global weather satellites to increase the accuracy of predicting storms. Parker, you're straying off topic again. How does that raise any red— Parker continued. Trust me, John, I haven't strayed. The thing is, Takata isn't a climatologist. His latest research has been on the development of kinetic weapon technology, Parker said. What is that exactly? John asked. Are you familiar with the lazy dogs from the Vietnam War? Parker asked.
I've heard a little. The U.S. military dropped thousands of solid steel slugs from a high altitude onto hidden targets under soft cover.
Yes, that's it. The theory was that the slugs, about 2 to 3 inches long, would reach terminal velocity and generate plenty of raw kinetic energy when dropped from high enough. The mass of the projectiles would be able to penetrate deep into the ground, into the tunnel systems used by the Viet Cong. Now, imagine that weapon system, but scaled up, Parker said.
How big are we talking? John asked.
Right now, Dr. Takada's projectiles are about 10 times larger. Approximately 2.5-foot tungsten-rich rods, optimized for striking at longer ranges. The delivery system is an unmanned aerial vehicle. The UAVs are capable of carrying about a dozen of these bad boys, Parker said.
What type of damage are we talking? John asked.
A single rod alone would be devastating. It could bring down a 5-story building at least. It's a weaponized meteor strike. A dozen of them, patterned just right, Parker said, letting his statement trail off.
John let out a long sigh. The serpents paid Jean-Paul Roland, which meant they must have some inside knowledge of the summit, including Dr. Takada's presence. Parker was right. This couldn't be a mere coincidence.
Do you know how far along his research is? John asked.
The formulas and calculations are complete, right down to the level of accuracy and destructive force. As far as the development of the physical weapon system, I don't know.
John had to assume at least a prototype of the system could be close to completion. The 4 serpents might be attempting to kidnap the doctor and force him to finish the weapon for them. That was a scenario that he couldn't allow to happen. If they hit even one of those rods, the results would be catastrophic. But if they had the ability to make and deploy more, the level of global terror would shift dramatically.
I have to get to that summit. I can't let the serpents get to Takada, John said.
Should we warn Gavreau? Parker asked.
John thought about it for a moment.
No, he's going to have his hands full dealing with the corruption in his team. Besides, I'm not sure I want him knowing what I'm going to do. He might try to stop me.
This is getting way out of hand, John. You can't do this by yourself, Parker said.
Parker, if I can grab Takada before the serpents do, I can end all of this.
The train slowed to a stop at the station near his hotel.
I have to go. Send me everything you have on Dr. Takada and the summit, John said.
Parker sighed and paused, contemplating trying to talk some sense into his friend, but he knew it was no use.
Will do, John.
John stepped off the train and walked quickly to his hotel. He would have to get to Paris as soon as he could. Time was running out. Orsay, France. Lionel Gavreau sat at the desk of the small office in his home. He held the flash drive in his hand, staring at it. John Stone gave him the notebook and drive before dropping a heavy accusation against Christopher Brassard, one of Gavreau's own. Raid was like a family to him, and Brassard was a brother. Who was Stone to accuse his brother of treason? He thought about smashing the device on the spot, pressing his thumb firmly against the plastic case. This could be a trick, used to delay him from coming after John to arrest him. Then why would he meet me alone, Gavreau thought. To make the trap more believable? He fought against the doubt and uncertainty, finally inserting the drive into the data slot on his computer. His body stiffened, prepared for whatever would show up. The device opened automatically when inserted, a subroutine on the drive seemingly bypassing the login window that popped up. Gavreau stared at the directory of folders within. This was the information John found at Kepler's apartment. One file opened itself, and Gavreau let out a shocked breath when he saw the contents. It was a list of money transfers Kepler had arranged, all sent to Christopher Brassard. The dates of the transactions went back years. Gavreau clenched his fists. He wanted to smash his monitor and make the damning evidence disappear. This wasn't possible. Rage flooded through him. At Chris's betrayal, at John for this trick, to cause him to doubt his team, his family. Because the American revealed evidence of something happening under Gavreau's nose for all these years. He closed his eyes tight, squeezing tears free. After several deep, shaky breaths, Gavreau regained his composure and opened his eyes, forcing himself to read everything Stone wanted him to see. His vision blurred from the tears. He wiped them away and kept reading. His blood boiled, filling him with a desire for justice or vengeance. When he read through all the files, Gavreau yanked the device from his computer, scooped up the notebook, and walked out of his house. Somewhere in Europe. Curtis Clark snapped awake, pulled from his slumber by the rattling buzz of his cell phone. He checked the clock as he reached for his phone. He'd only been asleep for a couple of hours and fought to clear his head. "Hello," he said, stifling a yawn and trying to sound alert. "Curtis, it's Parker Lewis," the voice on the other end said. Curtis sat up, turning to put his feet on the rough carpet. "Parker, what's going on?" He hadn't been in contact with Parker Lewis for months. Hearing from him now caught him off guard. They hadn't had any contact since Congress dismantled the Hostile Response Division. "It's John. I think he needs some help," Parker said. "Stone? Is he okay?" Another name from the HRD, this one much more notorious than Parker. Before the end of the HRD, John Stone had been accused of acts of domestic terrorism and treason. The task to bring him into custody fell squarely on Curtis's shoulders. He ultimately let John go when push came to shove, and Stone eventually proved the charges against him had been fabricated. Though some tension still remained between the two, Curtis and John parted on amicable terms. Now, out of the blue, Curtis's past came storming back into his life. Chapter 13. Paris, France. Christopher Brassard sat back on the couch, taking another sip of his beer while watching TV and winding down. The doorbell barged in on his relaxation as he sat up, turning the volume down. He walked to the door and saw Gavreau through the small window as he got closer. "Good evening, Lionel. What brings you here at this time of night?" Chris asked.
"Hi, Chris. Sorry to come by so late," Lionel said.
"Nonsense, my friend. Come on in."
The smile on Gavreau's face twitched and faltered before returning.
"So what can I do for you?" Chris asked.
Gavreau paused for a long moment, then looked Brassard in the eye.
"You can tell me how long you've been selling secrets to the enemy. How long you've put money over the lives of your own family."
What are you talking about?" Brassard asked with a confused and lopsided grin.
Gavreau reached out, grasping the front of Chris's T-shirt. His fist shot out like a piston across the man's jaw. Gavreau released his grip, letting Brassard crumple to the ground. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Brassard yelled from the floor, wiping a hand across his bloodied mouth.
"A rat! You're a rat! Selling out your brothers and sisters to the Four Serpents!"
Brassard backed away, scrambling to his feet. "I don't even know what you're talking about." Gavreau produced the key drive, pointing it accusingly at Brassard's chest.
"I have the records. Money transfers going back years. How could you do this?"
Brassard stammered, unable to put a coherent argument together. He held his hands out as if he were warding away the evidence on the flash drive. His mouth opened and closed, looking for the right response.
I can explain, man. It's not what you think," Brassard started.
"You can explain it to the rest of the team at HQ. Let's go,"
Gavreau interrupted. He snatched Brassard by the back of his neck and roughly shoved him to the front door. His second-in-command did not try to resist.
"Okay, just give me a second to grab my keys," Brassard said.
"Don't bother. I'm driving," Gavreau said.
Brassard nodded, but continued walking toward the table in the hallway where his keys were sitting. Gavreau grabbed him by the shoulder to spin him around.
"I said I'm—"
Brassard used the momentum to lash out with his elbow, catching Gavreau across the temple. The raid commander staggered back, dazed. He saw Brassard dash for the hallway table and reach under it. The secret compartment dropped away from the bottom, revealing a small black pistol inside. Gavreau lunged forward, trying to reach Brassard before he grabbed the gun. He was a heartbeat too slow. Brassard wheeled around to face him. Gavreau hoped the man would extend his shooting arm in a panic to fire, allowing him to control the arm with the pistol and close the distance. He had no such luck, however. Like the rest of Gavreau's team, Brassard was highly trained and not easily shaken. He spun, using his free hand to post the commander back, while keeping his pistol hand tight inside to fire from his waist. Gavreau pivoted as the pistol cracked, the round grazing a rib. Pain flashed through Gavreau's mind, and he fought to stay focused. He pinned Brassard's free arm against his body and shoved him into the table. Gavreau whipped a heavy hook into the man's kidney. His fist dug in deep, rewarding him with a grunt and hiss through Brassard's clenched teeth. He followed with a high hook, catching Brassard just below the ear on his jaw. Brassard struggled to pull away, and Gavreau grabbed the pistol with a firm grip, keeping the barrel pointed away. They wrestled for a moment, and the handgun fired again. Pain and heat caused Gavreau to release his grip. The momentary lapse allowed Brassard to spin and backpedal to create distance between the two. He grasped his pistol in a two-handed grip and pressed the trigger, the sights aimed in the center of Gavreau's chest. Click! Brassard's eyes widened at the malfunction, but his reflexes took over, allowing him to quickly go through the motions to clear the weapon. The raid commander was ready for that misfire, however. He was holding the slide of the pistol when it fired the second time, so he knew the weapon wouldn't have ejected the brass and chambered the next round. He moved forward when Brassard tried to shoot, making no attempt to evade. Gavreau closed the distance and grasped the weapon with both of his hands. With an animalistic growl, he yanked the pistol toward him and cracked Brassard in the face with a headbutt. With a quick twist, Gavreau wrenched the gun free. Brassard buried a front kick deep into Gavreau's stomach, sending him reeling back. He charged the raid commander, reaching for the pistol. Lionel allowed him to get close, feinting a retreat. At the last moment, he pivoted and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Brassard sailed over his body, crashing through the coffee table and onto the hardwood floor. The wind exploded from Brassard's lungs violently, sending out a spray of spittle and blood. Gavreau followed up with a straight left across the man's jaw, leaving him in a heap on the floor. Lionel cleared and emptied the pistol and stuck it into his waistband. Then he pulled a pair of handcuffs from his pocket and secured them tightly to Brassard's wrists. "Get up!" He yanked the man up by the wrists. Brassard let out a groan and wheeze as he stumbled out the front door to Gavreau's waiting car. Chapter 14. Bièvre et Son, Raid Headquarters. "What's all this about?" Lucier asked. William Sylvestre, Giles Deschanel, and Alban Lucier stood in the lobby of the raid headquarters. Gavreau called them, issuing orders to come in right away for an emergency meeting. "Beats me. I was asleep when the commander called," Sylvestre said. "Should we gear up?" Deschanel asked. "We're probably about to hit the Four Serpents." They saw a pair of headlights aiming right for the front entrance. All three men tensed for a moment. The parking lot was on the side of the building, so a car pulling up to the front was highly unusual. The car stopped and the headlights turned off. The three members headed outside when they heard the car door opening. When they got outside, they saw Gavreau pulling a battered and bleeding Christopher Brassard from the other side. The second-in-command was in handcuffs and looking down.
"What the hell is this?"
"Up, sir," Deschanel asked. Gavreau didn't say a word as he shoved Brassard into the building's front entrance. Christopher fell to his knees, and Gavreau yanked him back to his feet.
"This rat sold his soul for his own personal gain. Put us all at risk," Gavreau finally said.
"What are you talking about?" Lucier asked. The three men looked at Brassard, who kept his eyes on the floor and said nothing. Gavreau pulled a key drive out of his pocket and tossed it to Sylvestre.
"There are files on that drive. They show money transfers to Brassard, arranged by Matthias Kepler, the financier who worked with bin Hashim and the Four Serpents."
All three men looked at Gavreau, then Brassard, with shocked expressions. "That's not true," Brassard began. Gavreau shoved him forward, almost throwing him to the floor.
"Shut your mouth," he spat.
"You'll have plenty of time to tell us everything in interrogation." Sylvestre stared at the flash drive in his hand. Deschanel got his attention as Gavreau led Brassard away.
"Do you think it's true?" Deschanel asked.
Sylvestre shrugged. "Open the drive. We have to see for ourselves," Lucier said. Sylvestre hesitated, turning the drive over between his thumb and forefinger.
"I can't believe this. How can it be true? It can't be."
Lucier reached over and gently grasped the key drive. Sylvestre held on for a second, contemplating whether to even let anyone open it. Brassard was like a brother to him. He had even saved Sylvestre's life 2 years ago, when an operation hit an unexpected level of armed resistance. After a few seconds, Sylvestre looked Lucier in the eye and released his grip, letting him have the drive. Gavreau had already taken Brassard toward the elevator and pressed the button to head to interrogation. Lucier, Deschanel, and Sylvestre followed solemnly behind them. On the third floor, the doors opened, and they all filed out. Gavreau had a hand on Bressard's shoulder, guiding him to a holding cell. Lucier took the drive to his desk and powered up his computer. The three men stood and waited for what seemed like an eternity for the computer to boot up. When the login screen finally showed, Lucier logged in with his credentials and inserted the key drive into the data port. The files opened, showing them precisely what Gavreau had seen. It was true. Everything Gavreau told them. Christopher Bressard betrayed all of them. Gavreau opened the door to the holding cell, leading Bressard inside. Resigned to his fate, he sat quietly on the hard bench against the back wall. Gavreau stood and regarded his colleague. Could he even consider the man a colleague? Was he ever one of them? They remained motionless for a few tense minutes, Bressard choosing silence, and Gavreau left speechless. Sylvestre walked over to the holding cell and looked at Bressard.
"How long?"
Sylvestre asked. Bressard would not meet his gaze.
"Answer me! We all trusted you. We're a family."
Sylvestre was screaming now. Deschanel tried to calm his friend down, putting his reassuring hands on his shoulders. Lucier sat at his computer, poring over all the data on the key drive. Gavreau finally turned and headed back out the exit, and closed the holding cell door. He walked to Lucier's desk, and the other two men followed him. There was a long silence. No one knew what to say first.
"How did you find this?"
Deschanel asked.
"The American, John Stone. He was here earlier tonight, and he gave it to me,"
Gavreau said, gesturing to the flash drive.
"The American? Can we trust this? Can we even trust him?"
Sylvestre asked, wishing none of this was true.
"Can we afford not to act on it?"
Gavreau asked.
"Yes, we can. What if Stone gave you this to distract you from whatever he's planning?"
Sylvestre asked.
"You think Stone might be working for the Serpents, creating a rift in this department?"
Deschanel asked.
"You are grasping at straws now,"
Gavreau answered.
"Can we believe him more than our own brother?"
Sylvestre chimed in.
"Bressard, Christopher tried to kill me,"
Gavreau said. This left the three men in stunned silence.
"When I saw the files, I went right to his house. I called you all to meet me here, where we could get to the bottom of this,"
Gavreau started. The others stood and listened intently.
"When I saw Chris acting so natural, like he was one of us, I lost my temper. I punched him and told him we were coming here. Then he caught me with an elbow and went for a pistol."
Gavreau gestured to his side, wincing slightly. The adrenaline was finally starting to wear off. The three men finally noticed the bloodstain on his dark shirt.
"I got the pistol away from him and cuffed him. Then we came straight here."
Sylvestre shook his head, not wanting to believe any of it.
You hit him first. You said that yourself. Maybe he was defending himself."
"Stop! Just stop!" Lucier finally said to Sylvestre. "The evidence is all here. Bressard is dirty." Sylvestre grasped his own hair in two handfuls and let out a frustrated scream through clenched teeth. He turned and stormed away. Deschanel turned to follow him.
"It's okay. Let him have some time alone," Gavreau said.
The other two looked at each other, then at their task force commander. "What do we do now?" Lucier asked. Gavreau was silent for a long beat. He looked at the holding cell door.
"Interrogation," he said. "We need to find out what he's told the Serpents, what they know about us."
Chapter 15. Gavreau stood in the dark room, looking through the two-way mirror into the interrogation room. At a steel table, with his hands cuffed to the cold metal slab, Chris Bressard sat quietly. Patrice Cartier, the raid lead interrogator, sat in the seat in front of him. Cartier asked another question, while Bressard sat in stony silence. William Sylvestre stepped into the observation room, followed by Giles Deschanel. Sylvestre was more composed now than he was after first learning about Bressard.
"Anything yet?"
Deschanel asked.
"Nothing. Bressard hasn't said more than a handful of words up to this point," Gavreau answered.
"Look,
I'm sorry I accused you earlier about, Sylvester said.
Forget it, Will. I understand how you feel. I didn't want it to be true either, Gavreau said.
Chris was family to all of us, Deschanel said.
Sylvester just looked through the window at Brassard. Unable to find the words, he could only nod at the two of them.
Why don't you see how Lucier is doing with the files that Stone gave us, Will? Gavreau said.
Sir,
Sylvester said with a nod, turning to leave. The interrogator, Cartier, stood and stepped out of the interrogation room. Brassard gave the slightest turn of his head toward the mirror, then returned his gaze straight ahead. Gavreau tightened his fists and shook his head. A few seconds later, the observation room door opened. "He just will not speak with me," Cartier said, entering.
"The man is highly trained. Not the typical people we usually break down," Gavreau said.
"What do we do now?"
Deschanel asked.
Cartier pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a finger. "Well, my recommendation is to take him to a secure detention facility. There we have better equipment and personnel to conduct things more efficiently."
"Torture? Are you kidding?"
Deschanel asked, more to Gavreau than Cartier. The raid commander held out a hand to reassure him.
"No one's going to any black site, Deschanel. Besides, we don't have time to waste sending him away from here," Gavreau said.
"Well, all right. It was just my recommendation, based on our need to prevent the next terrorist act the Four Serpents may be planning," Cartier said. "I can try to speak to him again, after he's had some time alone."
"Perhaps I could speak to him," Gavreau offered.
"I don't think that would be the best idea. The isolation will help when I interrogate him again later, and the aggravation may erase any progress we make," Cartier said. Gavreau nodded. Cartier returned the nod before leaving. Gavreau and Deschanel stayed behind, watching Brassard through the glass. "You're going in there, aren't you?" Deschanel asked.
"Yes," was all Gavreau said.
Then he left the room. The bright overhead LED lights bathed the interrogation room in a cold, clinical glow. Brassard sat unmoving in his seat, waiting for the next round with Cartier. The interrogator was good, but he would get nothing from the former raid operative. The handle on the door rattled and turned, swinging open. Lionel Gavreau stepped through, locking his gaze right away. Brassard's eyes widened slightly, but otherwise his expression betrayed nothing. Gavreau's were fixed intently on Brassard as he pulled the chair out and sat down in the seat Cartier occupied earlier.
"I don't know what to say, friend," Gavreau said, biting the last word bitterly. "Were we even friends?"
Chris Brassard continued to stare blankly, saying nothing as he took in a deep breath, in and out through his nose. Gavreau wanted to reach across the table and throttle him, make him feel the anger, sadness, and frustration he and the rest of his team felt right now.
"Why?" "That's all I want to know. After all we've been through, you owe me at least that. You owe your brothers and sisters out there that much," Gavreau said.
Silence. The lack of response left Gavreau exasperated. He looked at the table's scratched and marred metal surface, waiting, hoping Brassard would say anything.
"It's no use. I guess you were never loyal to the team. Well, you had us all fooled. Well, you just sold your family to collect a few pieces of silver. Maybe your loyalty only lies with money."
Gavreau stood to leave when Brassard spoke. "Loyalty?" His tone equal parts pain and mockery. Gavreau turned to face him. "You question my loyalty, when you should really question your morality," Brassard said.
"What is that supposed to mean?"
Gavreau asked.
"We save lives every day."
"Save lives?" Brassard furrowed his brow. "You paint a picture of us as a big, happy family, as if that's something to be proud of. We call each other brother. Then we smile like the good guys while we put our boots on the necks of the ones the government says are the bad guys." He looked up at Gavreau now, a fire in his eyes. "Things are about to change. The corruption of the powers that be is going to end, when true justice rains down on them from on high. Spears from the heavens."
Gavreau felt a chill shoot through his body. The conviction in Bressard's words shook him. Had he ever really known this man in front of him?
Christopher, please. Tell me what the Four Serpents are planning. Don't let the terrorists spill any more innocent blood.
Those who sit idly by, while the corrupt rule over them, aren't truly innocent, brother.
Bressard spit the last word like it was a dagger into the heart of his former commander.
They deserve the same judgment as those that rule over them.
Chapter 16. Paris, France. Kalik stepped out of the black SUV, tugging at his collar as he twisted and kinked his head side to side. One of Ben Hashim's lieutenants put a hand on the assassin's shoulder.
"Easy, friend," he
said, undoing the top button and loosening the tie.
"You won't have to wear this much longer, but if you keep fidgeting around, they will suspect that we don't belong."
With his discomfort abated, Kalik smiled and grunted a quick thanks. 4 more serpents followed the pair inside, walking to the metal detector set up at the main entrance. The security guard waved them through, staring at the indicator lights. Each man, in turn, entered the building, with no warning sirens from the checkpoint. As they strode further into the building, shoes echoing in the spacious hall, a man in a suit joined them.
"I'm Omari Malouf."
He placed his right hand over his heart and gave the men a slight bow.
"Here in service to Azar bin Hashim and the Four Serpents. Right this way."
He led them down the main hall to a side office, away from the crowds, finding their seats in the main presentation theater. Omari opened the door and gestured for the men to enter, following after the last man. Kalik's eyes continued roving around the room, bouncing from wall to wall, corner to corner, taking everything in. He fixed his attention on a pair of black hard-shell cases, typically used to transport equipment for rock concerts. They were approximately 3.5 feet long and lay sideways on the floor. Omari unlocked one of the cases and opened it, stepping to the side. One of the serpents approached and crouched down to examine the contents. There were large boxes and items filled with lighting and sound equipment for the presentations at the summit. The crouched man nodded to another serpent and reached down to one end of the box. The other serpent did the same, grasping a small handle inside the case on the other side. They both lifted out the stage equipment out on a long shelf. Omari smiled as the serpents stared into the empty black interior of the crate. He reached into the box and lifted out the false bottom, revealing the arsenal inside. Small automatic weapons and fully loaded magazines tucked into foam inserts to keep them from moving around during transport. Ben Hashim's lieutenant nodded, and the men went to work opening the second case. At the main entrance of the Paris Convention Center, John melted into the crowd waiting to enter. He looked at the hastily erected metal detectors, in apparent response to the terrorist attack in Lyon. He wasn't exactly sure where he needed to go in this massive space, so he followed the general flow of the people walking in, who had a better idea of where they wanted to be. He looked down at the pass that Parker had him print out, but the seat and row number didn't tell him where to find Dr. Stephen Takada. After passing the security checkpoint, John smiled and retrieved his pass, stuffing it in the breast pocket of his jacket. Following the crowd, he saw the signage plastered all over for the summit.
"Need to find a schedule where the speakers will present their research," he thought.
People around him hurried toward the main hall where the opening presentation would be starting. John stepped to the side and looked for Takada's name listed at one of the information kiosks. He would be speaking in half an hour in one of the larger rooms. John hurried now. He needed to reach the doctor and intercept him before the 4 serpents arrived to take him. The serpents each slung their loaded Scorpion submachine guns under their arms, hidden by their jackets. The lieutenant ordered his 4 men to join the rest of the attendees in one of the secondary halls for Dr. Takada's presentation.
"Come with me, Kalik."
The assassin nodded and followed as they slipped out through a different door toward the preparation rooms for the presenters. John walked through the back corridors, passing several stage crew members and presenters. He reached the back of the hall where Dr. Takada would be discussing his research with the other scientists in attendance. John looked at his watch. 20 minutes until it would start. John poked his head through the side entrance, scanning the stage and seating area, hoping to find the doctor already there, which would make his job a little easier. No such luck. The large conference area, with high ceilings commonly used for accommodating large structures and lighting setups, was still mostly empty. Rows of stackable chairs had been set out for the presentation, and only a few of the seats were already filled. Most of the people were still in the main hall, where the opening presentation had started minutes earlier. John strode out toward the raised impromptu stage area with a lectern set up in the middle. Behind the podium was a large white screen for a projector. He composed himself with the confidence of someone that was supposed to be there, looking around for a back entrance from where Dr. Takata would enter. He stepped onto the stage area and headed for the back, off to one side. There, he found a small set of steps leading to an entrance blocked from the front of the room by a curtain. John opened the door and stepped into an adjoining smaller conference room area. Inside, people were preparing to give their own presentations throughout the day. They sat at the various tables spread around the room, fiddling with a variety of props and equipment stacked on them. In one corner, John spotted Dr. Takata holding a stack of index cards. He was reading through them, going over his presentation, unaware that his life was in jeopardy. John made his way to the doctor as casually as he could, but without hesitation. He stopped 2 tables away from Takata and examined the unattended items on display, pretending to be there for that reason. He angled himself in a way that allowed him to see much of the room while still keeping an eye on the doctor. Another man joined Takata, speaking to him after he finished going over his notes. John overheard them discussing the plan and timing of the presentation. Once their conversation ended, the other man left Dr. Takata alone. John approached him, speaking in a calm but authoritative tone.
"Dr. Takata?" he asked.
"Yes? What is it?"
The doctor answered without looking up from a piece of equipment he was examining.
"Doctor, I need you to come with me, please."
John spoke as if he were coordinating the events, trying to get Takata to blindly obey.
"What for?"
Takata asked. He finally looked up and paused for a moment at the size of John.
"I just need to go over the slide deck for your presentation today. If you please,"
John said, beginning to walk toward the entrance to the stage. It worked. Takata smiled, adjusted something on his equipment, and followed him. Now that the doctor was compliant, John needed to get him out through another exit before anyone spotted them. He angled slightly, moving toward the backstage area.
"Actually, it's this way, sorry,"
John said as he redirected the doctor. Takata followed the course change, but seemed confused.
"What's out there? I thought my equipment was already set up," he said.
Without breaking his stride, John looked back and gave the doctor a nod and a smile. He led the unsuspecting man out the door, into another hall, this one narrow and empty. John dropped the ruse once they were alone.
"Dr. Takata, I don't want to alarm you, but I need to get you out of here for your safety."
Takata's expression switched from genuine confusion to a sense of rising panic.
"Who are you? What's all this about?"
His voice cracked and wavered.
"I promise. I will explain on the way, but we have to move now, please," John said.
"I'm not going anywhere. I have a presentation to give."
Dr. Takata backed away from John, back toward the hall where he had been scheduled to talk. John didn't want to say too much, but he couldn't afford to let the doctor get away from him now.
"Doctor, I believe you've been targeted by a terrorist group. I think they plan on kidnapping you."
"That's preposterous. This doesn't make any sense. For all I know, you're a kidnapper."
Dr. Takata was beginning to put more distance between himself and John as he grew more concerned.
"Just who are you, anyway?"
"My name is John Stone. I'm here to help you. I have reason to believe that the Four Serpents want you. It's your kinetic weapons research. I think they are planning to use your work to launch another attack."
The color drained from Takata's face. His eyes were saucers as the fear and confusion washed over his features.
"Why would they kidnap me for that? They wouldn't even have access to the type of equipment needed to manufacture or operate something like that," Takata said, almost to himself.
"With all due respect, Doctor, underestimating the enemy, thinking they're low-tech and living in caves, is a tremendous mistake. The moment you don't respect their full capability is the moment you don't come home," John said.
John reached a hand to grasp the doctor's arm gently, to guide him out of the building through a back exit. The doctor pulled away.
"Mr. Stone, let go of me. I have no desire to go anywhere with you. As far as I know, it is you that I should be afraid of."
Dr. Takata spun on his heel and darted quickly for the door to get back to his presentation. John let out an exasperated sigh. The doctor's suspicion of John only complicated the mission. He followed Takata back to the door, trying to reason with him, but he was fully prepared to escalate the plan and hoist the doctor up onto his shoulder if needed. The two stepped back into the conference preparation room, and John weighed the risks of taking the doctor against his will. How much security was here with them? How could he get out of the convention center with a possibly resisting doctor? All of those questions faded from his mind when he spotted two men standing and looking over the area from the door at the far end. John made eye contact with one as they froze in their tracks, stared in shocked surprise. The assassin from the hospital recognized John in the same instant. With no hesitation, the man reached into his jacket and pulled out a machine pistol, pointing it toward John and Dr. Takata. Chapter 17. Kalik squeezed the trigger of his weapon, spitting a steady stream of 9mm Makarov slugs at John, and chaos erupted. John wrapped an arm around the doctor and drove himself toward the side door, leading back to the main stage. The assassin stopped firing when John got close to the doctor, and he and the other man charged toward the American. John barreled through the door, which gave way under his considerable size. He pulled Dr. Takata out onto the stage, planning to run across to find another door. Once he stepped past the curtains, John saw the people in the room panicked and ducking down or running for the nearest exits. All except 4 men, also armed with the Scorpion machine pistols. The men saw John appear on the stage with Dr. Takata and rushed forward. None of them fired, not wanting to risk hitting the doctor with their shots, instead choosing to close the distance. The stage would be a wide-open shooting gallery if John ran across. He saw a big black hard container on wheels, the type used to carry lighting and sound equipment for events like this. John knocked a large case over onto its wheels, ready to roll it out into the open across the stage. "Stay close, Doc," John said. He pulled Takata near and darted behind the case. It wasn't big enough to cover John entirely, but any cover the case could provide would be better than nothing at this point. The doctor let out a shrill shout in protest, not wanting to follow. John grabbed him around the waist with one arm and shoved the case out across the stage. The 4 men made their way closer, still not wanting to fire at John and Takata. John had the case halfway across the stage, holding the still struggling doctor, when the assassin made his way through the rear entrance with his partner. John angled the case to block an assault from both directions and pulled it while he backed his way across the stage. 2 of the 4 men split away to flank John. "We're going to have to make a break for that door, Doc," John said, nodding his head toward the exit behind them. Takata squirmed to get out of John's grip, his eyes wide in fear. It was time to move. "Now," John said. He spun for the door, abandoning the cover. He guided the doctor firmly in front of him with his hand. Takata tripped and sprawled onto the stage. "Damn it," John thought. He reached down to scoop the man up on the run, but Takata rolled to his back and scrambled away from John. He got to his feet and ran, with his hands up, toward the assassin who had just stepped out onto the stage in pursuit. Time slowed as John watched the doctor run willingly to the terrorists. His stomach dropped when he saw the assassin wave the doctor behind him toward the other man. Dr. Takata looked back at John with a look of relief on his face. The realization hit John far too late. Takata was working with the 4 serpents. The assassin's partner escorted Takata off the stage, leaving 5 armed men against John. With the doctor out of their line of fire, all of their guns opened up. John rushed and dove off the stage, dropping out of sight. He hit the floor hard on his side, fighting to keep the breath in his lungs. John only had one option for escape, and his enemy also knew he was going for it. He had to escape fast before the 5 gunmen overran him. Their bullets continued in controlled bursts, chewing up the edge of the short stage and punching holes into the door through which he needed to escape. On this side of the stage, all he had within reach were a few of the stackable chairs left behind the curtain. Maybe the curtain could be useful for concealment, if he could detach it from the high steel rigging posts around the stage. Could he bring down the steel rigging to cover his escape? John crawled along the ground on his elbows, staying low until he reached one of the steel posts. He gave it a full-force stomp with one boot. Steel supports shook and rang out from the impact, sending a violent tremor across the stage. The firing stopped for a moment when the assailants felt the floor move. Despite his size and the force of his kick, the post did little more than vibrate and ring.
He wouldn't be able to bring it down, much less damage it. The covering fire resumed, inching closer. John's only exit was directly in the line of fire. "It's gut-check time," John said to himself through clenched teeth. Springing into action, he charged away from the stage, heading for the back of the room instead of the door closest to him. The serpents adjusted their aim, moving to track him. Perfect. They had done exactly what he hoped for. Before John cleared the curtain, he grabbed a handful of the thick black fabric and whipped it forward to conceal his next move. Bullets tore through the heavy curtains. A hot flash of pain ripped across John's shoulder as one of the rounds bit into his flesh. John used the distraction to double back. He grabbed the metal stacking chair and hurled it at the assassin on the stage, aiming for his chest. The gunman whirled deftly out of the way, and John barreled out the exit door. Bullets ripped through the walls around him, and he dove to the ground once he was in the hallway. John rolled until he was clear and stood up to escape. The doctor. If I can cut off his escape, I might be able to grab him and get out, John thought. With what, though? He was outmanned, unarmed, and wounded. There may be more serpents waiting to help Takata get out. If that were the case, John would be running right into a firing squad. He shouldered his way through another set of doors. Automatic weapons exploded to life behind him, and a few rounds whizzed past his head. 2 armed security personnel stepped into John's path, about 10 meters ahead of him. 5 men with automatic weapons, John yelled at the guards. Get down! The guards would not be prepared to take on the terrorists, and he wanted to warn them before they stepped right into a meat grinder. One of the men took a knee, with his pistol aimed at the door, towards the sound of gunfire, and the other used the corner for cover. Perhaps they didn't understand what John was saying in English. These two were either very brave or very foolish. 2 serpents came through the door first, weapons up. The guards fired, wounding one. He fell back through the door as the other returned fire in the guard's direction. The 2 men did their best to hold their ground, but when the other men came through, they were overwhelmed by the sheer volume of fire. A burst of automatic fire stitched through the kneeling guard's chest, and he sagged to the floor. Before he completely collapsed, John ran over and scooped him into one arm, pulling him back around the corner, behind the second guard. John grabbed the Beretta 92S from the wounded man's hand and a spare magazine from his belt. John stood and leaned around the corner, over the other guard, and fired at the terrorists. They were spread out now, and unable to pursue John. Voices approached from behind, and John turned to see more security guards coming, responding to the firefight. 3 men arrived and looked at their man that had engaged the enemy, then at the one that had been severely injured. I'll get him clear. You help your friend hold him back, John yelled over the gunfire. He grasped the man by his collar and dragged him away from the fight. After pulling the injured guard down the hall, he reached a man directing the people out to safety. John knelt and applied pressure to the wounds on the man's chest as he called for a medic. The man directing people ran over and crouched down to help however he could. The man looked around and said something quickly in French before bolting through a door not too far away. John kept his head on a swivel, looking for any other terrorists that might be around while keeping constant pressure on the man's wounds. The security guard's breathing was fast and shallow. John felt his heartbeat speeding up, a result of his blood loss. John caught a glimpse of Dr. Takata moving through the crowds of people fleeing. The terrorist with him kept the weapon tucked into his suit jacket, out of sight, as they pretended to flee using the mass of people to cover their escape. John fought his instinct to race after them. The man he was helping had little chance of surviving as it was, but leaving him on the floor would all but guarantee his fate. He bit down, tightening his jaw, and focused on every detail he could about the 2 fleeing men. The firefight died down, leaving John to wonder if the security guards had stopped any of the terrorists, or if the serpents had overpowered them. He bristled as he prepared to face those men again. At that moment, the door near him opened, and the man that left him seconds ago emerged with a large medical kit, yelling something into his radio. The man slid to a stop near John and threw the case open. He put the radio down and ripped out some gauze pads from the trauma kit. Another man came running in from another direction, and John nearly stood to face a new threat. He stopped once he realized it was a paramedic, coming to help the wounded man. John was little help for the man, now that trained medics had arrived. I have to go, he said, knowing they didn't understand. John stood and headed for the crowd where he last saw Takata and the terrorist fleeing. The aroma of fresh coffee wafted out into the hall as the receptionist, Diana, brought a tray into the conference room. Gavreau and his teammates had been working since late last night, once they uncovered Brassard's betrayal and brought him in for questioning. Gavreau sat at Lucier's desk, watching over his shoulder as he ran the names from the flash drive through their database to cross-reference them.
"How are you doing, Alban?" Gavreau asked.
Lucier leaned back and stretched his arms high, arching his back to work out a kink. Then he exhaled long and said, "It's taking a bit of time, sir. Many of the names in Kepler's ledger are not in our database. But just being in the ledger is enough to warrant a deeper search. I haven't even gone through his notebook yet."
"Can we confirm Brassard's data in the ledger?" Gavreau asked.
Lucier paused. "I think so. We would need authorization to look into his financial records to be 100%. But from what I see here, it is evident that Brassard has been receiving payments from someone that we can likely connect to the Four Serpents." Gavreau looked away from Lucier and his computer monitor, as if not seeing the data would somehow make it not true.
"How could you do this, Chris?"
Deschanel burst into the room, heading straight for Gavreau. "Sir, there are reports of shots fired at the Paris Convention Center." Gavreau instinctively shot a glance at the interrogation room where Brassard sat handcuffed, wondering if this was somehow something they could have prevented if he had cooperated.
"Coordinate with the Police Nationale. Get the details and tell them we're on the way," Gavreau said.
He turned to the rest of the raid team.
"Gear up. Standard loadout."
John caught sight of Dr. Takata and his escort breaking away from the crowd to head out a side door. He was too far behind to catch up, pushing through the crowds. He cut across the panicked convention-goers and made his way to the door, barreling through without breaking stride, and saw a short hallway running left to right. Both sections turned 90 degrees and out of his sight.
"Which way did you go?" John thought.
He picked the right side randomly, knowing even a wrong decision made quickly would be better than indecision, and he had no time to spare. John bounded around the corner and ran down a long service corridor, heading straight for the large double door marked Exit at the far end. There were doors along the hallway on both sides, but John had to assume they were looking to escape quickly. He sprinted down the hall, ignoring the other rooms, and rammed the exit door open with his shoulder. John ran further into the underground parking structure. Parked cars had occupied many of the available spots. John heard nothing. He cursed himself, thinking he was too late, ready to double back. The throaty rumble of a car engine pulled him back. He started in that direction with no hesitation, as the roaring motor and squealing tires got closer. A car whipped around a concrete pillar, and John found himself face to face with Dr. Takata. The doctor's eyes grew wide, but the man driving the car accelerated, playing a game of chicken. John brought the Beretta up in a one-handed grip and fired into the windshield. The driver swerved at the sight of the pistol, and John's shots missed his head by inches. The car angled back toward him, but John stood his ground and fired twice more before his slide locked open on an empty chamber. The driver lost control for a moment. The car shuddered and swerved. John saw, through the spiderweb crack on the windshield, that he had scored a hit. The driver pressed one hand to the side of his neck. He hoped that would be enough to force the car to stop as he prepared to run over to the vehicle and retrieve the doctor. He had no such luck. The driver accelerated again and angled right toward him. John leaped from the path of the car, nearly getting clipped as it passed. He rolled painfully onto his wounded shoulder and came up into a crouch to see the vehicle speed away. John grunted and ran toward the car, not wanting it to get away. He ejected the empty magazine from the Beretta and reloaded it on the run. When he exited the parking area, he watched the sedan swerving around vehicles in a traffic jam, resulting from the chaos of the shooting in the convention center. John caught a break when the car slowed to a near stop, struggling to get clear of the jam. He sprinted as fast as he could to close the distance, but they were just too far away for him to reach. He skidded to a stop, widened his stance, and tried to slow his breathing. His heart hammered in his chest, the rush of blood filling his ears and causing the sights of the pistol to pulse with each beat. John sighted the tires of the vehicle and waited until he had a clear shot that didn't put any civilians at risk. The car was nearly away when his window of opportunity finally came. With even pressure, he squeezed the trigger 3 times with control and saw the sparks coming off the rim of the tire. His last shot scored, and he was rewarded with the front end of the car dropping as the tire went flat. Sparks showered from the escaping vehicle, and John put his head down and took off running for them again. "Allez!" John heard someone shouting behind him. More voices joined as police officers swarmed him. He had been so laser-focused on the car that he didn't register the French police around him, pointing their weapons. He stopped abruptly, the pistol held low at his side, and watched the sedan screech away on the flat tire. "They're getting away," John said, pointing to the car with his empty hand. That movement set the police on edge, and they were moments away from opening fire on John. He had no choice but to let the serpents escape with the doctor. John dropped the pistol to the ground and raised his hands, lacing his fingers behind his head. He narrowed his eyes, and his breaths came out in deep, aggressive huffs as one of the police officers grabbed his wrist.
Chapter 18.
3 civilians were killed in the attack, 7 more wounded, the officer in charge relayed to Gavreau, including 2 security personnel and the American you asked about, John Stone. The raid commander and his team spent the last half hour securing the convention center. He thanked the officer and finished writing in his notebook, tucking it back into a pouch on his vest. The American was in the custody of the French police now. They had treated his injuries and made it a point to let Gavreau know he saved the life of a security guard injured in the firefight. Lionel wanted to have him transferred to Raid HQ and held there. He was at his wits' end watching this man operate with impunity on French soil. For all Gavreau knew, the shootout was a result of Stone's actions. When he was arrested, Stone was holding the pistol of the critically injured officer.
"Would you like to question him?" the Police Nationale officer asked. "I'd like to throw him in a cell and lose the key," Gavreau said.
He finally let out a sigh, ran a hand through his hair, and said,
"Take me to him."
The officer led Gavreau to a police car parked at the perimeter of the scene. The American sat in the back, looking calmly straight ahead with his hands still cuffed behind his back. Gavreau wondered how they even got him into the back seat, as he seemed almost too large to squeeze through the door. The officer opened the back door and stepped away to handle other business. Gavreau leaned on the door and stared at Stone for a long time before he finally spoke.
"I do not know what to do with you, Stone," was all he could think to say.
"Dr. Stephen Takada is working with the 4 Serpents," John said, as if he were in a briefing room, exchanging intelligence, and not locked up in a squad car.
"Enough! I told you we do not want your involvement. Look at what happened now. You are on the news, you know,"
Gavreau said in his passable English. John saw the news trucks filming him in the car, and he heard someone had captured his exploits firing at the fleeing car on a cell phone camera. He nodded to Gavreau and tried to continue.
"We have to find them. I know someone that can help." "We do not need your help,"
Gavreau cut him off. He wanted to say more to the American, but he just pressed his lips together and closed the door, resisting the urge to slam it shut. John looked through the window at Gavreau with an intensity that some might have mistaken for anger. He saw determination, however, and he knew this would not be the last he saw of the American. Gavreau was at the end of his rope and walked away to cool off.
"I heard he saved that security officer,"
Deschanel said, walking beside Gavreau now. Gavreau shook his head, no longer wanting to hear about the heroic actions of the meddling visitor.
"I don't know what to do with him," the raid commander said. "Look how far he got on his own. Maybe we could help him a bit, or just aim him at the bad guys and let him loose," Deschanel said.
Gavreau shot him a glare. Deschanel faltered for a step and put up his hands in surrender.
"Just a suggestion, sir," he said. "When you are done giving me unhelpful advice, I want you to get in touch with Central Command. Have them grant us access to the CCTV footage for a 10-block radius. We also need satellite surveillance to find where the 4 Serpents are taking Dr. Takada," Gavreau said. "You think he's involved? Like working with the enemy?" Deschanel asked. "I don't know, but no matter whose side he's on, Takada is in the custody of the enemy now." "Have you made a decision about him yet?" Deschanel asked, tilting his head over to John in the back of the police car. Gavreau stopped and looked back at John. Then he shook his head and said, "Have him remanded into our custody. John Stone has the information we need to continue this investigation. I want to know everything he knows." Deschanel nodded an affirmative and turned back. Chapter 19. Bièvre, Essonne. Gavreau parked his car in his assigned spot at the raid headquarters. Another vehicle parked nearby. Deschanel stepped out and opened the back door. John Stone's immense form emerged. He was still in handcuffs, but Gavreau thought remaining in the restraints was optional for a man like Stone. The 2 men escorted John into the front entrance of the building. "We are going to take you to interrogation, and you will assist us in our hunt for the 4 Serpents," Gavreau said, his statement more of an order given to the American. The ride in the elevator was tense, as the 2 raid men were prepared for Stone to suddenly decide he no longer wanted to be in their custody. The beep of the lift was a relief. Deschanel did not entirely hide that in his face. The trio stepped out of the elevator into a minor commotion in the common area.
Gavreau saw a man he didn't recognize talking to the other raid members around the desk. The man turned to face them when he heard their footsteps approaching. John straightened up a little, and Gavreau saw a small, amused smile hiding under his mustache.
"Good afternoon, gentlemen. Lieutenant Curtis Clark," the man said, extending a hand to shake with Gavreau and Deschanel. "What can we do for you, Lieutenant Clark?" Gavreau asked, apprehensive about the answer.
"Sir, this man came here to—" one of the others in the room started before Gavreau waved him off with a hand. Clark looked at the man that spoke, then back to Gavreau. The friendly but professional look never left his face.
"I'm here on behalf of the United States government. I have official orders to have John Stone remanded into my custody. I will escort him out of France and back home," Clark said.
"Out of your hair, if you will."
"What is this about?" Deschanel asked. "Let's call it diplomacy. These two terrorist attacks occurring in the same week are a critical use of your resources. Lieutenant Stone," Clark said, sure to use John's previous military rank, "has been a thorn in your side during that time. All you wanted to do was to find the ones responsible for the death of a friend."
Clark paused, a somber look on his face. Gavreau suspected Marvin Van Pierce was also a friend of Lieutenant Clark.
"In the interest of preventing an international incident, and in light of his distinguished service record, I'm here to escort John Stone back to the States," Clark said.
"On whose authority?" Gavreau asked.
"The U.S. State Department," Sylvestre said,
holding some freshly printed pages in his hand.
"I was letting the rest of your team know as you arrived. I assure you the request is official, and it has the approval of your government," Clark said.
Gavreau snatched the papers from Sylvestre and looked them over. He frowned and shook his head slightly.
"This man is directly involved in our search for the terrorists. His actions may have aided in their evading capture," Gavreau said.
John bristled, but stayed quiet.
"How are we supposed to just let him go? What if he might have information critical to our investigation?" Gavreau asked.
Curtis put on his best reassuring smile.
"He doesn't have to go right away. You can ask him whatever questions you need to ask. I'm sure he will cooperate fully. After that, all I ask is that you allow us to leave here and head straight for the airport," Clark said. "We really have no choice, sir. The documents are official, signed by members of both nations," Sylvestre said.
"Fine. Take him to interrogation and debrief him. I want to know everything he knows about the Four Serpents. Everything," Gavreau said.
Curtis nodded and followed one of the raid men with a hand on John's back, guiding him along. Gavreau waited until they were out of earshot before talking any further.
"Did you get anything more from Broussard?" he asked.
"I'm afraid not," Sylvestre said, shaking his head. "He clammed right up. He won't be a reliable source of information anymore. We moved him to a holding cell now."
Gavreau nodded and looked off into space, thinking.
"What are we going to do with him?" Sylvestre asked.
"I don't know," Gavreau answered honestly.
This man was part of their family, but his betrayal cut to the bone. Could they live with the decision to lock him up and throw away the key? In the harsh lights of the interrogation room, John sat at a table, no longer wearing the handcuffs.
"Thank you very much for answering our questions, Lieutenant Stone. Your information will be of great help to our investigation," Cartier said.
They all stood to leave, and John allowed the interrogator to exit first, before whispering to Clark.
"I have no intention of leaving, Curtis," he whispered.
"Believe me, Stone, I know,"
Curtis replied under his breath. Months ago, when John was accused of committing acts of domestic terrorism on U.S. soil, a charge that was eventually proven false, Curtis Clark had been tasked to bring Stone to justice. Clark had butted heads with the man then, and knew full well how Stone would be when determined to achieve his objective. They walked back to Gavreau's office. Clark knocked on the door and stuck his head in through the opening.
"Everything is all wrapped up here. Thank you for your cooperation in this sensitive matter," Clark said.
"One of my men will accompany you to the airport," Gavreau said abruptly.
"No need, sir. We can find our own way. You got your hands full," Clark said.
Gavreau gave him a suspicious look.
"You need a ride there? One of my men will take you," he repeated.
Clark shook his head slightly, then shrugged.
"Okay, thanks for the offer," he said.
Gavreau picked up the phone and made a call to one of his men to escort John and Curtis out of the headquarters. He was very clear about driving them directly to the airport, looking at Curtis and John as he spoke. Chapter 20 Dr. Stephen Takata fixed his gaze on the concrete bunker as they approached in a nondescript sedan. Takata and the driver switched vehicles twice and took detours that led them through tunnels and other areas that restricted the view of any surveillance. They were here to meet with Azar bin Hashim, the leader of the Four Serpents, and had to minimize the chances of someone finding the base. The Serpent's Lair was an impressively large warehouse area located on the outskirts of town. The Serpents conducted all of their sensitive research and experiments indoors in the reinforced high-ceiling hangar bays. Armed guards patrolled the area, waving the car through as they passed.
"What's in there?"
Takata asked.
"You'll see that soon enough, Doctor," the driver said.
Khalik approached the car as they pulled up to the main building, parking near a collection of random cars and trucks. He opened the door and helped Dr. Takata out, taking him to bin Hashim. Takata retreated a step when the assassin greeted them, uncomfortable around the unpredictable man. Khalik rarely spoke and showed little emotion when he did. He led Takata up a set of metal stairs against one of the inside walls of the hangar. It led them to a set of offices high up, with large windows affording a view to anyone in the office to see what was happening in the hangar bay. They entered through the heavy door, which opened up into a large reception area. A hallway led to the entrance to the two adjoining offices. Inside the reception room, a bearded man was speaking to another man in a language Takata didn't understand.
"Yes, sir. It will be done,"
the man responded in English. Then he left the room. The other man turned to face the doctor.
"Dr. Stephen Takada, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Azar bin Hashim, and you are going to help us wake the world."
Bin Hashim spoke English with only the slightest Arabic accent. He extended a hand to the doctor, who shook it with some trepidation.
"What happened at the convention center? Who was that man?"
Takata asked. He was visibly shaken.
"Don't worry about him, dear doctor. He is simply a pebble in my shoe. That man is in the custody of the police, so we won't have to worry. For now," bin Hashim said.
Takata pressed his lips tighter and nodded, still not convinced.
"They know I'm helping you," he said.
Bin Hashim raised an eyebrow, amused at the comment.
"Yes, good doctor. They know you have pledged your loyalty to the Four Serpents and our greater cause. Soon, the world will know."
Bin Hashim leaned in and lowered his voice.
"All who have not given the Four Serpents their full allegiance will fall before our might. Right, doctor?"
Takata swallowed.
"Yes, of course."
He gave a quick nod.
"Excellent. I assure you that there is nothing that stands in the way of our success in this great mission," bin Hashim said.
He put an arm around Takata's shoulder, guiding him to one of the adjoining offices. Bin Hashim opened the door and ushered him through, following close behind. Takata looked around at the modest office setup, with a new computer set up at the desk. The boxes and bags of parts were still stacked in a corner.
"This workstation is isolated from everyone. No network or internet connection and no remote connectivity. You will set your work up here," bin Hashim said.
Dr. Takata nodded and looked over the computer, approving of the setup.
"My work. I left it at the convention center," Takata said.
Bin Hashim's face changed at hearing the news. His features sharpened as he stared through the doctor.
"What did you say?" bin Hashim asked.
"My work. Everything happened so fast with that big guy trying to take me and your guy shooting at us. I left my work at the table, where I was setting up for the presentation."
Bin Hashim's face went deep red, and he was on the edge of losing his temper. Before he could blow up, Dr. Takata tried to calm him.
"It's not a big deal. I have all of my data saved on a cloud network. I just need to access it to download everything, and I'll be back on track," Takata said.
"But you see, it is a big deal," bin Hashim said through clenched teeth. "All of your research, the research that you are here to complete, is now in the hands of the Police Nationale and RAID."
"Yes, but I won't need that once I have my backups downloaded," Dr. Takata said,
oblivious to the fact that his research in French government hands would mean they now know what the Four Serpents could be working on. He also didn't fully grasp that Ben Hashim wanted all of the computers in this area to stay offline for security purposes. Downloading Takata's data online would expose this base to unnecessary risk. The doctor was ever so naive, which could prove to be a significant detriment to the mission. Ben Hashim considered for just a second if he could just kill Takata and try to continue on without him. In the end, he decided he still needed the doctor. Tying off this loose end later, however, was now a real option.
Khalik, please have one of our computers set up with an online connection, and bring Dr. Takata with you, so he can download everything he needs, Ben Hashim said.
The assassin nodded and escorted Dr. Takata away. Azar bin Hashim took a moment to calm himself, then walked to the office window. He looked down at the panel trucks parked inside, with the rear doors open. A forklift rumbled as it backed away, pulling out pallets loaded with what looked like parts to assemble a small plane. The leader of the Four Serpents assured himself that they were far enough along now, that their enemy's knowledge of their plan would not stop the mission from succeeding. At the Orly International Airport, the silver Peugeot pulled into the passenger drop-off. John remained quiet, but Curtis Clark chatted with the driver the entire way. By the time they arrived, the driver's relief was visible in his face. The man put the car in park, and Curtis said, "Oh, are you coming with us to make sure we find our flight okay?" The man closed his eyes, and his head dropped for a moment. He just wanted the incessant talking to end. "No, you go ahead. I am sure you will manage," the man said. "Oh, okay. Well, thank you all so much for your cooperation in this sensitive matter," Curtis said to the man, who just nodded in return. The two Americans stepped out of the car and walked through the entrance. John heard the sound of the car speeding away.
"Thank God for that. Thought I would have to hear that chatty Cathy act all the way to the gate," John said.
"What act?" Curtis asked, amused.
"I will punch you through a plane if you keep talking," John said.
Curtis chuckled and pulled out his phone. He typed a text message and walked deeper into the airport.
"I appreciate the help getting me out of that spot, but I have no intention of leaving here right now," John said.
He expected resistance and was surprised to hear the opposite.
"I knew you would say that. Where to?"
"We need to find where they took Takata," John said, looking at the signs around them. "Get Parker on the line. Find out if there's anything he can do."
Curtis chuckled, dialing Parker's number.
"What's so funny?"
"Seems that our little hacker friend knew you would be asking for some assistance, so he—" Curtis held up a finger. "Hey, Parker, I got John with me. I'm putting you on speaker."
"Hey, John. I've been digging around, and I think I may have found something," Parker said.
John raised an eyebrow.
"What do you mean you've been digging around?"
"Didn't Curtis tell you?" A faint clicking filled in the gaps between Parker's words. "I had him run some software on the raid systems."
"You did what? When were you going to fill me in, Curtis?"
"Now," Curtis said. "Before I flew out here, Parker sent me some files to copy onto this." He held up a small flash drive. John turned to face Curtis.
"Are you telling me you just opened up the French National Police computers to an American citizen? A civilian, at that? Do you realize how hard this could land on us?"
"On me," Curtis said. "I'm the one that uploaded it." "They won't be able to trace it back to either one of you," Parker said. "It's pretty ingenious, actually. The way it works is—"
"I don't need to know the details, Parker," John said. "Look, what's done is done. I'll clean up this mess once we find Dr. Takata. Did your little program conjure up an answer?"
"I mean, it's not that simple." "Yes or no, Parker," Curtis said. Yes. Or, at least, I've got my fingers on the most promising thread from Gavreau's case files." Parker typed away at his keyboard for another moment. "John, that car you saw the doctor get into was spotted by several witnesses."
"Perfect. Send the location to Curtis. We'll grab a car and head there now," John said.
"Well, Raid is tracking the car now, but they don't have a location yet," Parker said. John's mouth formed a straight line.
"All right. When you do get the location, send it over right away."
"And what do you mean, grab a car?" Curtis asked. Chapter 21. Bièvre et Son, Raid Headquarters. Gavreau stared down at the page of notes on his desk.
"What have you done, Doctor?"
He sat back and wiped his hands across his eyes.
"Damn it, Brassard. How did I not see it?
"Sir," Sylvester said, knocking on the already open door of the office, "you wanted us to let you know when we found the vehicle that took the doctor."
"Yes, thank you. Did you find where they are taking Takada?"
"Not yet," Sylvester said. "The vehicle has been spotted on several CCTV cameras already. They've abandoned it, switching to a car of the same model."
"Great job. Keep me appraised of the situation. Have the rest of the team ready to move out."
Sylvester nodded.
"Sir."
Gavreau stood.
"Just a minute."
He walked over to the door, placing a hand on the agent's shoulder.
Broussard was one of us. I understand how that may affect the morale of the team, but we must stop Bin Hashim before the serpents strike again.
"Understood, sir." Sylvester nodded again, his face showing a level of resolve that let Gavreau know his words got through. He watched the younger man join the others, diving back into the mission. Gavreau laced his fingers behind his neck and stretched. He tightened his jaw and relaxed, feeling the tension slowly abate.
"The blood of the innocents is on your hands, Christopher."
The tension grew in his neck and shoulders again. John looked over the Mercedes G-Class Jeep that Curtis parked at the curb. "Where did you get this thing?" "Some pimp just gave it to me. Says he didn't need it anymore," Curtis said, massaging the knuckles on his hand. "Are you serious? Does it matter?" "I suppose not," John said, sitting in the passenger seat. "We've got a lot more to deal with right now. Besides, this thing should still be in pretty good shape by the time we're done with it."
"Less the gas we're using," Curtis said, starting the engine.
"You get the location from Parker?" John buckled the seatbelt, staring off into the nighttime traffic. "Yeah, we're about half an hour away." Curtis pulled into the traffic, merging with the cars flowing down the street.
"You have any idea of what to expect when we get there?"
John shook his head. "Nothing good. At least half a dozen men armed with Scorpion SMGs. If Bin Hashim is there, we can expect a lot more." "Wonderful. Wouldn't have it any other way." Curtis smirked at John. "I already know the answer, but I need to ask. Did you bring any weapons with you?"
"Like you said, you already know the answer. Sorry, Lieutenant, but we're going to have to procure weapons on site."
"I hate last-minute shopping," John said.
"Seriously, John, the location that Parker passed on is directly from Raid's system. Gavreau and the others know what we know."
Curtis shot him a quick glance.
"They'll be knocking the door down, too."
"For once, we've got the advantage, operating with a small team," John said. "They'll have to plan out their approach, discuss tactics and contingencies for what they may run into on site."
"Part of that is gearing up," Curtis said. "That's the step I would rather not skip."
"Can't be helped," John said. Curtis smiled, keeping his eyes fixed on the road.
"Looks like we'll be renewing our subscriptions to guns and ammo when we get there."
John groaned. "You've been hanging around Parker too long." Chapter 22. Bievre Essonne, Raid Headquarters.
"And this information is accurate? Up to the minute?"
Gavreau pressed a finger onto the file sitting in front of him.
"Yes, sir," Deschanel said.
"We've got a request in for satellite surveillance as well, but this information is 98% accurate."
"Excellent. Have the men ready to roll in 5. We'll discuss tactics en route."
Gavreau stood and nodded to Deschanel, heading out to join the rest of the team. Serpent's Lair. Hurried footsteps filled the temporary workspace. Azar bin Hashim looked around as his men carried out his commands, preparing the equipment to Dr. Stephen Takada's specifications. They had assembled the components necessary for him to launch the weapon, and now bin Hashim grew impatient as the doctor continued pecking away at his keyboard.
"What is the hold-up, Takada?"
he asked, picking up a random piece of tech on the man's desk. "Everything is on schedule. I'm just starting up all of the subroutines necessary before launch." Dr. Takada adjusted his glasses and looked up.
"You assured me that our first strike would require only minimal calculations," bin Hashim said.
"Yes, we won't need to account for many of the variables of a longer-range target. But this initial salvo is still important to future attacks," Takada said, fingers still flying across the keys. Azar clenched his fists and closed his eyes, the doctor oblivious to the man's frustration.
He took a deep breath through his nose and exhaled audibly. "Important how?" Dr. Takata removed his glasses, cleaning them with a small cloth from his coat pocket.
"I need to tie this all into the same targeting software, networked across various data servers for the drone to course correct, ensuring the best ballistic trajectory."
"Explain it to me without all of the technobabble, Doctor."
Bin Hashim struggled to maintain his composure.
Well, the targeting software pulls its data from various nodes to determine how local weather patterns will affect the Javelin once it's in flight.
He put his glasses on and pushed them up the bridge of his nose.
These are unguided projectiles, so accounting for wind speeds, temperature, and humidity will ensure the most precise strike.
"Why is that all necessary for this?"
Azar gestured to the drone, modeled after America's MQ-9 Reaper.
"Once it reaches the target airspace, it is only a simple matter of dropping the javelins on our enemies."
"It's not that simple."
Azar bin Hashim slammed his fist onto the desk, rattling the monitor and keyboard. Dr. Takata's eyes widened as he drew his hands close to his chest, leaning away as fear flooded his features.
"You dare second-guess me?"
Bin Hashim narrowed his eyes to slits.
No, Bin Hashim, sir,
Takata stammered as he readjusted his glasses. Azar stared into the man's eyes, partially obscured by the thumbprint on one of the lenses.
"Please explain to me why it is not that simple, Dr. Takata."
He softened his tone, but maintained the menacing edge in his gaze. After several tense moments and deep breaths, Takata continued.
"In order to maintain a high level of precision with the weapon, I need as much data as possible."
"Go on."
Takata nodded.
"Right now, we have enough information to target a specific building, but with the right type of attack, I can gather even more. I will be able to tighten the formula and bring the effective radius to 3 meters. You will be able to target individuals with a high level of accuracy."
Azar straightened up and smiled. Dr. Takata's confidence returned.
"And I'm not talking about strikes at 20 or 30,000 feet. A successful strike would allow us to target our enemy from great range, effectively lobbing the javelins at a great rate of speed from altitudes beyond the effective ceiling of most military aircraft."
"Thank you, Doctor," Bin Hashim said. "That is what I wanted to hear. Now, how much more time do you require?"
Maybe an hour," Takata said. "We can get the drone up in half that time, and I can push the rest of the calculations through the network and upload it in flight."
"Very good."
Azar turned, switching to Arabic.
"Galik, keep the doctor safe. Get him whatever he needs to complete his task."
The assassin nodded, holding one of the tungsten-rich kinetic penetrator javelins, rocking side to side as he adjusted the angle of the projectile, letting its weight carry his body back and forth. Chapter 23. The early evening air still clung to its warmth, and John pulled off his jacket, letting the breeze hit his skin. He and Curtis left the Mercedes behind and traveled the remaining few miles on foot, the exertion warming his body and joints, preparing him for the fight ahead. Curtis rolled his sleeves up past his elbows and knelt in the shadows next to John.
"I only see the one man,"
he said, pointing in the direction of a lone sentry walking the perimeter.
"He's armed and alert," John said. "They may not be expecting company, but these guys definitely aren't taking any chances."
"It's open ground, too," Curtis said, shaking his head. "We would have to cover a good 20 yards to reach him. That's plenty of time to dump a mag into our bodies."
"That's if we're stupid enough to rush him from the front," John said. "I'm going to move around to flank him. When you see me in position, get his attention."
"In position? How am I supposed to know that?" Curtis whispered.
"I trust you,"
John said, making his way down the small slope to circle around the guard. He could hear Curtis's frustrated curses as he moved. John made his way to a short row of bushes and belly-crawled toward a pair of trees, giving him the best angle to approach the sentry. He waited for the man to double back before making his move. As the man turned his back, John stepped onto the grassy strip to muffle the sound of his boots. He closed half the distance, only a short sprint away, as his heart thumped in his chest. Before John could second-guess his plan, he heard a faint whistling in the distance. A terrible bird call sounded from where he left Curtis. The sentry stopped in his tracks, leaning forward as his hand fell to his belt, pulling a flashlight. John leaned his body forward, driving ahead into a full rush. The guard's light clicked on, but John's approach pulled the man's attention away from the whistling. He spun and whipped the beam behind him. John carried his momentum forward, grasping the barrel of the man's AK-47 and thrusting the weapon upward to smash into the sentry's face, knocking several teeth loose. He followed with a sledgehammer as his fist cracked the jaw of his opponent, laying him out. Curtis ran the last few yards as the man's body hit the asphalt. He held his hands up, ready to join the fight.
"What kind of bird was that supposed to be?" John asked.
"That was a North American smartass, Curtis said. It worked, didn't it?"
John smiled. He untangled the rifle sling from the unconscious guard, handing the weapon to Curtis. "Thanks," he said, kneeling and checking the weapon's chamber. John handed him a spare magazine and pulled a pistol from the holster on the man's hip. He eased the slide of the Sig Sauer P226 back enough to check for brass in the chamber. Patting the man down, he found no other weapons or ammunition.
"Grab his radio,"
John said. Curtis pulled the device from the man's inner pocket and yanked the earpiece free, tucking it into his own ear. He fiddled with the dial before giving a thumbs up. With a grunt, John leaned over to retrieve the flashlight that the sentry dropped, testing the beam against his palm.
"Let's go."
"It's your show," Curtis said, clutching the rifle close to his body as they moved toward the serpent's lair. John reached a car similar to the one he saw Dr. Takata get into at the convention center. He placed a hand on the hood and peered into the distance.
"Still warm?"
Curtis asked as he propped his rifle on the truck, taking aim at the only building in the area.
"Barely,"
John said.
"This is the same make and model. You must have switched cars on the way."
"How can you be sure?"
Curtis asked. John tapped the windshield.
"No bullet holes, and the tire is intact."
Curtis smirked.
"No, I mean, how do you know they're here?"
"I don't. Cover me while I head to that side door," John said.
"Wait,"
Curtis said, pressing a finger into the earpiece of the stolen radio.
"What are they saying?"
John asked.
"They're speaking Arabic,"
Curtis replied.
"I don't know what he just said, but my guess is that they're asking why our friend back there hasn't checked in. Should we wait and see what happens next?"
"No. We should move forward," John said.
As if on cue, the front and side doors opened as several men exited the building, carrying flashlights and spreading out. Each man held a Scorpion SMG in their other hand, slung close to their bodies as they began their search.
"Wonderful," Curtis said. "Looks like our friends have moved up the timetable."
"We can't engage them this far out," John said. "They would pin us down before we could get inside and find the doctor."
"Hide under the car?"
Curtis asked, tilting his head to look underneath the vehicle. John glanced down at the available clearance and held in a chuckle.
"I think they would spot us like a rock under a doormat if we crawled under this thing."
He grasped a handle and held his breath as he eased the driver's side door open. He sighed in relief when the car's cabin lights didn't turn on. John climbed in as Curtis did the same, laying across the back seats. Crawling over to the passenger side, John slouched down as much as he could, dipping his head below the dashboard, clutching the P226 in both hands. Beams of light waved around, one passing through the windows of the car as the men spoke in hushed tones. One of the sentries passed along the rear of the vehicle, making his way to the outer perimeter, calling other men on the radio. Curtis listened in on the transmissions, still unable to make out the bulk of the discussion. The voices and light receded into the distance.
"We're clear. It won't be long until they find our buddy snoozing in the shadows out there," Curtis said.
John opened the passenger door and slid out.
"We'll deal with them later. I just need to get inside and see what we're up against."
"Later is about to be a lot sooner than we would like, John. We've got a rifle and pistol between us, and we just watched a half-dozen men armed with fully automatic subguns walk by us, in a perfect position to hit our flank when the shooting starts."
Curtis checked the chamber of his weapon out of nervous habit as their situation grew more complicated. John gave him a reassuring look.
"Let's get inside. They may find the sleeper out there, but they won't know we've already infiltrated. By the time those guys get back, we'll be facing them head-on.
I'll never understand your mindset, Stone. Outmanned, outgunned. You still think this is just some tactical hiccup. By the time he finished his statement, Curtis had fallen in behind John, as the two men covered the remaining distance to the side entrance of the massive facility. It was tall, with a curved roof and 2 rows of windows. Light from inside revealed a high ceiling, almost like a warehouse or a flight hangar. With no apparent runway, John couldn't make heads or tails of this seemingly out-of-place structure. He signaled for Curtis to stack up as he slowly turned the knob. Opening the door just a slit, John peered inside, taking in the scene one slice at a time. He wedged a toe into the gap and pressed his hands together on the pistol.
Looks like 8, maybe 10 men inside,
John said over his shoulder.
Great. Just make sure you let me know before you go all Rambo in there.
Curtis flicked the AK safety off and pulled it close to his body, settling the stock in front of his shoulder. John nodded and slid his foot outward, opening the door wide enough to slip inside. Curtis followed, using his lead arm as a wedge, entering right behind. The latch caught softly, cushioned by the pressure from the colder air inside. They made their way along the wall, using the small shadow until one of the overhead lights bit a large circle out of their only concealment. John looked around for a suitable replacement. Curtis followed his gaze, taking in the 10 men John mentioned earlier. 2 more strode along the walkway along the second floor, circling all the way around the structure. Curtis nodded his head up to the men on the level above.
Those 2 are going to be a problem.
John didn't reply, fixing his gaze further into the building.
There, he said. That's the guy that helped Takata escape the convention center. The assassin from the hospital.
In the distance, Curtis spotted a man in dark pants and a dark windbreaker. The man moved with short, shuffling steps, staring down at something in his hands occasionally.
Are you sure? He asked. I can see it in his eyes, John said, breaking away and moving to a set of crates further along the wall.
Wait, Curtis hissed, balking before he followed. John advanced again, getting closer to his target. The man grabbed a few more things off of a nearby table and walked up the stairs, heading into one of the offices on the next floor. Inside, John could see Dr. Takata seated at a computer terminal.
There you are, Doc.
John's grip tightened on the pistol. He clenched his teeth and sucked in a deep breath through his nose, ready to make his move. "Hey!" Shouting from behind him snapped John's attention back where he and Curtis were moments earlier. "Intruder!" one of the men on the upper level shouted. Gunfire erupted, and Curtis brought the AK up to his shoulder, crouching behind one of the crates nearby. A jagged bloom of dragon's breath burst forth from the muzzle of his rifle as he returned fire. John placed a pair of rounds from his P226 into the chest of a serpent, grabbing a scorpion from the bed of a truck. He turned back to the office above, just as the assassin pulled the doctor out, heading down the stairs. Takata struggled to keep up, holding the still-opened laptop pressed to his chest. "Khalik, please! You're hurting my arm!" John stood and took a step forward to pursue, but bullets sparked off of the metal support nearby, forcing him back behind cover. He propped his arms on the crate and returned fire. Chapter 24. The smooth skin along the fuselage of the drone felt cool to Azar bin Hashim's fingers. The unmanned aircraft borrowed heavily from the Americans' MQ-9 Reaper. This would be the platform the Four Serpents would use to deliver a message to the free world. He would remind the so-called superpower nations that even they can bleed. Dr. Takata's research would level the playing field, granting the Serpents the ability to target critical structures and people, instead of relying on indiscriminate bombings. It was imperative that this initial flight succeed, not only in eliminating their targets, but to gather all the data Takata needed to drastically improve their strike capability. The terror felt by the Western world would increase tenfold, with the Serpent's ability to launch a precision strike without advance warning. Azar bin Hashim closed his eyes and lifted his head, smiling as his victory was all but inevitable. Before he could bask fully, several loud cracks startled him. A string of automatic gunfire answered back. A firefight erupted in the front half of the facility. "What's happening?" he shouted to one of his men. He grabbed the AK-47 leaning against a cart loaded with spare drone parts. His bodyguard held a finger to his ear while shouting into his radio. After a moment, he looked up. "We're under attack." "That much I know, idiot."
Go! We must keep the French police from getting their hands on the doctor."
The two men with him nodded and worked the charging handles of their rifles before rushing toward the sounds of battle. Following close behind, Ben Hashim looped the rifle sling over his head and shoulder. The large hangar portion of the back had 2 doors, each leading down a hall toward the office area in front. Ben Hashim stayed close to his men as 2 men rushed toward him.
"Hold your fire," Ben Hashim said. "That's Dr. Takata."
"Thank you," Takata said, rushing to make his way past the armed men.
"Khalik, what's going on?"
Ben Hashim asked. His enforcer looked back and clutched his weapon closer to his body. Azar looked down the hall and caught a glimpse of a large, muscular man wearing dark pants and a black T-shirt.
"Is that the American? The one from the Paris Convention Center?"
Khalik snapped out of his stupor and looked Ben Hashim in the eye.
"Yes, American."
The sudden intensity of the man unnerved Ben Hashim. He could see an odd fire in Khalik's eyes. He couldn't figure out if he saw anger or determination. Either way, it could be harnessed. He put a hand on Khalik's shoulder.
"You must stop the American. Do you understand? Do not let him pass."
Khalik nodded and turned to face the enemy.
"What are we going to do?"
Dr. Takata asked, his voice shaky.
"I need to get out of here."
The Serpent's leader struck the frightened man with the back of his hand.
"You will accomplish your objective, Doctor. Upload the target parameters, and get that drone in the air."
John pressed the trigger 5 times in rapid succession, drilling a machete-wielding attacker. The slide of his P226 locked back, showing the empty chamber. John dropped the pistol and grabbed the machete, rushing ahead as a blur of movement whipped into his view. John swiped his knife upward, knocking the terrorist's rifle off target. The machete's steel spine was still ringing from the impact when John plunged the wicked blade into the man's gut. The force of the blow carried the terrorist off his feet. John ripped the AK-47 away with his free hand and fired a burst at another threat. In the distance, he spotted Takata turning to follow the other man down a hall. Bullets chipped away at the walls and floor around both Americans.
"Curtis, watch my back. I'm going after the doctor."
John didn't wait for a reply before running behind a stack of open crates. Curtis popped his head up and fired a burst, scoring a hit on the second man above, sending him falling over the railing. He scooped a magazine off the floor, dropped by one of the terrorists he gunned down protecting John.
"Damn it, John!"
he cursed almost under his breath, shoving the spare into his coat pocket. There was a brief respite in the firing as John disappeared into the hall. He could hear the Serpents shouting at each other, organizing their actions. Curtis didn't give them a chance to capitalize and came up firing again, before running to a better position to watch John's back. Bullets sparked off of the railing as he sprayed anywhere he saw movement, spoiling their aim. The AK clicked. Empty. Without hesitation, Curtis pulled the spare magazine and used it to strip the empty one free, rocking the fresh ammo into place and yanking the charging handle. Before he could resume his assault, a sharp pain lanced across his outer thigh. He gritted his teeth and dropped back behind the crates John used as cover a moment earlier. Curtis looked down and saw the small tear in his pant leg. The blood wasn't bad, and the wound looked more like shrapnel, not a bullet.
"Suck it up, soldier."
Curtis leaned out to one side, laying on the floor, as several men made their move. Working the trigger with practiced ease, he let the rifle spit in pairs, sending 6 rounds downrange. Each time one of the Serpents would fall, although the last man did so more out of fear, retreating toward his friends. A voice in his ear distracted him, shouting in Arabic. The man that left earlier to look for the missing sentry had just arrived.
"Fantastic!"
Curtis came up to a crouch and dropped the retreating man with a single shot between his shoulder blades. Chapter 25. 2 men stepped out of the hall to meet John. He fired the AK from his hip and gave the lead man an extended burst. Several of the heavy 7.62mm rounds passed through and struck the second man, but it wasn't enough to drop him. The Serpent returned fire as he fell. John dove to one side, rolling on the hard concrete. He came up to a kneeling position and fired a short burst into the man's torso, before elevating his aim enough to place a single shot in his forehead. John grunted and ran toward the hall. As he rounded the corner, Ben Hashim's formidable assassin blocked his path. With the speed of a serpent strike, Khalik snapped a hand out and lifted the muzzle of John's rifle. A Glock 19 flashed up toward John's chest. John released his grip on the AK-47 with one hand and reached out. His fingers clamped over the thumb and wrist holding the pistol. The Glock barked, and the slide bit into John's hand. Kalik torqued his wrist to wrench the handgun free. The assassin circled it back and tucked it near his body in one smooth motion. John leaned into the rifle and swung the barrel in a full circle, looping toward his opponent's legs. The Serpent's enforcer executed an unorthodox spinning flip to dodge the sweeping barrel. John had a difficult time tracking, much less anticipating, the smaller man's movements. His AK chattered loud in the close quarters, bullets cracking the floor. Kalik twirled back with a dancer's grace, firing his pistol as he evaded the incoming assault. The powerful concussive blasts thumped in John's ears. Immense muzzle flashes obscured his vision in the dimly lit hallway. He couldn't see his target clearly at that moment, but that meant his foe's visibility was also compromised. Through the bright flares in the middle of his vision, he spotted Kalik moving in. His AK met resistance as the assassin pinned it against the wall with his foot. John snapped his hand out again, catching Kalik's wrist before he could fire the Glock. Both men locked eyes, and the moment in time stretched. John stared into an abyss, unable to read anything from the man's gaze. Kalik was looking through John. 1,000-yard stare. With his opponent standing on only one leg, John thrust his head forward to drive him off balance. Kalik leaned back and flipped away. He kicked John's wrist as he arced backward, knocking the rifle free. John felt the pistol fall from Kalik's grip as well. Seizing the moment, John stepped in and fired a jab. Kalik tried to slip the blow, but John scored a glancing hit. He followed with a straight right, but the assassin deflected the punch and slammed a hard hook into John's ribs. A foot snapped up, and John brought his arm up in time to absorb the roundhouse kick. He thrust out with a front kick to push the enforcer back. Kalik twisted out of the way, continuing his rotation to send an elbow crashing across John's jaw. The strike jarred his vision, filling it with stars. A kick pounded his thigh, and a second buried itself into John's gut. Before his opponent could pull his foot back, John wrapped an arm around the ankle and brought his forearm down on the meaty upper leg. Kalik let out a grunt and jerked his limb free, limping back before settling into a strange, rhythmic movement pattern. Kalik shuttled to his left, switching angles before re-engaging. John pushed off his rear leg and twisted his body, launching his fist straight through his oncoming opponent. Kalik's knee buried itself into John's solar plexus, driving the air from his lungs. John dropped to his knees, a line of drool splashing on the ground. Even through the pain, John had felt his fist connect. He couldn't match the smaller man's speed, so he took the full force of the incoming attack to land a punishing assault of his own. He clenched his teeth and pulled a breath of air in, ignoring the immense pain. Kalik leaned against the wall, clutching his chest. The assassin spat on the floor and bridged the gap again. A palm strike collided with John's jaw, but he shrugged it off and buried a wrecking ball into Kalik's gut. The ranger followed with a left hook, violently twisting the assassin's body away. Kalik stunned John when he used the momentum to whip a spinning roundhouse kick at his head. John managed to catch the man's ankle, his hand swallowing much of the joint. He grabbed a handful of Kalik's jacket and swung him bodily into the wall, the impact shaking the doors. An animalistic growl pushed past John's gritted teeth. He jackhammered a right cross into the assassin's face. The powerful punch snapped Kalik's head back through the wall with a sickening crunch. The force of the blow fractured his skull and snapped the assassin's neck, leaving him embedded in the wall. John scooped up Kalik's Glock 19 and ran toward the far end, in pursuit of Dr. Takata. Dropping his AK-47, Curtis dove and slid across the polished concrete, snagging a scorpion. He rolled behind a truck as the enemy's bullets cracked the ground nearby, peppering him with bits of debris. Flat on his stomach, he aimed the machine pistol at the feet of a serpent rushing his position. His rounds slammed into the man's shins and knees. The terrorist fell forward, cracking his face on the ground, sending a tooth skittering toward Curtis. He frantically ejected the spent magazine and looked around for another. Maybe his luck would hold out, and the enemy wouldn't realize his weapon had run dry. He whipped his head to the side as a dull, metallic clanging rang out, the round object bouncing and rolling to a stop nearby. "Grenade!" His heart raced. Curtis scrambled to his hands and knees, grabbing the explosive and tossing it over the truck. Exploding in midair, the grenade shattered all of the nearby windows. A shower of broken glass cascaded over his back as he held his hands over his head, bracing for the impact. His ears rang, and he could feel his pulse in his eyeballs. That was not fun, he thought. By the time the buzzing whine in his head receded, he could hear the serpents shouting at each other. Apparently, one of them got a little too plucky and tossed a grenade, and the others didn't seem to approve. Footsteps crunched on the bits of glass as an assailant moved around the truck.
Curtis leapt up to his feet and shoved the Serpent's rifle into the man's chest, forcing him on his heels. When the man pushed back, Curtis let him come forward and used his momentum to get behind his opponent. He pulled the rifle up against his foe's neck, using him as a barrier, as they sidestepped to another stack of equipment. Before he could reach cover, the terrorists opened fire, punching holes in his human shield. Curtis felt the body fall from his grasp. He dove to the side, still clutching the dead man's AK. Fire lanced up from his calf as he rolled the final few feet behind the crates. Pressing a hand to the wound, his fingers came away bloodied.
Why do I let John pull me into these messes?
More men shouted. Curtis rose from behind cover and triggered a burst to push them back. He shifted the sights to the side, scanning for an active threat. Stacked next to a forklift, Curtis spotted the tungsten rods. His finger tightened, and in that moment of hesitation, enemy fire drove him down. Of course, it's not something explosive that I could have used as a distraction. He crawled back behind another stack of equipment. A volley of fire missed him by inches. More Serpents had opened up from the front of the building. He rolled to his back, firing behind him where the guards from outside had returned, flanking his position. Curtis sprayed a long burst in their direction and scrambled to his feet, making a break for the forklift. Bullets chewed the crates and equipment as he passed by. He gritted his teeth to drive through the pain in his leg. Curtis dropped to a slide the last few feet. Sparks bloomed off of the forklift just over his head. Two of the guards broke away and ran toward him, their scorpions blazing. Curtis grabbed one of the kinetic javelins and jammed it into the forward control of the forklift. The massive machine lurched and plowed ahead. Curtis took aim and shot down one of the guards that tried to avoid the forklift barreling toward him. More Serpents joined the fight now. Curtis leveled his sights on a crowd and pressed the trigger. The rifle bucked several times before the bolt locked back. He cursed and pulled the spent magazine, looking for another weapon.
Sorry I couldn't do more, John,
he said. His grip tightened on the steel mag. Curtis dropped the rifle and stood, hurling the magazine at the incoming soldiers. For a split second, the lead man flinched, thinking it was a grenade. Just as the steel box clanked against the concrete, the air around them pulsed out as explosions rocked the room. The Serpents looked back in shock, and Curtis glanced down at his hands. Ears still ringing, he could barely hear the additional combatants. French voices joined the chaos of the Serpents' shouts. Raid had just stormed in, using breaching charges. Gavreau and his team moved through the battle zone with trained precision, firing with disciplined control, dropping anyone that posed a threat, with no hesitation. The pops and thumps of the firefight hardly registered this far back in the reinforced facility. John held his pistol, pressed between both hands, the front sight covering bin Hashim's upper chest in his view. Azar bin Hashim, leader of the four Serpents, held his AK-47 close to his body, muzzle pointed at John, while he used his other hand to swing Dr. Takata into the line of fire. 20 meters of open hallway lay between them. John slowly closed the distance as he spoke.
It's over, bin Hashim. You don't think I'll put a bullet between the doctor's eyes to get to you? You're sorely mistaken.
John's words echoed, adding to the sporadic crackling of the distant battle.
My Serpents will strike your friend down and swarm in here to finish you off.
Azar bin Hashim leaned out to one side.
And then the world will feel our wrath.
Please, don't shoot me, Takata said, his voice cracking as tears streamed down his face.
You had your chance to come with me,
John said, advancing with slow, measured steps.
But it's not too late, Doc. Just run away. Let me and this dirtbag settle up.
Enough,
bin Hashim shouted.
You've lost, and you know it, American. You'll never make it out of here alive.
I don't need to make it out. I just need to stop you. Or perhaps I can just put Takata out of his misery. I'm guessing he hasn't given you what you need to accomplish your mission.
John shifted his point of aim, just enough to cover the doctor. A smile spread across the Serpent leader's face.
I have everything I need now, bin Hashim said.
He shoved Dr. Takata to the side and brought his rifle up. John aimed and took the slack out of the trigger. Then, the entire building shook. Both men fired, their shots missing. Azar dove behind a pair of steel drums, and John strode forward, shooting his Glock. After the explosions from the battle out front, John heard the volume of fire escalate. There was no way Curtis would be able to hold back that number of men. He had to push ahead and get to bin Hashim fast. The Serpent lifted his rifle up over the barrel, spraying wildly.
His blind volley of fire flew overhead, and John answered back. He fired the last round from his pistol, and wasted no time to rush forward. Azar stood and leveled his AK, but it was too late. John's shoulder impacted with a steel drum, driving it and the man behind it back toward the drone. With a swipe of his arm, John hurled the second drum out of the way as he closed the distance. Ben Hashim screamed and whipped his weapon up. John snatched the handguard and hoisted the serpent to his feet. He plowed a fist into Ben Hashim's jaw, stripping the AK from his grasp. He let the rifle clatter to the floor and stood over Azar bin Hashim.
"Like I said, it's over."
John's words echoed, no longer competing with gunfire. The battle had ended.
"No," Dr. Takata said. "You can't kill him."
John glanced back over his shoulder as Dr. Stephen Takata clutched the AK-47 awkwardly, tight to his hip, walking toward him. John shook his head.
"You're making a huge mistake, Takata."
"You hear that?"
Takata said, circling around to help his leader.
"Your friend is dead. The four serpents."
John whipped his arm out, smacking Dr. Takata across the face with a backhand. The doctor spun, dropping the rifle, and collapsed to the floor unconscious. A flash of movement snapped John back. Ben Hashim drew a knife from his belt and lunged for the kill. John's hand swallowed the man's wrist. He squeezed, popping and separating the small bones. Ben Hashim let out a shrill cry, dropping the knife. John snatched the blade in a reverse grip as it fell.
"Hold this,"
he said as he plunged the blade into Ben Hashim's thigh. The steel knife dug in deep, splintering bone as it split part of the man's femur. Tears streamed down Ben Hashim's face as he bellowed in agony. John spun him around and pulled him close, wrapping a tree trunk around the man's neck. He secured a choke and leaned close, whispering into Ben Hashim's ear.
"I don't need to escape to win. I just need to rip the serpent's head from its body."
More men burst into the back from where John had entered. He spun, using Ben Hashim to shield himself from the assault.
"Let him go, Stone."
A man wearing all black tactical gear stepped into the room, armed with an M4 carbine. He pulled the cloth away from the lower half of his face.
"Gavreau?"
John kept his grip on the hostage.
"You cannot kill him," Gavreau said. "Let us take him in alive. He wants you to martyr him."
Azar bin Hashim gurgled, futilely pulling at John's massive arm with his uninjured hand. The American released his grip, letting the terrorist crumple to the floor, defeated.
"Where's Curtis?" John asked. "Is he alive?"
"Outside. My men are treating his injuries," Gavreau said. Several raid members moved up and secured bin Hashim in flex cuffs, while the medic wrapped bandages and gauze around the knife, still buried in his leg. Lionel Gavreau lowered his weapon and put a hand on John's shoulder. "It is over. We won." Chapter 26. John pressed a finger to the bandage across the wound on his shoulder. He looked in the mirror, admiring the bruising on his face from his battle with bin Hashim's man, Khalik.
"I see you got some work done," Curtis said.
Hobbling in on a set of crutches, he sat, using them to slow his descent.
"My modeling days have just begun," John said,
pinching the bridge of his nose to make sure nothing had been broken. Both men looked over as the raid medical team wheeled Azar bin Hashim in on a gurney, heading for the elevator.
"I thought they'd take that guy to a hospital," Curtis said.
John chuckled.
"There's no way they would risk that. My way would have simplified things."
Gavreau was right. It's good that you listened to him. Curtis watched Dr. Takata stumble down the hall, hands cuffed behind his back.
"I know,"
John said with a solemn nod, taking a seat. "Wow, that was much easier than I expected," Curtis said. John's face softened as he looked down at his weathered hands, rubbing them together.
"We got them, though. The men responsible for Van Pierce's death. But just like when we got Wyndham, it feels hollow, like we've accomplished nothing."
Curtis pursed his lips.
"Vengeance never fills the void, but the world is better off without the four serpents."
He leaned back and pointed toward the sky.
"For MVP." "I'll drink to that."
John pointed to Curtis's leg with the toe of his boot.
"What happened? You get a muscle cramp? Did the medics give you a banana for the potassium?"
"Ha ha, tough guy." Curtis leaned to his left and looked at the bloodied bandage around the lower half of his leg. "That's a 12-pack you owe me, and not that supermarket swill you chug. I'm talking the good stuff." Lionel Gavreau approached, holding his helmet tucked under his arm.
"Gentlemen, I do not know what to say."
"I'm guessing thank you isn't one of your options," Curtis said, gently probing the muscle around his gunshot wound.
"Not officially, no," Gavreau said. "But perhaps I can pass on some of the gratitude from a few of my men. Your reckless actions did make our jobs a little easier, I must admit."
"Our pleasure," John said with a crooked grin. "We aim to please," Curtis pantomimed, looking down the sights of a rifle.
"With the pleasantries out of the way, we all know that this entire investigation will require a lot of cleaning up between our governments."
Gavreau's face hardened. He handed his helmet and gloves to one of the other men and pulled a chair closer.
"I cannot promise that any of us will escape without facing the repercussions of our actions."
"It should only be my head on the block," John said. "I'm the one that barged into your investigation. Neither one of you should have to face the consequences of my actions."
Gavreau chuckled. "It would almost be easier to explain that we helped you find your friend's killers. The alternative would be to admit that we just let a foreigner step all over our case, obstructing us every step of the way."
"Well, when you put it that way," Curtis started.
"Besides, you brought Brassard to our attention," Gavreau said.
"You were right behind me at Kepler's apartment. You would have found the data regardless," John said, standing up.
"But would I have allowed myself to see the truth?"
Gavreau stood up and shook John's hand. "If you don't mind, I'd like to stick around and hear what you get from Azar bin Hashim and Dr. Takata," John said. Gavreau looked at the bandage on John's arm and Curtis's crutches.
"I believe you have earned that right."
Patrice Cartier exited the interrogation room, a satisfied smile across his face. Stephen Takata held his head in his cuffed hands on the table. Racking sobs shook the doctor's body, torn apart by his guilt in joining the serpents. Curtis watched the interrogator pass by with what looked like glee in his eye. Does he always enjoy his job that much? Gavreau flipped his notebook closed and stood to exit the observation room.
"Well, when you have been trying to chisel the truth from a block of granite all week, it is nice to have an eggshell like this crumble and spill everything."
John sat, still staring at the doctor through the double-sided glass. Curtis pushed himself onto his crutches to follow the raid commander to the briefing room. "You coming, John?" Curtis asked. "I'm right behind you," John said, still boring holes into the interrogation room. Sylvestre and Deschanel passed John, giving him a quick nod as he entered the briefing room. Curtis had already taken a seat near the front, where Gavreau prepared bits of Dr. Takata's research data. The raid commander flipped through the pages of his notebook, piecing everything together. John took a seat next to Curtis, then Gavreau turned to point at the data on the screen, starting his presentation.
"The doctor's most recent research, as you know, focused on utilizing data from the global weather satellites to paint a more complete picture of shifting winds, temperature, and humidity to a high degree of precision," he said.
"I got that part," Curtis said. "But I thought his primary research was the kinetic strike javelins. Was he using rain clouds to cover the attacks or something?" "He's improving the accuracy of the weapons," John said. Gavreau pointed in John's direction with his notebook, nodding.
"Correct. The javelins are inert tungsten-rich rods with no guidance systems. They rely solely on the calculations handled up front in order to hit their targets."
Curtis furrowed his brow. "What are we talking here? Sniper-level accuracy? Fractional minute of angle from 5 miles up? These things hit hard and don't require that level of precision to drop on an unsuspecting target." The screen changed, showing a different set of calculations and diagrams.
"Agreed, that is a bit extreme," Gavreau said. "Takata's research wasn't about the effects of wind when deploying the weapons at targets directly below. He was working on software that would grant the ability to lob the kinetic strike projectiles over a great distance and still hit the target. The weapons would be silent and have no heat signature, making them all but invisible to our countermeasures."
"The answer to your first question is yes," John said. "Like a sniper taking shifting wind patterns and air temperature into account. Takata software does the same on an international scale. Only instead of a mile or two, the drones would be making shots at hundreds, maybe even thousands of miles away."
"Thousands?"
Curtis looked over at John.
Theoretically, Gavreau said. To accomplish that, the delivery system would have to operate far outside the parameters of the UAV we procured from Bin Hashim's base.
Curtis leaned forward, resting his elbows on his legs.
Wow. And Takada transmitted his data right before we stopped Bin Hashim?
Yes. Gavreau glanced down at his notebook.
His computer backed the research up to a cloud drive. We have since had the data remotely wiped.
John leaned back, folding his arms across his chest.
Shouldn't you have a team out hunting for anyone else that may have this information?
Yeah, we've got a guy that can help, Curtis said. He just needs access to...
Gavreau waved.
No. We cannot risk bringing too much attention to the search. We have bought time to track down and arrest any stragglers that might still be involved.
John tightened his jaw, looking at the raid commander.
Gavreau smiled. My friends, this intel is also in your government's hands. Rest assured, our two nations will be working together to take care of the rest.
What did we get from Bin Hashim? Curtis asked. He should be able to fill in all the gaps in the doctor's blubbering confessions.
Nothing yet. He is still in surgery.
Gavreau glanced over at John.
Apparently it is not a simple matter to safely remove a knife embedded in one's femur.
Chapter 28. John squeezed his eyes shut to drive out the blinding glare. Through his ringing ears, the muffled sounds of car alarms and sirens slowly faded as his head dropped back, unconsciousness dragging him under again. Chapter 27.
I'm going to grab something to eat. I'll wait for you in the car, Curtis said, settling his weight on the crutches.
Several more members of the raid unit walked over, smiling. They nodded at John and shook his hand.
You are quite a celebrity,
Gavreau said, stepping out of his office as he stuffed a stack of papers into a manila envelope. He handed the files and reports over to John.
We had a rough start, but I wanted to say thank you, Gavreau said, shaking John's hand again.
Curtis and I should be the ones thanking you for pulling our asses out of the fire back there.
Yes, you should, Gavreau smiled. Safe travels, my friend.
John started reading a text message from Parker when his phone buzzed.
Parker, I was just reading your text.
Hey, John, I just wanted to make sure you saw it. Parker's fingers tapped away on the keyboard as he spoke.
You sent the message literally seconds ago, John said.
So did you read it yet?
John sighed. Just tell me what it says.
Okay, but don't get mad at me, Parker said.
What did you...
I read the reports from Dr. Takada's interrogation. No one seems concerned that his research is still out there, Parker said, his typing no longer filling in the pauses.
Are you still connected to the raid system?
John asked, lowering his voice as he turned toward a corner.
Yes, but only to help them finish this case. Parker, you're unbelievable.
John looked around before taking the stairs to the second floor.
You need to shut that program down now and clean up all traces of your presence.
I will, but I'm re-imaging Takada's laptop to dig through it here, Parker said. I don't think Gavreau is concerned enough about this data falling into the wrong hands. John pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes.
We've already captured Bin Hashim. The four serpents are all but finished. Gavreau and his men will be putting a plan together to clean up the rest. They're already keeping tabs on other climatologists associated with the doctor, just in case.
After a long pause, Parker replied, Okay, but this is the part where I need you to stay calm and not get mad.
We're a little past that already.
I've downloaded all of the after-action body camera footage from Raid's team, just to make sure no key members of the Four Serpents escaped in the attack, Parker said.
Are you nuts?
John hissed through gritted teeth as he turned to face the window at the end of the hall. I just need to be sure, Parker said. Dr. Takada's research isn't rocket science. It isn't going to take someone with a PhD to figure it out at this point. Just some raw computing power and access to global weather networks. John took a breath to gather his thoughts.
Parker, you have to cut the connection now.
If those kinetic strike javelins end up in another terrorist cell...
Parker! Now!
John tightened his jaw as the phone creaked in his fist. All right, I'm sorry, John, Parker said. Let me just end this query and... Wait a minute. John listened as Parker started typing for what seemed an eternity.
What is it?
Parker exhaled through his nose. I don't know. Could be nothing, but my mob recognition seems to think that there's something different about
Azar bin Hashim.
Yeah, he's not going to be moving around the same as older footage, considering he had a 6-inch blade jammed into his thigh, John said, still trying to contain growing frustration.
Well, the facial recognition said it's the wrong guy, but facial recognition software is lame. I ran the mob program, and it's returning a 72% probability that it's him.
Considering his condition by the time Raid arrived, John said, turning to lean his back against the glass, sounds like we've got the right guy.
It's just that sub 90% probability means...
3 shrieking thumps rattled the building in rapid succession. The interior walls and windows pulsed out, everything shattering. A concussive wave threw John out of the building. His breath was stolen from his lungs, and the fall lasted for minutes in his mind. An impact like a sledgehammer between his shoulder blades sent pain signals exploding out to his limbs. The back of his head slammed into the dented roof of the SUV underneath, and the impact of his landing blew out all of its windows. John's vision swam through a tunnel of darkness that swallowed the world around him. Chapter 29. John tried to lift his arms, but his extremities were sluggish, moving through a taffy-like haze. Blood thrummed and rushed through his ears with every heartbeat. Someone put a hand on his chest, shaking his body. The warbling buzz in his head slowly reformed into coherent words.
"John!"
Curtis shook him again.
"John, you gotta get up!"
Curtis tossed his crutches to the side and helped him sit up. John groaned as he swung his feet over the fender of the SUV, sliding down to the asphalt. His boots crunched on broken glass, and he wobbled to keep his balance.
"What happened?"
Curtis bent to pick up his crutches again.
"I don't know,"
John said, his voice hoarse.
"I was on the phone with Parker when I heard something hit the building before it all exploded,"
John said. He wiped a hand across his face and eyes, brushing the blood and dust away. His vision slowly pulled itself back into clarity, and John looked at what was left of the raid headquarters. The entire northwest corner had collapsed, exposing the floors, wires, and plumbing. Sharp pain nearly dropped him to his knees as he sucked in a deep breath. The pop reverberated through his body as a rib settled back into place. Sirens wailed as first responders pulled up to the scene, racing from their vehicles to attend to the wounded. John waved a medic away, moving off to the side. He struggled to tell them they needed to help the other survivors, not understanding their replies in French.
"John, you need to let them check you out."
Curtis handed him a bottle of water. John swished a mouthful, spitting the bloody, dirty water out before draining the rest of the bottle.
"Did anyone else make it out yet?"
The solemn look in Curtis's eyes told him plenty. John pushed ahead, but Curtis and 2 of the medical techs tried to hold him back.
"We need to help Gavreau and his team. Let me go."
John shrugged the hands off and ran toward the building as another large chunk of concrete fell free, smashing apart in front of him. He staggered back a step, covered his mouth with his arm, and ran through the cloud of smoke inside the wreckage of the raid HQ. Helping the first responders, John and Curtis spent the next hour pulling people out of the building. News crews swarmed as the crowd outside grew. John lifted a woman out of the rubble, setting her on a nearby gurney when someone called out from inside, emerging from the stairwell.
"I need some help here,"
Gavreau said, speaking French as he carried a man on his shoulders.
"He's lost a lot of blood."
Sylvestre pulled a chunk of concrete to the side and disappeared back into the stairwell before emerging with the woman leaning on him, an arm draped around his neck. Her face was bloodied, and her right leg looked mangled. Another 2 hours passed. Then, police and medical responders no longer let John or the others back toward the building. The woman kept shouting at him in French as John tried to push past. She grew angry and shoved him hard in the chest, speaking sternly and waving for him to move back.
"She is saying it is not good for us to breathe the air," Gavreau said. "Too much smoke and dust. Please, John, let them take a look at you."
John's shoulders sagged as the words sank in. He looked up to see the large crews working quickly to pull survivors out of the building, helping those they could, and evacuating the ones in more serious condition. With a nod, he relented and turned back, heading to the ambulances.
"At least a dozen were inside the section that collapsed," Curtis said. "Several survived, but suffered serious injuries. 5 more were evacuated in critical condition."
"How many dead?"
John asked.
"They still do not know,"
Sylvestre answered. He tilted his chin as one of the paramedics finished stitching the cut over his eye.
"What about the rest of your team?"
John asked Gavreau.
"Deschanel is dead."
His words were almost inaudible. Sylvestre looked over, a mix of fire and pain in his eyes. Gavreau looked up at John.
Lucier was evacuated half an hour ago. He may lose his arm.
He swallowed.
What happened?
Curtis asked.
Kinetic strike javelins, John said. The serpents are still active.
I don't understand, Curtis said. We captured Ben Hashim. We've got his drone and the tungsten rods.
Where is Ben Hashim? John asked. Dr. Takata.
Dead, Sylvestre said, spitting.
Both of them were in the northwest corner. I watched them pull out what was left of that terrorist filth.
That rules out an attempted prison break, John said. You think they were trying to silence him? I mean, the doctor already spilled his guts, Curtis said, looking at the ruins. Figuratively and literally.
I have to make a call, Gavreau said.
The raid commander pulled a phone from his pocket and scrolled through his contacts as he walked away. Sylvestre nodded to John and Curtis before going his own way.
I should call Parker,
John said, patting his pockets. Curtis handed his phone over. Yours didn't survive the fall, he said. You were still holding it when you totaled the rental parked outside. John pulled up the recent calls and selected Parker's number.
Curtis, what's happening? Parker asked. The news is saying there was an explosion in France. It's John. I had to borrow this phone because mine was damaged in the attack. Attack? Are you all right? Parker, we need to figure out what happened, John said. I think the four serpents were able to piece the doctor's research together and hit us with the javelins.
Parker's fingers clicked across his keyboard in the background.
That's a likely scenario, but it just feels too fast to organize that type of plan. We need to know what we are up against. Is there anything you can do to figure out what might have happened? John asked. I'm on it. I can dig around and see what kind of chatter is taking place in the darker corners of... Parker, I have to call you back, John said, cutting Parker off. John ended the call and looked around. He now noticed the unnerving scene around him. The people stopped talking. Everyone around him fixed their eyes to the nearest screens. Most were looking down at their phones, but John walked over to one of the news vans, where the crew gathered around the monitors set up in the back. As he got close, he saw a man seated at a table with a flag behind him. He recognized the Four Serpents emblem right away, but as he reached the van and heard the voice, his blood ran ice cold. Azar bin Hashim sat on the screen, with a self-satisfied grin, addressing the world.
But a small taste of our rage. You thought you had beheaded the serpent, but it is not that easy. We will not end our quest to teach the Western world a lesson in pain and suffering. You send your oppressors, your barbarians, to our gates to tear us from our homes, where we try to live our lives in peace. Those who would dare stick their hands into the serpent's lair shall suffer the venom of its strikes, bin Hashim said.
Is this live? John asked. I don't know, a woman holding the camera said. It's a live broadcast, but I don't know if it's an actual live feed. John grabbed her upper arm. How can we find out? Is there a way to trace this back to the broadcast location? She just met his eyes with a near-blank expression, shaking her head before turning back to the monitor.
The French government dared, and they have felt the fangs sink in deep. That was but a single bite.
His face turning down, bin Hashim leaned into the camera.
With the help of the Americans, you have dared to invade us. You are responsible for killing and kidnapping our families and friends.
John stepped away, redialing Parker's number. Hey, John. Parker was distracted, the broadcast playing in the background. Kid, you have to find out where that transmission is coming from, John said. Parker was quiet for a moment, his fingers clicking away at his keyboard. This broadcast is streaming live. I don't understand. Is he a fake or... It's him, John said. We captured a double. Parker sighed. What do we do now? Get me a location. I'm going to drag that snake from his hole and cut him to pieces. Chapter 30. John and Curtis stepped out of the car, joining Gavreau and Sylvestre as they walked into the Police Nationale offices. A pair of detectives joined them, shaking hands and offering condolences in French to the two raid members. After a brief exchange, one of the men led them to a small conference room.
He says they can offer us any aid in the hunt for the four serpents, Gavreau said. Let us discuss our plan in here for now.
They gathered around the table as Sylvester set up a borrowed laptop, connecting it to the wall-mounted display. John dialed Parker's number on the teleconference system to pull him into the meeting.
"Hey, John. Everyone."
"What have you got so far?" John asked.
"It would be much easier to show you," Parker said. "Is there a computer there that I can link up with?"
Sylvester looked over at Gavreau.
"Lucier is the tech geek. I'm not sure how to—" "Never mind, I got it," Parker said. "I need you to accept the request, though. No need to break in when one can get permission."
The information from Sylvester's borrowed computer popped up on the screen.
"I thought you said it would be easier to show us," Curtis said. "We're looking at a list of numbers. Is that really what you wanted to show us?"
Parker typed away as more information popped up.
"Yes and no. This is the bad news portion of the presentation. These are all broadcast stations where the signal came from. It's widespread. Global."
"Does that mean the four serpents are all over the world?" John asked.
"No, it doesn't appear so. This is all some type of remote relay stunt. They've got someone almost as good as I am."
"Almost," Parker said.
"Is there a point to all of this?" Gavreau asked.
Sorry, yes. The four serpents have some connections if they can accomplish this kind of broadcast."
"If they were able to pull this off in mere hours, we've got our hands full," Curtis said.
"The good news is, this very likely took weeks to pull off," Parker said. "My guess is that this was how they had intended to let the world know of their first strike when they put Takata's research into play." "And that is what happened," Sylvester said. "We were hit with those kinetic weapons."
Parker continued.
"Again, it's a good news, bad news situation. They hit your headquarters with the javelins, but they weren't able to use Takata's research to pull it off."
"Well, their accuracy was astounding for not having the research," John said. "I hope the good news is helpful."
Bin Hashim didn't have the long strike capability that Takata's research would have given him. The drone violated French airspace to strike, Parker said. They scrambled a couple of Rafale fighter jets to take it down, but we've got enough data to trace it back to a general point of origin.
"Well, that's a start," John said. "How do we pinpoint their position?"
"That's where our friend Dr. Takata comes in. I re-imaged his drives here and dug through the transmissions," Parker said.
Gavreau shot John a questioning glance. "I know, I'm sorry. We will answer for all of this when it's done," John said.
"I don't care if he hacked the president's email, as long as he can point us to Bin Hashim," Sylvester said. "Anyway, I've got 3 sets of data: the broadcast hacks, the drone's flight path, and the IP addresses from Takata's upload. Everything triangulates right here."
Parker pulled up a map of a mountainous region, with a red circle drawn over it.
"Give or take 100 yards.
"Do you know where that is?" John asked. Gavreau rested his elbows on the table, fists under his chin.
"That is about 120 miles southeast of here."
"We could have our team geared up and on the ground in an hour," Sylvester said. "Just get us on a chopper, sir."
John recognized the look in the raid commander's eyes. He understood the urge to throw caution to the wind and leap into the fire, fueled by rage and a need for revenge. But there was a delicate balance between planning and speed that they would have to walk, to get the buy-off they would need to acquire the support.
"How sure are you of the location, Parker?" John asked. "I mean, you can never be 100%, but if the actual Azar bin Hashim isn't holed up in those mountains, then they've got far more sophisticated resources," he said. "And if that's the case, that means they've got backing from a superpower nation."
"That's highly unlikely," John said. "Gavreau, you'll need to pull some resources from another raid unit and the Police Nationale if we're going to stop the serpents."
"We?" Gavreau asked.
John met his steely gaze. "You're going to need all hands on deck. Curtis and I have the same level of experience and intel as you do. We can't risk going in with less than optimal fighting strength." Gavreau brought a hand to his mouth, thinking about John's words.
"Perhaps you are correct. It will take some convincing, but I would pull some strings."
Curtis raised his hand.
I feel like maybe I should point out that I'm going to be pretty damn suboptimal in the field with a hole in my leg." "You can provide support from the air," Sylvester said. "In the choppers."
"You will be joining us in the helicopters," Gavreau said to Curtis and John. "The other team will be mostly police and military support. This is all an off-the-books operation, with French and German military support on deck if things go badly for us.
"What's the plan, then?" Curtis asked. John worked the bolt of the FNP-90, ensuring the chamber was clear. "We're going to fast rope in, drop any opposition in our way, and defang the snake." "And how will we know that this is the one and only Azar bin Hashim?" Sylvester asked. John tapped his helmet next to the camera. "Our man Parker will have access to the live feed during the operation. He'll have his computers overclocked and running full speed to process the data. The software will let us know if we see him." "Does anyone know the layout of the base?" Curtis asked.
"We have minimal information," Gavreau said. "Once we are on the ground, you and the other door gunners will have to provide our close air support, targeting any significant threats and suppressing the enemy. As much as we want bin Hashim, we need to remember that the real objective is to shut down the kinetic weapon system."
"Roger that," John said, tightening his gloves. "Parker will be monitoring any outgoing network transmissions during the op. We target the drone and all of the computers they are using to control it. If anything gets out, he'll be able to zero in and provide the location."
"Let's hope we're able to contain it," Curtis said.
"We can't risk this information reaching someone else's hands."
"The blueprints for their drone have been distributed across all allied nations," Gavreau said. "We will at least be able to spot anything like it that any existing splinter groups can launch."
"For now, we should focus on our primary target. The head of the serpent," John said.
Chapter 31. The engines of the AS-532 Cougar spooled up, the rotors slowly building the momentum they would need to lift the craft. John secured the P-90 PDW to his body and chambered around. He checked the HK-US P-45, flipping the selector to safe before securing it into the drop leg holster. Sylvester helped Curtis into one of the waiting helicopters, leaving the crutches behind, as he settled in behind the 7.62mm machine gun mounted at the side door. Curtis gave him a nod, as Gavreau handed Sylvester his M4 carbine. John shook hands with one of the men from the Police Nationale that helped equip him for the mission. He ducked and ran to the craft as the rotor wash whipped dirt and debris around. John adjusted his goggles and checked the fit of his helmet, making sure the camera hadn't been knocked free.
"Can you hear me, John?" Parker asked. "Loud and clear," he replied.
"Welcome to the team, Parker," Curtis said.
"I've got a semi-private channel with just the two of you, but I'll be doing the majority of my communicating across the four of you. I'll let Gavreau deal with the rest of the operation. My French doesn't extend much beyond fries and pizza."
"Neither of those is French," Curtis said.
"And that's why I'm going to defer to Gavreau when passing along the information."
"Ready?" Gavreau asked. John, Curtis, and Sylvester all answered with a thumbs up, securing themselves into their seats. The commander gave the signal to the pilot, and the Cougar lifted off. Two more AS-532s rose shortly afterward. The three helicopters took off toward the Serpent's hidden mountain base. The chopping air from the rotors thrummed in John's chest as the craft skimmed along the ground before rising to a more stable elevation.
"I miss this," Curtis said. "Well, this part anyway. The shooting and getting shot at, not so much."
"Initial reports are showing that they believe the Serpent's base must be in a clearing at the foot of the mountain range, with some shallow tunnels running throughout the area," Gavreau said.
"Can we trust those reports?"
John asked. Gavreau pressed his lips together and shrugged.
"It is probably safer to assume that they will be completely underground. That way we can just lob a few missiles and collapse the whole structure."
"We bring any missiles with us?" Curtis asked.
"No," Gavreau said. "My superiors did not like that suggestion."
"Our best play is to drop in far enough away to establish a solid fighting position," John said. "Let the choppers soften the opposition with the 7.62s.
"That I can do," Curtis said.
"We move up from there, careful not to let anyone escape or flank us. Once inside, we stay tight in our fire teams," John said.
Gavreau nodded.
"Everyone, keep in constant radio contact. We cannot risk losing sight of the objective. The kinetic weapon system must be destroyed."
"And Azar bin Hashim has to be stopped," John said.
"I will make sure of that personally," Sylvester said, the fury in his eyes almost glowing. John's harness dug into his shoulder as the helicopters all dipped lower, approaching the mountains.
5 minutes,
Gavreau said, pressing a finger to his ear.
5 minutes,
the rest of the occupants repeated. The helicopters broke formation, each taking a separate path toward their objective. John gripped his harness as the pilot swung their craft in a full arc. Smoke streamed from the ground below as an RPG lanced into the sky, missing the chopper with the Police Nationale team on board. Smoke puffed from the side door as John watched the door gunner open up on the terrorist below. The rhythmic popping reached his ears a full second after he saw the pulsing muzzle flashes.
"I think they know we're here," Curtis said.
"They must have known we would be coming soon," Gavreau said.
"Is that good or bad?"
Curtis looked at John for an answer.
"Focus on the mission, Lieutenant,"
John said. Curtis nodded, his features straightened, set in stone.
"Right there,"
Gavreau said to the pilot, pointing to a clearing surrounded by trees and rocky outcropping. The Cougar turned, drifting to the drop zone, covering the last dozen yards sideways.
"Go, go, go!"
Gavreau shouted. Ropes fell from the bird on either side. John, Sylvestre, Gavreau, and a member from another raid unit slid down as the enemy fire sparked to life. The popping and whizzing of enemy fire let John know that they had some pretty stiff opposition. John's boots hit the ground with a crunch. He held his weapon tight to his body and ran to the nearest rock for cover. Gavreau slid behind the boulder next to him, as Sylvestre and the other man each found a tree. The ropes wound up into the chopper as Curtis settled in behind his machine gun. The weapon thundered, and huge gouts of flame spit from the barrel. He worked the trigger in 5-round bursts, putting rounds into a group of enemies until they were no longer a threat before pivoting to the next. An RPG screamed by as the pilot reacted, wheeling the tail rotor out of the way. The maneuver swung Curtis out of position, no longer able to lay down his covering fire.
"They're in trouble up there," John shouted to the others. "We need to move up and press the attack."
Not waiting for the reply, John stepped out, P90 braced against his shoulder. He sighted toward the enemy and pressed the trigger, spitting a quick burst, aiming at the muzzle flashes in the distance. Gavreau and the others followed suit, their M4s answering back. John saw a pair of men crouching near a tree, one holding a launch tube while the other passed him a rocket-propelled grenade. He gritted his teeth and dropped to a crouch, pulling the weapon in tight as he fired 3 bursts. The armed man spun and fell as the RPG streaked to the side, sending a group of serpents scrambling. The enemy shifted their focus, turning the fire onto the men on the ground, assaulting their position. John slammed his shoulder into a tree, stopping his forward momentum as rifle fire tore up the dirt around him. The helicopter's rotors pulsed in the air, falling into a groove with Curtis's machine gun fire. With the choppers pounding away at the forces on the ground, John and the others advanced again. The serpents that didn't retreat fell to the oncoming volume of fire from the troops storming the gates. John fired another burst at a team setting up a PKM. His shots cut the trigger man down, just as his partner readied the weapon. A second burst dropped another serpent before they could get the machine gun into play. John rushed ahead, as Gavreau and Sylvestre drove another group of terrorists back.
"Curtis, the rocks and trees are going to cut off your line of sight, but if you can lay down a steady stream ahead of us, you'll clear the way for our entry," John said, cupping his hand over his mic to drown out the unyielding thunder roaring across the battlefield. "Consider it done," he said. Within seconds, the AS-532 Cougar roared overhead, engines rumbling and rotors pounding the ground. Curtis wheeled his to the side and charged his weapon, loading a fresh belt before unleashing hell. The streaks from his tracer rounds drew a bright orange line of death across the enemy's ranks. John signaled to the others and advanced as the serpents hunkered down. The other 2 choppers joined in as their gunners lit up the early evening sky. Tracers punched through the opposition, like lasers burning holes through paper. The serpents that survived the onslaught fell back into the base. John reached a boulder, mere yards from the front entrance of a building that appeared to be growing out of the rocky bottom of the mountain. The choppers ceased their fire as the rest of the team reached their rally point. No longer able to provide an effective offense, the pilots pulled their helicopters away, switching to a flight pattern that would provide close air support and prevent reinforcements from flanking John and the others. Chapter 32. "The enemy has fallen back," Gavreau said into his radio. "We must be careful with our advance from this point."
John nodded and looked at the building through his scope. It was rough in construction, but appeared to be made out of reinforced concrete. It would have taken the enemy a long time to build this, all right under the French government's nose.
"How long has this base been here?" he asked.
Sylvestre, Gavreau, and the final raid assaulter just exchanged glances, shrugging. "At least 3 months," Parker said. "Given the size of the structure. Of course, if that thing is connected to tunnels that burrow into the mountain, it would be even longer." Gavreau scanned the area with his binoculars.
There is nowhere they would be able to launch or maintain a drone in that building. We must assume that they are inside the mountain, in a series of tunnels.
Wonderful, John said, checking his weapon. If they have built that structure to repel an attack, they will cut us to ribbons while we cross that open field, Sylvester said.
John turned to look over his shoulder and then back at the building ahead.
We should be able to get inside with minimal trouble. How can you be so sure? Sylvester asked, fixing his red dot sight on the entrance.
They built this here to hide, John said. Yes, we're stuck in a bottleneck to cross that gap. But look over there. He pointed to the front face of the structure. No firing ports. Only a few windows, set too high to effectively fight from, John said.
So what are you suggesting? Gavreau asked.
If we put a high enough volume of fire on those windows, I can get to the door and press the attack. They'll have no choice but to fall back and let the rest of you come up.
You have no idea what the inside of that building looks like, Gavreau said.
The Cougars don't have rockets, and the machine guns would only chip away at the reinforced roof, John said. Our best bet is to charge in there before they can dig in.
I'm with John on this one, Curtis said. At least I would be if I were down there with you guys.
Sylvester shrugged, conceding the point.
All right, Gavreau said to John. When I give the signal, we go.
Before John could protest, the commander had already started passing the instructions on to the rest of the teams in French. He twisted the ball off of his foot into the loose rocks and dirt, trying to find perches to start his run when the raid commander gave the signal. Gavreau put a hand on John's shoulder and gave him 2 quick pats as he shouted the go signal to the rest of the teams. The muzzle flashes bloomed, glowing flowers planted into the rocks, spitting projectiles at 2,400 feet per second. John exhaled and pushed his body forward. Bullets smacked off the concrete facade and the windows shattered. Enemy blooms sprouted from the base, answering back as several serpents fired blindly through the high windows. Puffs of dirt kicked rocks into John's body as he closed the distance. They were only 10 meters from the front entrance when John adjusted his course to plant himself along the side, preparing to tell Gavreau that he would kick the door in. The raid commander reached the door right behind John. He shifted his grip on the M4, using the weapon mounted under the barrel of the carbine. John recognized it as a short-barreled Mossberg 500. Gavreau held the muzzle close to the door's latch and blasted a hole in the mild steel door. He racked the weapon and fired again, knocking a large chunk from the frame and sending the handle flying inward. He pivoted and put his back to the wall as John immediately stepped into his role, falling back a step and planting a foot into the door. The metal slab swung inward violently, the thundering clang echoing down the hall as John and Gavreau stepped inside. The entryway ended at a short T intersection. John signaled for Gavreau to cover the right as he leaned out along the left. The path opened up to a broader walkway, windows on the left and a pair of doors on the right. The men inside were still attempting to stand on boxes and chairs to return fire. Kneeling and using the wall for cover, John shouldered his P90 and punched a trio of holes in the back of one of the serpents. Gavreau's carbine rattled the walls along the other side as he barked commands in the radio for the others to advance. A pair of men whirled around and opened up with their AKs, aiming too high. John held his ground and put the front sight on the first, pressing the trigger before swinging the muzzle to the right and dumping the rest of the magazine into the man. The PDW spit a dozen 5.7mm projectiles into his target's body in less than a second. The last serpent let out a cry and whipped his weapon around. John's hand fell to the USP-45 as he drew the handgun and pressed it forward. He strode around the corner and placed 4 rounds center mass, sending the man crashing to the floor. Echoes of the last of the shots still reverberated through the concrete halls as John walked forward, pistol in his hands. "Clear."
"Clear," Gavreau answered back. Sylvester stepped through, followed by the other raid man, limping from a wound in his leg. The police came in afterward as they all assembled in one of the wider passages. John holstered the .45 and swapped mags in his P90.
"How do we proceed?"
Sylvester asked. John looked at the wounded man with Sylvester.
"You two stay here and hold this corridor. There are 2 doors on each side, so we should check them out in pairs, all at the same time."
Gavreau translated, and the rest of the men acknowledged. John and the raid commander stacked up on the far door in the left passageway. As the other teams entered their doors, John eased his open, keeping his weapon close to his body, turning at the waist to sweep his muzzle across the dark hall.
"It's a tunnel," he said.
Gavreau stepped past John, flicking his weapon light on.
"Looks like they are all inside."
John clicked his light on and nodded at the commander as he took point. Shortly after entering, the top of the tunnel sloped down, almost brushing against their helmets. Both men hunched as they moved forward. Their beams swept side to side when John noticed a deeper shadow along the right side.
"There's a path that branches off," he said.
With his weapon up, John advanced one step at a time, drifting to the left to take the corner in slices. A shadow flickered across his view.
"Tango!"
he shouted, pushing Gavreau against the wall as he pinned himself against the other side. A man turned the corner and ran straight ahead, shooting his rifle blindly behind him. Bullets tossed chunks of stone at them. They advanced, firing as the muzzle flashes and bouncing light beams obscured their target. At the branching path, another man lunged from the shadows. John had his weapon up in time to deflect the blade thrusting at his chest. He twisted his body and whipped an elbow across the man's jaw, sending him sprawling ahead in the tunnel. John rushed forward as the serpent rose to his feet. A metallic thunk rang out as something wobbled along the ground past John.
"Grenade!"
He grabbed the man's collar and spun him around, putting him between himself and the explosive as he backpedaled. Gavreau darted into the branching path, getting clear of the weapon's blast radius as it detonated. The air shook, hitting John in the chest like a battering ram. His human shield fell on him as they hit the ground. Deep rumbling and crackling rocked the tunnel. A chunk of the ceiling broke free, falling near John. He kicked the dead man's body off and crawled away as more rubble dropped down, blocking the passage. Footsteps echoed as he rolled onto his stomach, punching a trio of holes in the back of the man that threw the grenade.
"Gavreau, are you okay?"
he asked, pushing himself up to a crouch to cover the tunnel.
"Gavreau?"
John stood and put a hand on the wall of rocks, blocking his way back.
"Parker, can you reach Gavreau?"
He tapped the mic.
"Curtis? Anyone?" "Just great. The mountain is blocking the radio signals," he thought.
John switched to several different frequencies, trying to reach the team. He set his radio back to the original channel and took a deep breath, exhaling through flared nostrils. John switched the weapon light off, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness. A faint glow from the far end slowly revealed the details of the textured walls as his pupils dilated. He eased ahead, careful with the placement of his feet with each step. At another branch, he stepped slowly around the corner until he could see a large hollow, this one unoccupied. He nudged the crate on the floor along the back wall, looking at the flares inside. He took a couple and stuffed them into a pouch on his left thigh.
"Could come in handy."
At the end of the tunnel, the path curved to the left. Only this time, instead of the rough-cut tunnels he emerged from, this was more sophisticated, with lighting fixtures every 10 to 12 yards, casting a yellow glow from each. Someone had set up sturdy supports, and the ceiling rose to a slightly more comfortable 7 feet high. John rechecked the radio signal.
"Parker? Gavreau?"
The tunnel shifted directions again, curving ahead. John noticed the lighting fixtures had a tendency to wipe his shadow across the walls ahead as he walked. He moved only several feet at a time before crouching and leaning his body slowly to give himself a better mental image of what he was walking into. The rounded end of a shadow poked out across the floor before receding again. Echoing footsteps followed close behind. John pressed his body against the wall and slid along, easing around the supports as he traversed the bend in the tunnel. John used the support at one of the lighting fixtures for cover. The light would illuminate him if anyone looked carefully, but it wouldn't throw his shadow forward, giving away his position just yet. The figure returned, walking to a stack of crates as it lifted one up and walked away again. John fished the monocular from one of the pockets in his vest and leaned out for a better view. He lowered the monocular, confused for a moment before raising it up again. The tunnel ended about a quarter of a mile ahead, expanding to an expansive space.
"How long have they been building this?" he thought.
This was not the type of facility he had expected the Four Serpents to have constructed. What John saw would have required far more resources than they had expected. In the open space, he saw a pair of temporary buildings, like the kind used on construction sites, set up end to end.
"What are you up to, Ben Hashim?"
John tucked the monocular back into his vest and raised his P90, pulling it into his shoulder as he walked ahead. The man returned to the stack of crates. John crouched in place, hoping to minimize his shadow, disguising its silhouette. The man hoisted the box and walked away. John hurried, making it to the open space. The muzzle of his weapon following his gaze, John reached the first temporary office. His boots rang softly on the diamond plate steel steps as he approached the door. John put his ear against the wood, listening inside. He spotted the crate mover returning and eased the door open, slipping inside before someone spotted him. The buzz of fluorescent lights and faux wood-paneled walls almost made John forget that he was in the heart of a mountain. He approached a desk, rifling through some of the papers in neat stacks.
Shipping manifests?
John raised an eyebrow, folding one of the pages up and slipping it into his back pocket. A faint voice echoed in the distance, someone shouting in Arabic. More voices joined in, answering or acknowledging what the first man said. Serpents on alert and rushing to battle stations. John crouched underneath the window in the trailer as the group moved away. Looks like the others were putting up a good fight. Another page caught John's eye as he shifted some of the sheets to the side, revealing blueprints for a drone. He only had a second to look at the page when the stairs at the front clanged and rattled. John brought his weapon up just as the door swung open. The crate man stared at the stranger in his trailer, his hand snapping to the grip of his rifle. John's PDW split the air, stitching 5 rounds in a jagged line up the man's torso, the last bullet cracking his collarbone. The man staggered backward, tumbling down the stairs as his AK chattered.
Well, if they didn't hear my shots, they undoubtedly would have heard that.
As if on cue, shouting and thumping steps rushed toward the trailers. The back door flew open as an overweight man barged in. John whirled around and dropped to a crouch, pumping the man's body with bullets. As his body fell forward, another man was already storming in, rifle barking. John drove his body to the side, shoulders slamming into the wall and rocking the trailer. He returned fire, sending 2 long bursts at the serpent, leading his target as he attempted to dodge. John's weapon ran dry as a third terrorist barged in, his shotgun releasing a thunderclap in the close quarters. John pivoted behind his steel filing cabinet, letting his weapon fall to its sling and hoisting the heavy office furniture up. The shotgun exploded again, but the cabinet absorbed much of the buckshot as John charged ahead. He slammed into the serpent, the weight of the steel filing cabinet adding to the force of the impact. The terrorist winced in pain as the collision cracked several of his ribs. John hurled the filing cabinet out the door, sending 2 more men diving to the side to avoid being crushed. John wrapped an arm around his foe's head and wrenched it to his right. As the terrorist's body slumped to the floor, John caught the shotgun before it hit the ground. He stepped out the back door, twirled the firearm around, and unleashed another fusillade of lead shot, exploding another man's chest. John racked the weapon and blasted the second serpent, shredding his shoulder and severing the arm. The pump let out another ka-chock as John finished the screaming man's misery. His boots rang out as he went down the steps, heading for the second trailer. The door opened, and John brought the shotgun up. The man coming out looked down the barrel, eyes wide, struggling to hold his scorpion steady. Both men squeezed the trigger at the same time, the serpent's bullets flying over John's head into the first trailer, as the double-aught buckshot slammed into his foe's chest, hurling him back into the next temporary office. John bounded up the steps and stepped over the body, racking the weapon again. As he passed the entryway, a blur of movement closed in, a glint of steel leading the way. Bringing the shotgun up, John blocked the machete as it clanged off the steel body. He deflected the attack and swung the barrel back, pressing the trigger. Click! The madman swiped with the blade again as John leaned back, barely escaping the killing blow. He slammed the stock of the shotgun into the man's jaw, cracking the bone and sending the serpent flying out the window. John saw 1 more man in the office with him and whipped the shotgun through the air in a flat spin like a boomerang. The barrel struck the terrorist's face, exploding in a spray of blood, saliva, and teeth. Drawing the USP, he ended the man's misery with a double tap, sending a pair of .45 caliber slugs through him. The firefight now over, voices from further in the caves echoed as they approached. John scanned the immediate area with his pistol before swapping the partial mag for a full one and sliding the weapon into its holster. He picked up the AK-47 from the last man and stepped over his body, exiting the office.
I guess they know I'm here now, he thought.
John checked the selector, finding it still set to fire, and exited the second office trailer, making his way into the dark tunnels ahead. Chapter 33. The large space narrowed again, branching off into a series of tunnels. John could hear voices almost arguing. He turned his head and listened. Distant popping and thumps let him know Gavreau and the others were still in the fight. Something dripped onto his earlobe. He wiped it away and glanced down at the blood on his gloved fingertips. John dabbed at his ear, taking note at the stinging pain. His adrenaline was receding and no longer working to mask the smaller wounds across his body. Buckshot, grenade shrapnel, and flying shards of glass had all done a number, slicing small lines and punching tiny holes in various limbs. John couldn't help but smile. With everything the enemy had thrown at him, including the kinetic strike javelins, he could only count himself as lucky. "Can't get lazy now, John," he said, swinging the rifle sling over his body and heading into the dark network of tunnels. Pausing to let his eyes adjust again, John crept forward. The discussions in the deeper tunnel separated, and he could tell now that only 3 men approached, judging by their conversations. They spoke in a mix of French and Arabic, but John still had no idea what they were saying. He spotted another hollow in the wall and sliced the corner before settling inside. This one was deeper than the other 2, starting to turn before ending. He bent down at the box along the back wall, lifting the lid. "Flares, again." It wasn't clear what the serpents were doing with the branches, but John could only guess that these were expansions or additional paths to the larger clearings. Before he made it back to the central tunnel, the flickering glow and hiss of a flare clattered along the ground up ahead. The angry red glow exposed another hollow up ahead on the other side of the tunnel. John held the front sight of the rifle, expecting someone to emerge, but instead, a figure rounded the bend of the primary pathway. The man wore a suit much different than the other serpents John had faced up to this point, more tactical in nature, with hard-shell knee and elbow pads, and a helmet. The man had a bullpup weapon of some type close to his body, optimal for fighting in tight spaces like a network of tunnels. Perfect, John thought. Another figure followed behind, and a third, with the same loadout as the first man. As they approached the hollow up ahead, the serpent in the lead shifted his angle to cover anyone that may have been hiding in there, while the other 2 kept their aim straight ahead. He wouldn't be able to stay hidden while they pass, even with the short bend in his side passage. John had no other choice but to engage while he had a half-decent fighting position. He held the front sight on one of the men in the back, aiming in his direction. John tucked his elbows in, braced his rifle, and let out a slow breath as he pressed the trigger. Chaos erupted from the muzzle as the flash pulsed in the darkness. As the light faded, John saw the man stagger away in the flare's light. The other 2 spun and opened up on his position. The report from their rifles came in precise 3-round bursts, the muzzle flashes constrained to the sides, like the wings of a phoenix. Bullets carved gouges and knocked dents into the stone walls. John dropped to a crouch and leaned out again, opening up. His shots hit the wall in the distance as the lead serpent ducked into the hollow. The second man had also crouched, pressing his body against the wall. The third man rose to his feet again. "Body armor." He cursed and opened fire once more, rewarded with a puff on the chest of the serpent, knocking him down again. "Stay down this time," he shouted. John knew the man was still in the fight, but getting hit in the chest with a sledgehammer, even in body armor, had a demotivating effect that he hoped would sap some of the enthusiasm out of the man. The other 2 returned fire, a series of tight bursts lighting up the tunnels. John took cover again. He could hear the men talking. If he had to guess, they were planning to rush his position. No doubt the third man surviving multiple hits only served to confirm the effectiveness of their armor. He leaned out and fired another pair of bursts. The serpents answered as all 3 men carved away at the wall. The leader shouted something, and the shooting stopped. Rocks and pebbles falling and bouncing along the tunnel surfaces blended with the approaching bootsteps, gravel crunching as the serpents slithered forward. John cradled the AK in his arms and retrieved one of the flares from his pocket, pulling the cap. "I surrender. Please don't kill me." "Come out! Hands up, American!" one of the serpents snapped. Snapping the striker across the tip, the flare hissed to life. He leaned out and tossed it at the lead terrorist. The second man hadn't come as far, and the third took cover in the distant hollow. The flare's glow flipped end over end, playing tricks with the shadows. The serpent knocked the light to the side with his weapon, sending a shower of sparks as it struck. John had the AK against his body as he stepped out fully, advancing as the rifle roared to life, shaking more debris loose. The heavy slugs didn't penetrate his foe's body armor, but a half-dozen jackhammer blows to the sternum had its own distinct flavor that John could use to his advantage when cooking up chaos. Dropping the now empty AK, he grabbed hold of the lead man's weapon, using it to spin him around and pin their bodies together. The second serpent raised his rifle, but hesitated, not wanting to kill his own man. That falter cost him, as John drew his pistol and raised it up, squeezing off 3 shots. The first round cracked the lens of the goggles in a blood-spattered spiderweb. The next 2 rounds sparked off his helmet as the serpent crumbled. The third man leaned out, ready to fire. John, hoping for more luck, shifted his aim. Before he could press the trigger, his hostage struck his wrist with a hammer fist, knocking the USP-45 from his grip. John tried to grab hold of the man's free hand when the serpent drove his helmeted head back into John's face. He heard a crunch and felt a wet spray splash over his mouth and chin. A bright flash pulsed in his head as his eyes watered. John blinked away the pain as the terrorist spun around. Before he could fire, John forced the barrel down and away with one hand and pushed forward, launching a powerful elbow across his foe's face, returning the kindness. The serpent fell, tugging at the weapon in John's other hand. He maintained his grip, reaching down with the other hand to wrap around the rifle. He watched the third terrorist emerge from the hollow with his weapon raised. John hoisted the injured serpent up by the weapon sling as he brought the front sight up. Both men fired. John held his ground, ready and steady as his foe leaped to the side, sending his shots wide. John tracked his movements and sent another 2 bursts, stitching holes through his target's body. To John's relief, the rifle's rounds penetrated the armor, dropping the serpent for good. The leader reached up to wrench the weapon free of John's grasp, but he brought a boot down, stomping the man's head into the ground and tearing the clasp from the sling, freeing the rifle. He triggered a final burst to finish the man and tore the other end of the sling free from the weapon. He ejected the empty magazine and found another on the man's body, glancing down at the odd appearance.
Caseless ammunition. This is a little sophisticated for some snakes hiding in a mountain, he said,
reloading the rifle. Chapter 34. Following the trail of flares, John clutched the rifle close to his body, leaning to the side as he rounded the corner. Like before, this tunnel also opened up, but this time when he reached an area where he could stand comfortably, the path ended in a steel door. Checking the handle and finding it unlocked, John stepped into the entrance, keeping his weapon trained ahead. He eased the door closed, letting it latch when he noticed a strange crackling and popping. He knelt on one side of the hall and put a finger to his ear, keeping his voice low.
"Parker, is that you?"
He could make out what sounded like a transmission, broken up into small pieces, only syllables slipping through the static. John looked around as he walked to the end of the short entryway, like an airlock. A second door greeted him, this time with a tall and narrow window along the upper right corner. The glass had reinforcing wires crisscrossing diagonally. The room on the other side was massive compared to the first area with the trailers. The window allowed him to see how high the ceiling went, looking more like a natural cave about 20 feet high. But it wasn't wide enough for John to see very far on either side. Like the first door, this one was also unlocked. John had to push against the door with his shoulder, fighting the pressure from the other side. He slipped by the narrow gap, not wanting to open the door any further, and eased it shut. John stepped further inside and found a deep shadow along one of the walls, and knelt down in it to stay hidden. "Oppie, I repeat, this is Parker. Do you copy?"
"Parker, good to hear your voice again," he said.
"Is the rest of the team okay?" Parker asked. John turned his head to one side, listening for the distant battle still raging on.
"I think so. The serpents have their hands full fighting against someone."
"Where are you guys? Is Gavreau there?"
"We were separated. I pushed ahead and ended up in a giant cave."
John looked around, finally noticing a couple of men working to move some parts from one area, full of opened crates, to the far end. "I can see your feet again," Parker said. "What are all those cables for?" John scanned the floor, spotting the large bundles snaking along the ground into a side tunnel. Unlike the other passages, a bright light cast its glow from the depths, brighter than where he was.
"Give me a minute. I'll find out," he said.
John stood up just enough to see over some equipment where the cables disappeared into the darkness in the distance. He saw a faint bluish flickering glow on the far end of the area.
"I think it's computer equipment," John said. "This could be our primary objective."
"Fantastic. John, you have to make sure nothing makes it out of there. No flash drives, no floppy disks, nothing." Parker stressed the importance of the mission through his tone. None of the usual jovial nature left.
"You can count on it," John said.
He made his way along one of the curving walls toward the point of origin of the bundled cables. As he moved deeper into the cave, his eyes pulled more details from everything inside, aided by a semicircle of work lights. "Is that a truck?" Parker asked.
"Yeah, looks like a fuel tanker," John said. "The only way they could get that in here is if that tunnel with the cables heads outside."
"That's got to be it," Parker said. "It explains why you've got a signal again." John raised his weapon, sighting down the barrel as he stepped further into the cave. He kept his focus on the fuel tanker parked close to the center of the massive cavern. Reaching the cable bundle, John turned to peer down the tunnel, seeing a series of work lights, like the one set up inside. In the distance, he could see trees and a sliver of the night sky.
"This tunnel leads outside," he said. "I don't see anyone there. They must all be inside working."
Pivoting to follow the cables to the equipment inside, John moved quicker, stopping next to the truck as he heard some more voices. He saw 2 younger men in the distance, grabbing more parts, but someone else was yelling something at them. On the other side, he spotted part of a drone. The fuselage was mostly assembled, but the wings were sitting on a separate rack. "Probably won't fit through the tunnel if they left the wings on," Parker said, finishing John's thoughts. John swept the area, looking for the man shouting at the young serpents. He found a large, muscular man and put the rifle sights on him. The man wore an outfit similar to the 3 he just fought in the central tunnel. John saw a rifle like the one he held, strapped to his back. He broke clear of the truck and ran in a low crouch next to the rack with the wings. He moved again, making his way next to a cart with various tools and bundles of wires, kneeling to stay out of sight. The whine of electric motor announced the arrival of an off-road vehicle of some sort. A second man, just as big as the first, and dressed the same, stepped out and walked into the glow of the work lights. John froze, watching the leader step out and walk quickly to the computers. He turned and pointed around, barking more commands. For another minute, John watched the man walking around, hurriedly making preparations at the drone. "I'm sure your gut is telling you the same thing my software is. That's Azar bin Hashim."
"This ends here,"
John said. "Look, I know what you're going to say, but don't you think you should wait for the others?" Parker asked.
"You and I both know that there's no way to let them know what I see here."
"Wait. I'm going to patch Curtis in on this conversation. Maybe he can have the pilot swing the chopper around the mountain to find that tunnel," Parker said, almost pleading.
"There's no time. Looks like he's downloading the data to a portable drive," John said. "I need to shut that computer down and stop bin Hashim here."
He stepped out as one of the bodyguards spun around. Before John could put his sights on bin Hashim, the big man stepped into the path of the incoming burst. The round thumped him in the gut, piercing the armor. The serpent dropped to his knees, but he reached back to bring his rifle into the fight. John cursed and bolted, as the second man had his weapon up, snapping out several bursts. John dove and rolled behind a crate with spare parts for the drone. He rose up fast, catching the enemy off guard, and fired at the first guard again, killing him. The serpent fell back, arm out to the side as his weapon spit a 3-round burst, killing one of the younger men assembling the drone. A second bodyguard advanced, firing a series of bursts, the penetrator rounds punching holes through John's cover. He stayed low, moving to the side to find another barrier. A bullet slipped through the crate, lancing through John's left upper arm. He felt the heat and pain pulse out, but the next burst stopped cold as John pressed his back against a heavy rack, full of metallic cylinders, tapering to a point. The bodyguard fired again, the bullets bouncing off the tungsten-rich rods John used for protection. His left arm weak and shaking, John used his good arm to prop himself up against the rack and return fire. The foolish serpent had been standing out in the open, advancing on his prey. John's rifle spit burst after burst, perforating the serpent's chest and head. His weapon clicked empty. John stood, looking for bin Hashim as his hand fell to the drop-leg holster. Nothing. The pistol had been knocked from his grip in an earlier confrontation. The head of the serpents let out a cry of fury and opened fire with the first dead bodyguard's rifle. John dove forward and rolled behind a series of stalagmites. Azar bin Hashim circled the rocks, probing out with repeated bursts.
"It is too late, Stone,"
he shouted, his voice echoing in the cave.
"It's not too late," John said. "Surrender now. Maybe I'll just break your arms and leave your legs alone."
"You Americans are all the same. You think the battle is never lost as long as you still have your tongue to spit out clever little quips," bin Hashim said.
"I was basing that on the fact that you're surrounded, most of your men are dead, and I'm in a pretty bad mood," John said.
The serpent rocked his head back, bellowing in laughter.
"Once I kill you, I will escape, and the God Hand will still be in my possession. The Western world will never be able to stop the 4 serpents as we encircle the globe."
Azar bin Hashim stepped quickly to the side, bringing the rifle up just as he reached a position giving him a clear line of sight. But John was listening to the sound of his voice and tracking bin Hashim's movement, waiting for his moment to strike. The serpent leader's muzzle sparked, spitting out wings of flame to either side. John had already changed directions, charging back to the drone parts. He skidded to a stop, grabbing one of the javelins off the rack. Bin Hashim swung the muzzle to track the ranger. He pressed the trigger,
unleashing full auto fury. Hoisting the dense kinetic strike javelin to his shoulder, John stepped forward, driving his full weight into the throw. A bullet punched through John just below his ribs as he hurled the tapered rod, letting out a grunt through clenched teeth. The impact sent a jarring wave through his body. He dropped to a knee, catching himself with his uninjured arm. The kinetic javelin slammed into Azar bin Hashim, driving him backward. His body struck the tanker truck behind him, and a loud ring reverberated through the cavern. John rose to his feet, steadying himself on the crates of spare parts. The rifle fell from bin Hashim's hand, clattering to the floor. He clutched the tungsten rod protruding from his chest and coughed gouts of blood. The javelin had punched through his body, separating ribs as it passed through just below his heart. His body was slack, but stayed upright, pinned to the truck. Jet fuel and blood poured from the wound, pooling at bin Hashim's feet. A trail of the reddish fluid snaked outward. His lung was punctured, and his life poured out in dark, red, pulsing streams. Wheezing his last breaths, bin Hashim glared at his enemy with fiery hatred. John watched the strength seep from the man through squinted eyes. He limped forward, pulling the last flare from the pouch on his thigh. Popping the cap to expose the tip, he looked the leader of the four serpents in the eye. "You should lighten up," John said, and sparked the stick to life. He tossed the hissing flare on the ground in the oncoming path of bloody fuel. The liquid reached the flare, birthing a serpent of intense flame. The fire flashed toward the dying man, engulfing his entire body in a whoosh. Rasping hisses escaped the man's lips as he writhed in agony. John rushed across the open cavern toward the exit tunnel on the other side. The sound of the explosion dominated his senses. The solid rock walls shook and crumbled as a wave of heat washed over his body. The flame swirled around inside the cave, following him into the tunnels. John's legs were pistons propelling him forward as he dove around a corner. Fire splashed off the walls all around him before the intense burning heat finally subsided. John groaned as he stood, casually patting a small flame off his pant leg. He used the loops and clasps on his vest to support his left arm and clutched a hand over the wound in his side. John continued through the tunnel until he emerged on the other side of the mountain and headed for the tree line in the distance. "What about the computers? The drone?" Parker asked. John felt the rumble deep in the mountain's heart. Popping and crackling rattled the air. He looked over his shoulder as he stepped out into the fresh night air. "It's all taken care of." John made sure Parker had a clear view through the tactical cam of the cave collapsing, crushing the god hand underneath a literal mountain of rock. The tunnel followed shortly after. John raised an arm to shield his face from the dust cloud that belched out. "Whoa," Parker said, drawing the word out. "Is that it? Did we win?"
"Yeah, kid. We won."
Chapter 35. "I see you," Curtis said. John waved at the chopper as he walked to a clearing in the trees where the pilot would be able to land.
"Have you reached the others yet?"
John asked. "One of the police guys reached an area with a better signal," Parker said. "I struggled for a bit with an online translator, but then Gavreau came back out, and I let him know what had happened."
"Did anyone get hurt in the collapse?"
"No. Gavreau and Sylvestre were able to reach the other teams and pull them back. I imagine feeling the mountain around you shaking had to be pretty unnerving," Parker said.
"You have got that right," Gavreau said, joining in on the conversation. "Please do me a favor. If I ever say something crazy like suggesting to bring you on another operation, slap some sense into me."
"That I can do," John said. The AS-532 Cougar sat in a clearing in front of the remains of the Four Serpents' hidden base. Inside the helicopter, a medic bandaged John's arm and worked to stop the bleeding in his torso.
"Are you sure you do not want any painkillers?" the man asked in a heavy accent.
"Ask me again once we're sure this mission is over," John said. Gavreau checked on his men as another medic tended to other injuries. He shook hands with everyone nearby and tucked his helmet under an arm before walking over to John.
"You are sure that it was Azar bin Hashim in there?" he asked, pointing a thumb over his shoulder.
"My gut says so," John said. "But since I know you're more of an evidence guy, Parker's mob recognition software places the probability at about 99%.
"Good enough for me."
Gavreau pulled his gloves off, tucked them into his helmet, and tossed it into the chopper.
"Is that it, then?"
John asked. Gavreau looked up toward the peak of the mountain with a sigh.
Dr. Takada is dead. Azar bin Hashim and all of Takada's research is buried under that.
He looked John in the eye.
But we can never be too sure.
John nodded, agreeing with the sentiment.
Thank you, my friend.
Gavreau extended a hand. With a firm grasp, the two men exchanged nods in mutual respect for one another. John watched him as he rejoined the others. Curtis limped over and climbed into the cougar with a grunt. "So, bin Hashim is twice dead," he said. "What next? Hunt down his pets?" John smiled and pressed a hand on the bandage over the wound through his triceps.
"If his dog learns to pilot a drone, then Fido is on the list."
Epilogue. "Kinda like in the movies. Overcast skies at a time like this, isn't it?" Parker asked. John didn't answer, only looking down from the top of a hill at the large crowd gathered below. Word of Marvin Van Pierce's death spread fast through the network and other government agencies. The sea of people below had turned out for the man's funeral. Full military honors. John and Parker watched the ceremony from a distance, and Curtis joined shortly after, leaning on a cane. Dr. Miranda Spencer held his other hand, helping him climb the hill. She gave the others a small, sad smile. "He had some career," Curtis said, leaning on the cane with both hands. "I would consider my life a huge success if I had half that turnout at my funeral," Parker said. "A quarter, even." Still stoic, John just watched as the honor guard folded and presented the flag to a woman off to the side. He didn't recognize her, having almost no exposure to Van Pierce's personal life. John knew virtually nothing of the man outside of the work they had done together. Riflemen lined up, firing volley shots on command, saluting the man that they had come to honor. After a while, everything ended, and the crowd thinned. John just stood, still as an oak, watching and waiting. Curtis put a hand on his shoulder. "Marvin was a great man. This is a huge loss for the world."
"How many lives did he save?"
John asked. He looked at Curtis.
"How many more are in danger without a man like that doing what he did every day?" "I'm not so sure it can be measured that easily," Curtis said. "People like that don't come along too often."
"It's up to us to fill that void," John said.
"What do you mean?" Miranda asked. "You're not talking about joining another government team, are you?" Parker looked at the others in turn, a mix of confusion and concern twisting his features.
"No, I'm not just talking about us,"
John said. "This world has grown complacent," Curtis said. "Apathetic to the battles happening around them everywhere, every day."
"And society has to start small," John said. "But when men like Azar bin Hashim or the Four Serpents rise up, we've got to strike back. Together."
"Right," Parker said. "It's a team effort."
"And we'll be there to answer the call," Curtis said. "For MVP."
John looked at Curtis, the corner of his mouth turning up in a hint of a smile.
"Like you said, it's not every day the world has someone like that watching over them."
The Hard Core by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Chapter 1. Central America, 5 months earlier. Dust swirled in tight spirals over the parched dirt and yellow grass. Roland Forrester pressed the trigger, leaning forward as his rifle bucked, spitting a tight 3-round burst. The rate of fire was so high the recoil felt like a single shot. He fired again and watched his target crumble, like the shoddy wall the enemy used for cover. Roland ran forward to the husk of a burnt-out car during the momentary gap of enemy fire. Gravel rolled under his knee pads as he slid to a stop, leaning against the blackened steel frame. He shouldered the rifle, sighting through the vehicle's non-existent windshield, searching for more targets. Another man on his left let loose a burst before moving ahead, his boots crunching in the dried-out dirt underfoot. The enemy lost their will to fight, shouting out in surrender. Or at least that's what Roland thought they were saying, since he didn't speak Spanish, much less the dialect they used. His fire team leader issued commands to Roland and the others. They advanced, rifles at the ready, shouting for the opposition to lower their weapons and raise their hands. Even with the language barrier, Roland knew they would understand what he and his team wanted. The fighters threw down their guns and surrendered. A mix of stamped metal rifles, old shotguns, and beat-up relics from wars long forgotten in this region lay scattered around. The fire team leader pulled his shemagh down and turned to face his men. "This sector is secured. Forrester, take Dyer and head to the primary objective to provide support." "Sir," Roland said with a salute. He slapped another man in the chest with the back of his hand. "You heard him. Let's roll." The soldier wore the same armor as Roland, the same as the rest of the team, signifying their affiliation to international security, known as INSEC. He knew what the name sounded like. He and his brothers in arms heard all the comments: swarm, hive, infestation. All that mattered was when INSEC boots hit the ground, it was the enemy scattering like cockroaches. Roland clutched his rifle to his chest and moved to the objective, Dyer following close on his heels. The dull pops grew sharper and louder as they reached a road leading into the small town. Roland pointed to a rock wall at the far end of the yard where they stood. The house was on a hill, which would give them an elevated position to put fire on the enemy. The two INSEC mercenaries jogged to the stone barrier, kneeling to brace their bullpup rifles. Thunder shook the air and rattled the loose wood and stones nearby. Another boom echoed. Roland and Dyer looked over the wall. "Is that the strike team?" Dyer asked. "Captain Hawk?" Roland paused, watching the battle escalating below. He wanted to reply, but what he saw left him speechless. Captain Donovan Hawk, leader of a special operations strike team for INSEC, fired his weapon as he advanced, keeping the enemy suppressed while he pressed forward. Hawk reached the cracked and ruined wall of a house as his rifle bolt locked back, empty. He took cover casually, reloading as he shouted something to another man. Obi Rhino Gray charged forward now, his AA-12 fully automatic shotgun roaring and tearing the opposition to pieces. Rhino gunned down 2 men and planted a massive boot in the chest of a third. Just as the fighter's body hit the dirt, a woman dropped from a nearby rooftop, plunging a blade into his chest. Tanika Sloan was an expert in close-quarters combat, specializing in melee range with blades. Her speed with edged weapons earned her the nickname Flash. She pulled her knife free, wiping it on the dead man's pant leg before sliding it back into the sheath on her thigh. Roland and Dyer flinched as gunfire rang out nearby. At the base of the hill, several enemies had gathered to flank Hawk and his team, but someone slipped into their ranks, engaging the threat up close with her carbine. Marcy Burst Driver carried a more compact version of the bullpup rifle that Roland and the others had been issued. Even though their weapons were quite agile, her configuration granted even smoother movement and faster target acquisition in tighter environments. "Whoa! They're all here," Dyer said. Ever since Roland joined INSEC, he heard all the stories about Captain Hawk and his strike team. They were like superheroes, celebrities in the ranks of the enlisted. "Clear," Rhino said. "Clear," Flash added. Hawk and Burst strode into the middle of the street to meet them. A group of INSEC soldiers exited the house nearby, signaling to the rest that the fight was over. Roland and Dyer slid down the hill, and Burst whirled around, carbine up, and pointed in their direction. "Whoa, whoa," Roland said. "We're on your side. We were sent to help." Flash smirked. "Just in time, I see." "Captain Hawk," Roland said, snapping up a salute. "It's an honor to meet you." Hawk raised an eyebrow, looking Roland up and down. "Relax, kid." Roland dropped the salute and thought about offering his hand to shake, but Hawk had already turned away. "Real smooth," Dyer said. "Maybe they can autograph your trading cards when we get back to base." "Shut up, Dyer." The 2 men helped the rest of the INSEC contractors round up the prisoners, binding their hands with flex cuffs and lining them up against the wall of a nearby house. It wasn't until that moment that he noticed everyone that fought back was either too young to join the military back home or too old to have to. Had all the able-bodied men fled? Did they die in previous conflicts? The rest of his team arrived with their captives in tow. Captain Hawk spoke with Roland's team leader. They spoke in lowered voices, and Hawk kept pointing to the men and women they had captured. The other man nodded and turned, calling someone on the radio. They strode to the captives, their eyes fixed on someone standing in a line up against the wall. The big man, Obi, stood by as they singled out an older woman, looking at her face.
turning her chin from side to side. Obi slipped a bag over her head and pulled her from the line. Roland watched, trying to figure out what they wanted with her. Moments later, Captain Hawk grabbed a younger man by the back of his neck, pulling him toward the woman. Hawk leaned in close and said something in his ear. He continued talking as the young man's face grew ashen. With a sharp slap on the back, the team leader shoved the boy ahead. He knelt at the matriarch's feet, pleading with her about something. She was talking over him, shaking her covered head, not willing to give something or someone up. The young man continued pleading, grasping her hands as she protested, pulling them away. In mid-sentence, Hawk pulled the sidearm from his holster and placed the muzzle against the man's skull. His body jerked a split second before Roland heard the pop from the pistol's report. Roland flinched, wanting to turn away as Hawk grabbed the woman by the throat, speaking through gritted teeth. Her body racked with sobs as she fell to her knees, grabbing hold of the insect soldier's pant leg. He yanked free of her feeble grasp and yelled something in Spanish. She repeated what she had been saying, satisfying the sadistic man. The Hawk turned to his team. "We got it." He walked to a small group of men hovering over a map spread out across the hood of the smoking husk of a pickup truck. He stabbed a finger onto the page. "It's right here. She says this is where the guerrilla's leadership is hiding." "Excellent work, Captain," Roland's fire team leader said, wiping a handkerchief over his forehead and across his neck. Captain Hawk barked out a series of orders to the other operatives. He turned as his team joined him. Roland kept his feet planted, rifle clutched to his chest. He watched the strike team climb into a four-wheeled, all-terrain vehicle. A thunderous roar of automatic fire behind him caused him to recoil. Roland turned, already knowing the sound of the insect rifles, before he saw the soldiers mow down the line of prisoners. His own teammates were executing all of the villagers. Roland's hands shook. He tightened his jaw, grinding his teeth to hide his fear and confusion. The old woman cried, clawing at the earth, the bag still on her head. One final crack rang out as her head snapped back. Roland felt the warm spray hit his face as his shoulder flinched upward. Still, he didn't dare move or speak. He watched Burst flip her weapon back to safe and sling it over her shoulder as the strike team vehicle lurched to life and took off, the rumble of its motor fading in the distance. Chapter 2. Now, Great Falls, Montana. John Stone pressed his fingers into his temples. "So we've got nothing so far?" "The opposite problem, actually. We've got everything and no way of figuring out how it all connects." Parker Lewis slid a few sheets of paper around on the table. "This would be 1,000 times easier on the computer. I feel like we're old-time detectives. Gumshoes wrapping red strings around thumbtacks on a corkboard." John took another swig of beer from his mug. "I can't wrap my head around endless walls of text on your screen. I need something tangible. It helps me think." "Fair enough. But we're going to need every table in this place for what we've got." Parker pulled another stack from his bag and dropped it in the middle of their puzzle. Over the past few weeks, the two dug deeper into the information they found when they took down a power-hungry monster that kidnapped John's goddaughter. Warren Ratcliffe ultimately paid the price for bringing harm to John's family, but before that, Warren accessed some prototype military-grade software to acquire data on some of his own bosses. With Ratcliffe gone, the data was now in the hands of John and Parker. John laced his fingers behind his head as he stretched back. He turned his head side to side, feeling the popping ripple up his vertebrae. He looked around the dimly lit bar, noticing the thinning crowd. "What time is it?" he asked, squinting to see his watch in the low light. 2:15, Parker said. "They'll be kicking us out of here soon." "Son, they won't be kicking me out of my own establishment." John stood to work some of the stiffness out of his legs. "Wait, you own this place?" "Co-owner." "Ah, Foxhole, I get it now." Parker chuckled at the name of the bar. "Clever." John shook his head, smiling. He scooped up Parker's glass and walked over to the bar to refill their drinks. Parker noticed the top page on the new stack he had dropped onto the table. He riffled through the sheets, brows furrowed as he searched for something he saw earlier that it had reminded him of.
He was gathering dirt, Parker said. Who, Radcliffe? John settled down into his chair, handing Parker the sweating glass of cola. He accepted it, taking a sip. Yeah, look at this. Parker set the glass down and held a couple of pages up. Can you help me out? John asked. I just see a list of names. Right here, Parker said, tapping his finger on the page where it was resting. This name right here, Damien Blanchard. John took the page, reading the information. It was a list of various connections and business deals in the works. We know Warren Ratcliffe ran these searches for a reason. He wasn't just using the Pest and Guardian prototypes to pull up random account information. This all had to mean something. Parker shuffled through another stack of pages until he found what he needed. This Blanchard guy had a few interactions with Ratcliffe, but most of those deals were for someone else. Price Wyndham, John said, his eyes locking onto the man's name on the page in his hands. Bingo. John could hear Parker's words fading to a buzz in his head as he fought to control the flood of emotions. A pang of sadness for the loss of his friend, Frank Colt. Anger at Wyndham, the man ultimately responsible for his death. Find out who, right? Parker asked. John blinked and shook his head. Sorry, what did you say? Parker rolled his eyes. Ratcliffe has all this information because he felt it could be used as leverage. We just need to find out who he's implicating. And how do we do that? John wiped his eye with a weathered fist, exhaustion finally creeping into his muscles. The easy way, Parker said, gathering up the pages on the table. It's late. Just let me follow this angle on my computer in the morning. We've already got a couple of names, Blanchard and Wyndham. I'll just figure out how they're connected, and that should give me a pattern to apply to the rest of all this. I'll be able to work up a few algorithms to... You're right, Parker. It's late. I don't have the energy to fight off your machine gun jargon. Detroit, Michigan. Roland Forrester bolted up from his bed, sucking breaths in rapid gasps. A thin sheet of sweat coated his dark skin. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest. Kicking free of the tangled blankets, Roland swung his legs over the side of his bed. He rested his elbows on his knees, head cradled in his hands, as he tried to regain control. Breathing in deeply, he blew the air out through his mouth in an extended exhale. Roland squeezed his eyes shut, trying to push the memories from months ago deeper down, hoping to avoid them for only a few hours at least. He rubbed his eyes, reaching over to turn the alarm off before its shrill chirp started. The cold floor helped drive the weariness away with each step toward the kitchen. The sky's dark purple hue slowly faded, growing a warmer orange as the sun rose between the buildings across the street. Roland filled the glass halfway with water from the tap and gulped it down. He refilled the glass and set it on the counter, fishing around the cupboard for the small orange plastic bottle. The pills inside rattled as he shook the sertraline into his hand. Generic Zoloft, the doc called it when filling out the prescription. Roland didn't understand half of what she told him it was for, but it helped to smooth things out, if only for a small part of his day. The coffee maker on the counter clicked to life, bubbling and hissing. 5:45 a.m. His contact would have replied by now, for sure. Roland opened his laptop, waking it from its untroubled slumber. Fingers hovering unsure over the keys, he stared down at the letters, pecking the password and looking up for confirmation that it had been typed out correctly. Ever since returning from his mission in Central America 5 months ago, Roland had been searching for the truth, or a truth, that would let him accept what he signed his life away for. He joined INSEC 16 months earlier, when the deal seemingly dropped into his lap in a moment of personal darkness. Roland was in the middle of a 5-year bid for armed robbery, serving his sentence at Silver Creek Prison. After an altercation with a couple of inmates, he was facing another 9 months tacked onto his stay. But then the opportunity to join a private defense contractor and make a difference came along. It would shorten his stay, adding the additional time to a 4-year service contract. Too good to be true, Roland thought, scrolling through his recent messages. In his time back home, he still reported to the INSEC facility outside Detroit, but he filled his evenings with a search for answers. It wasn't until that deployment, crossing paths with Captain Hawk's strike team, that Roland questioned the legitimacy of the deal he had signed. The brochures, training videos, and lectures painted the opportunity as a way to serve his country, making the world a better, safer place, all while living a life of excitement. Roland laughed, covering his face with his hands. The mixed emotions, frustration, hopelessness, resignation, still swirled in his mind. The pills would take effect soon. Grinding his teeth, he felt the muscles in his jaw working rhythmically, helping him regain focus. In his quest for answers, someone reached out to him, offering help. A stranger promising a way to the truth. Roland's mystery contact was able to access files outside of his reach. More and more every day, what Silver Creek did to him started to feel like a setup. The altercation happened out of the blue, with several inmates he had never crossed paths with before. Facing an extended stay, the visit from the insect recruiter felt more like a way out, a chance at turning his life around. But everything his mystery contact brought to him just clued Roland in on the truth. This morning was no exception. Roland's face softened, curving up into a smile. Genuine happiness. The sliver of light showing an end to the darkness. Silver Creek's warden, Vincent Treadwell, had been implicated in a conspiracy to frame inmates at the for-profit prison, pressuring the victims to accept Insect's offer. The man had been found dead before his trial, so the case slammed into a dead end. But Roland had a meet set up now, a time and place, 3 days from now. It would provide the battering ram he needed to blast through and find the truth. An image flashed through his head. A man on his knees, a gun to his head. Roland squeezed his eyes shut, teeth bared, jaw clenched. A gunshot, the warm spray of blood on his face, a scream in his ears. It was his this time. Sucking deep breaths through flared nostrils, Roland balled up his fists and counted down from 10 with each drawn-out exhale. The scene came back, fuzzy around the edges, but the central focus burned into the back of his eyes, clear as day. The woman, the town's matriarch, her head snapping to the side as a rifle round burst through the skull. Roland wrapped his arms around his head, pulling down as he fell to his knees. He wanted to tear his eyes out, but that was ultimately useless. The horror had been imprinted deep. Men and women lined up against a wall. Not soldiers, not a threat. Just children, teens, and the elderly. Their only crime was defending their home against marauders. Roland's memory replayed the massacre in full. Insect soldiers firing burst after burst of 6.7mm caseless rounds. Bullets designed to pierce hard barriers and still shred the intended target's soft tissue. The constant chatter of rifle fire echoed through his skull. He lay on his side, jaw tight, saliva pooling next to his face. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Langley, Virginia. Birds chirped at the other end of Travis Chambers' office. Digital songs from his computer letting him know a new message had arrived. The ceramic mug clanked on the glass tabletop as he set the still-hot coffee down, walking over to answer the incoming correspondence. Weeks ago, someone started digging around for information about the Silver Creek privatized prison, a facility owned by the Carr Group. Care and Responsible Rehabilitation. And Travis suppressed a mocking laugh, thinking about the meaningless name. He had reached out to the stranger then, offering help and hoping to find a former inmate willing to add to his spotty data file. The Carr Group's chief executive officer, Faust Kingston, sat comfortably in Travis's top 5 list of dirtbags he wanted to sweep up. His days as a vice detective in Miami instilled that need for bringing down guys like Faust, willing to step on anyone to get ahead. Now, with his considerable reach and contacts in the Central Intelligence Agency and the United Nations, Travis had far more resources at his disposal, allowing him to bear down on human waste like Kingston. He was ready to reel this kid, Roland, in now. The fact that he had been recruited by another organization of interest, International Security, only sweetened the pot. 2-for-1 deal, he thought. take the car group down, and add ammo to the fight against INSEC. With Roland ready to meet, their best chance would be to bring in some support that could not only keep him safe, but also put the information the kid had to good use. Due to recent events, he had one name at the top of mind: John Stone, a member of the recently decommissioned Hostile Response Division. Travis kept in communication with Parker Lewis, another HRD recruit. He was the computer expert working with Stone when they needed fast answers to solve tough problems. Parker could arrange a meet to have John escort Roland to a safe place. While they picked the kid's brain for a while, Travis would have time to make all of the arrangements to put the data to work. He returned to his coffee, scooping his phone off the table, and making the call. Chapter 3. John arrived at Parker's apartment in the morning. The narrow halls and cramped room squeezed in around him, but the small space seemed tailor-made for Parker, who moved with a strange grace around his cluttered belongings. Even though the two worked late into the previous night, John was clean-cut, his face freshly shaved and his mustache groomed. Parker still wore the same clothes, twisted and wrinkled.
"Did you really write up a program to simulate a cork board for all the connections?"
John settled into the creaking chair, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee. "I bought this one. There were more important things that needed my attention," Parker said.
"Complete with the red threads between connections, I see," John said.
Parker smiled, fingers flying across the keys. He swiped a finger across the touchpad. "Unfortunately, I didn't make as much progress as I had hoped. None of the names really pop out in any meaningful way."
"So this Blanchard guy is a dead end?"
John leaned forward to get a closer look at the monitor. "We've still got that initial connection. But the problem is that thread is pretty thin," Parker said. "Look at this list. There are at least a dozen names on here, all with some vague tie to Price Wyndham. But we need that missing puzzle piece that will complete the picture." John sipped his coffee.
"Barrett Anderson, Rebecca Flair. They connect to Wyndham. Looks like this Anderson guy has a link to Damian Blanchard as well."
Parker pressed his lips together, shaking his head. "All tenuous at best. Anderson is a weapons guy. The only evidence we have is a purchase of various small arms through a subsidiary owned by Wyndham.
Seems substantial to me."
The problem is Wyndham had a large number of security forces on his payroll," Parker said. "Buying guns from someone wouldn't automatically implicate them in his nefarious plots."
"Let's just keep these names in the list of possible leads," John said before emptying his mug. "Want some more coffee?"
Parker pulled his phone from his pocket as it buzzed, no longer muffled beneath him. "Hold on, I gotta take this." John nodded as he walked over to refill his cup. The pleasant aroma helped clear out the grogginess. He returned to the full-screen presentation, sipping the hot liquid as his eyes traced a path along the spiderweb of vague connections. Parker returned, pressing his palms to his head, still clutching the phone.
"Is everything all right?"
John asked. "Wow," Parker said. John waited for a moment before replying.
"Can you maybe get to the point? Something's got you in a good mood."
"That was a guy I know. Well, know was a little generous. He's one of the guys I reach out to when—"
"Parker."
"Right, sorry. That call was about a guy that needs our help."
John raised his hands up to shoulder height, shrugging. "Care to elaborate?"
"This guy, Roland Forrester, was serving time in prison," Parker said. "Got recruited by a defense contractor in exchange for a reduction in his sentence."
"Your contact?"
John asked. "No. That dude probably works for the company," Parker said, using the nickname for the CIA. "Roland is currently with International Security. INSEC."
John straightened up at the mention of the name. "The former Spetsnaz unit working with Ratcliffe. They had support from INSEC."
"INSEC is Anderson's company," Parker said. He shuddered at the memory of being interrogated by the Russian mercenaries.
"I thought you said Anderson was a weapons manufacturer," John said.
"He's got fingers in lots of pies, John."
"So the guy that needs our help, where does he fit in all of this?" John asked.
"The prison where Roland was serving time, Silver Creek." John started to say something, but Parker raised a finger to interrupt. Silver Creek is owned by the Carr Group. The CEO there is Faust Kingston.
Blanchard, John said.
Right, Parker replied. Faust strengthens the connection between Damian Blanchard and Barrett Anderson. This is big. I don't care if you call it the law of attraction, the secret, or space star ordering.
Space what? John asked.
This is more than just some crazy coincidence, Parker continued, ignoring the question.
You think this is magic? Spirits offering up the evidence we need?
Either that, or my place is bugged, Parker said, scrolling through the new data. Through Faust, the Carr Group has been feeding inmates into INSEC, offering them a chance to reduce their sentences in exchange for service.
That can't be legal, John said.
I'm pretty sure it's not. At least not for the inmates they've been passing through the system. John put his coffee down and crossed his arms.
So we're just supposed to help this Roland guy?
In exchange for help in solidifying the connections on our nice little board, Parker said.
How do you know you can trust your contact?
I can't. Not for sure. But he's helped me before, and the stuff he sent me always checked out.
Parker shrugged.
I've been looking into him, but it's tricky. He's got some resources at work protecting his identity.
John sighed, looking out the window.
This could point us in the right direction, though, John. Parker sat back at his computer, typing again. Closing his eyes and dipping his chin, John pulled inward, reflecting on his options. If Roland's situation provided a legitimate chance at building a better case, John knew they couldn't afford to let it slip through their fingers. Not to mention, this felt like something Marvin Van Pierce would take on, just because it was the right thing to do. The man was all about second chances, so if Roland was in trouble and needed help, it was John and Parker's duty to offer their protection.
All right, where are we going?
I'll tell you on the way, Parker said. There's a plane waiting for us.
Chapter 4. Chicago, Illinois.
Light spilled into the Bentley as the door opened, no longer holding the brightness at bay with its tinted window. Faust Kingston shielded his eyes and stepped out into the morning sun. Slipping on a pair of designer sunglasses, he strode into the entrance of the 4-star hotel. The low murmur of early morning guests and the clicking of dress shoes on the marble flooring lent a certain professional atmosphere to the spacious lobby. Faust found his men, securing a corner of the area, and sat at one of the tables.
"Get me a cappuccino," he said to one of his security men,
unfolding the newspaper he grabbed from the small end table. Filthy things, newspapers. The ink rubbed off onto sweaty fingers and always had a way of making it onto clean clothes, shouting to the world, "I'm a slob." He hated them. But Faust liked the extra barrier they provided, deflecting unwanted stares and gawking. "I'm sorry, sir, this area is reserved," he heard one of his security personnel saying to someone. Faust peered up over the edge of the page.
"That's the guy I'm waiting for, you buffoon. Let him through before I give him your job."
"Of course, sir. My apologies."
"And where's my cappuccino?"
Just as he finished his question, a walking wall of muscle returned, taking comically small steps, holding a comically small cup and saucer. Faust jerked his head toward the table where the man set his drink down and returned to his post.
"Well, don't just stand there. Have a seat,"
Faust said to the man that had arrived to meet with him. The guy couldn't have been more than 5.5 feet, maybe 130. He nodded and walked over to take the only other available chair.
"You don't look like a Sergei," Faust said.
"Especially with the—" He gestured to his own face. "That's just my nickname," Sergei said. "I'm in the cyber warfare division, and since Russian hackers are kind of a thing right now, they started calling me that."
"Yeah, I was about to say, they don't get many Mexicans in Russia."
"I'm from Cuba," Sergei said. Faust scrunched up his face and shrugged, not caring for the insignificant details.
"Let's stop wasting my time here. What have you got?"
Sergei adjusted in the chair, pulling his backpack into his lap. He pulled a few sheets of paper from the rear pouch, handing them to the CEO. Faust folded the newspaper and retrieved the offered evidence. Kingston wiped his gaze across the page, skimming only for relevant points. His eye caught several references to his company, the Carr Group, and one of their former inmates, Roland Forrester.
"What's this Forrester guy got to do with me?" Faust snapped.
He was one of the inmates serving time at Silver Creek before the shutdown, Sergei said.
"Yeah. It would be kind of hard to serve time after that."
Sergei waited a beat before continuing. He signed with INSEC almost 2 years ago, in exchange for shortening his sentence.
"So he's one of your guys now. How's that my problem?" Faust asked, interrupting again.
Sergei waited another moment before continuing.
"Yes.
He's currently employed by International Security. However, since his last tour, he has been nosing around online, searching for something." Before Faust could butt in again, Sergei leaned in to point out relevant notes on the pages he had given him. "It's not a big deal. We go to great lengths to scrub incriminating evidence from the internet. But this time, someone contacted him directly."
"Who?"
Faust squinted, looking for more names on the report. "We don't know," Sergei said. "That's what this report is about. Roland's setting up a meeting with this mystery contact in person." Faust studied the information, his jaw working in small circular patterns.
"I'll have this issue handled by the end of the week."
"Thank you," Sergei said. "Although time is critical here. Sooner would be better." Faust snapped his head to the side, eyes alight with fire.
"Don't tell me how to handle my business, you little puke."
Sergei shrank back in the plush chair as the man stood over him, malice dripping from his words and posture. After a long and excruciating pause, Faust straightened up, buttoned his jacket, and adjusted his tie.
"Tell your boss I'll handle it," Faust said, regaining his composure.
Faust slammed the car door shut, not waiting for his driver's help. He rolled up the privacy screen and retrieved the phone from his pocket, initiating a call. He shook his head and wiped absently at his nose with his thumb and forefinger. "Get Troy on the phone." Leaning back in the seat, Faust turned his head, watching the city scroll by through the dark glass. The CEO glanced down at the wrinkled pages sitting in his lap. If Roland Forrester had any damning evidence, he wouldn't be reaching out to some random snooper on the web.
"Probably just some reporter looking for a scoop to take another shot at me," he thought.
Still, his best option was to bring in his head of security, Troy Sprague.
"Yeah, hey, just shut up and listen," Faust said. "I need you to handle a situation we've got. Former inmate. Silver Creek, before we shut that place down."
He wiped a hand across his clean-shaven chin and cheek as Troy responded.
"Just get it done. His name is Roland Forrester. Find that guy. You know what to do."
Chapter 5. Detroit, Michigan. Detective Chance Hunter leaned back in his chair, raising his arms. In one smooth snap of his wrist, the yellow, balled-up page arced 2 desks over, dropping into the middle of the wastebasket.
"A 3-pointer, right at the buzzer," he said.
"Isaiah Thomas for the win." "Your talents are wasted behind that badge, Hunter," Detective Holbrook said. His partner grabbed a jacket, heading for the exit. "And your references are about 20 years out of date," she added. Chance chuckled and logged into his computer, cleaning the clutter from the desktop. His day had just started. Finishing up a few reports, he organized his notes for the latest case, ready to tackle another lead. The drawer of his desk rattled open, and he picked up the holstered Beretta 96A1, securing it to his hip. The cool fabric in the sleeves of his Detroit Lions jacket sent a chill up through his forearms when he slipped it on. The phone in his coat pocket buzzed as he snapped the bottom 2 buttons. He looked at the screen for a second, the number vaguely familiar. A heartbeat later, recognition filled in the blanks. Andre Lawrence, a Detroit outlaw. A man with promise that took a path which set him at odds with the law. Andre and Chance were childhood friends, but that was a different life. "Andre, if you're not calling to turn yourself in, I'm just going to hang up."
"Same old Chance. I'm just calling to see how you've been doing since I saved your life last year," Andre said.
"We're even. You know that." Chance stepped out of the precinct. "How's the trap house? Where should I pick you up to bring you back to the station?" Andre laughed on the other end.
"Hey, I'm calling as a concerned citizen.
You ratting out your neighbors so Detroit's finest can take down your competition? Chance asked. Just listen. Word on the street is that there's a bounty on some dude named Roland Forrester. Hearing about the bounty brought memories of the last time he crossed paths with Andre Lawrence, when Lawrence put a hit on Chance almost a year ago. Who was that? Chance asked. And why would you be going out of your way to let me know? Look, I kind of know that cat, all right, Andre said. He was inside Silver Creek with Donnell. So, was he a friend of your brother's? Chance took out a notepad and scribbled the name on the next available page. I don't know. I think so. Why would someone want him dead? Chance asked. Can't tell you that either. I feel like I owe it to my brother. It's something he would want, Andre said. Maybe you can pick him up and find out why he's got a $100,000 bounty on his head. Chance wiped a knuckle across his eye. All right, I'll find this Roland guy. For Donnell. But we aren't done. Once I get this latest case off my plate, you and I are going to talk. Yeah, man, I know. Peace. Chance walked over to his car and settled into the cold seat, waking the '92 Camaro from its morning nap. He wasn't sure when word of the bounty would have hit the streets, but Andre Lawrence had enough pull to get that kind of news before most. The best place to start would be Roland's home. Fatigue dragged Roland's body down, shortening his steps. He hoped a short walk to the store would help get his energy up. This was different from the physical exhaustion he felt after pushing his body to the limit. It was a deeper, emotional drain. His memories haunted him. The guilt consumed his days. He did nothing while watching other insect soldiers execute a village. But his upcoming meeting was an opportunity to set things right. Roland would finally be able to offer some help in shining a light on the crimes committed by both Silver Creek Prison and INSEC. The new line of thought wasn't much, but it gave him a new direction, a chance to redeem himself. He looked down at the screen of his phone, buzzing and alert. A message popped up on the screen from a number he vaguely recognized. Roland spent a moment staring at the screen. Is this from my mystery contact? The message was as short as it was cryptic. Run. Chapter 6. Chance turned the corner and drove toward the address he had scribbled on his notepad. He wasn't far from Roland Forrester's place. Still, time was critical, with every hitter in the city possibly already on the hunt. With no other information to go on, the simplest option would be to head straight for Roland's house and check for him first. Then, he would ask around and expand the radius from there. Who is this? Roland thought. The message sent a shiver up his spine. He looked down at the text, eyes focusing on each individual character, looking for a clue between the letters. His heart raced, and he felt a line of sweat run down his spine. He reached a hand out to the side, blindly groping for the wall as he looked toward the street. Nothing. Roland ran ahead, his steps almost an afterthought, as if he were falling forward. At the next corner, a car grabbed his attention. He paused, looking at the older model vehicle with a brand-new paint job and wheels that set off an alert in his mind. The occupants pointed in his direction, and the car rumbled forward, speeding his way. Roland's eye locked in on the passenger leaning out the window. The shotgun in the man's hand was all he could see now, the bore growing large enough to swallow him as the man took aim. Roland turned and headed back around the corner, running along the sidewalk. The car's tires squealed as the driver pulled around. Roland hunched over as he moved, covering his head with his hands instinctively. When no shot came, he risked a glance back. The car oversteered, pulling the passenger out of position to take a shot. As the driver wheeled the front end around, Roland pushed off to the side, heading down an alleyway. His feet slapped along the wet asphalt and concrete, legs pumping hard. The car's engine reverberated off the walls as the driver pulled into the alley. The motor's angry growl grew closer. Roland reached a dead end, but he never broke stride, hopping up on a stack of milk crates and using the momentum to climb a dumpster. His pursuer slammed on the brakes, knowing they wouldn't be able to follow. Roland looked their way as he hauled his body over the wall. The driver shifted to reverse, doubling back. Even forced to head around the half-block to reach him, Roland didn't have a chance to escape on foot. His only chance was to find a place to hide and call for help. Heart hammering, Lungs burning and legs aching, Roland pressed ahead. The car with the hitters screamed around the corner as he launched himself up, climbing the chain-link fence around a nearby construction area. He turned his body over at the top and dropped to the hard-packed earth, the jolt rattling his joints. The car continued by as Roland locked eyes with the driver. Neither man recognized the other, but the anger and hate in the man's eyes chilled him. With no time to waste, he ran through the slowly growing steel and concrete skeletons around him. A series of buildings sat in different stages of construction, some just a concrete foundation, while others had their frames erected. A few had the drywall flesh and muscle wrapping around the structures. The chase car's engine growled, followed by a metallic rattle and ping. Roland glanced out from behind cover, watching as the driver blasted through the front gate and pulled into the site. The passenger stepped out as the car shuddered to a standstill. The driver followed, retrieving a machine pistol from the center console. The job site wasn't large. Jumping back over the fence would only alert the hitmen, and they still had speed on their side with the car parked at the entrance. Roland would have to fight. He needed to separate them, take them out one at a time, or hold them back until reinforcements arrived. He cursed to himself for falling into his insect mindset. There would be no backup, and if for some reason Roland's old company did show up, they were most likely the ones that wanted him dead.
Thanks, stupid. How can I get out of this?
The two split up, the shotgunner with the crazy eyes heading in his direction. Roland looked around for some place to stay hidden. He slipped into the partially constructed building providing cover. Inside, Roland looked around the cavernous interior. Large columns divided the space into a grid, meant to separate the building into 6 separate office spaces. A shadow filled the area where the door would be. Roland slipped behind the nearest column. The man's breaths hissed through his nose, his boots clomping on the concrete foundation. Risking a peek, he could see the man inside now, weapon held tight, head and muzzle sweeping in different directions. Amateur. Roland's hand slid into his pocket, retrieving the Spyderco Para 3 and thumbed the 3-inch blade open. The hitman passed by the column, moving further into the empty building. He searched for his target in a twitchy, haphazard way. Roland circled behind him, but his foot kicked a loose nail, sending it skittering across the ground. The wild man spun, unleashing his shotgun at the small metallic ringing behind him. Roland had to act fast. He switched directions, coming from the other side of the column, charging forward. With his free hand, Roland caught the other man's wrist before the weapon could track him. The shotgun exploded again, shaking dust loose from the floor and walls. Roland fired a quick thrust of his blade, aiming for a kidney. The hitman thrashed to pull his weapon free, and the Spyderco bit into his thigh. He let out a sharp cry and twisted his body violently, regaining control of the shotgun. Roland swiped with the edge of the knife at his attacker's neck. He twitched backward, avoiding the blade with more luck than skill. Roland's hand met the butt of the shotgun, and the Spyderco twirled away. He reacted quickly, stomping a foot toward his foe's knee. The man let out a grunt as his leg hyperextended. Roland's fist crashed into the hitter's jaw, sending his body twirling down. The shotgun slid across the ground as he hit. Roland took a moment to nurse his sore hand, then moved to retrieve the weapon. A shadow filled the doorway, snapping his attention up. The menacing brap of a machine gun pistol filled the room, spitting rounds into the concrete floor and drywall. Roland fell and rolled behind another column, unable to reach the shotgun. A second burst ripped chunks out of the support and shattered a window. He scrambled to his feet and sprinted out into the open. The hitman's weapon chattered as the bullets struck close behind. Diving through the partially broken window, Roland's body smashed the glass still in the frame. A lancing pain shot up his right arm as a jagged edge tore through his jacket. He rolled to his feet and pushed hard, feet flinging pebbles and mud behind him with each step. Roland slid around a pallet of construction lumber and took cover. He looked down and saw the tear in his sleeve. Blood soaked the material around the hole. The crimson trail traced a path from the window to where he was hiding. His heart leaped into his throat. Roland searched for somewhere else to run, but there was too much open space between him and the next available building. He looked for something to use as a weapon, finding a broken bit of wood. He could feel the splinters sinking into his flesh as he gripped the makeshift club. The man with the machine pistol stepped into the open, and his footsteps paused. He was spotted for sure. Roland prepared to lunge out and throw the wood to distract the shooter and close the distance. A sudden burst of fire tore into the stacked lumber, pinning him in place. The steps moved closer. Roland gripped his improvised weapon tight. Then a voice called out, "Detroit PD, drop the weapon!" Rapid-fire pops sounded out. Chance drew his pistol and pulled his Camaro into a construction site right behind another car with both doors open. The pair of booms in the distance earlier alerted him to the possibility of gunshots, but that latest burst confirmed his suspicions. Only blocks from Roland Forrester's apartment. This had to be related. Chance stepped out of his car and leaned against a partially constructed wall, peering out but seeing no one. I gotta find Roland before these guys do. The detective kept his body hunched low as he moved along the ground. He paused at the sound of breaking glass and hurried footsteps. Chance ran toward the commotion and heard another burst of automatic fire. He raised his pistol and sliced around another corner. He spotted a man in colorful clothes carrying a Mac 11 machine pistol. "Detroit PD, drop your weapon," he shouted. The man turned his head, startled. He bolted to one side, swinging his weapon toward the detective while it chattered and kicked out a spray of bullets. Chance pivoted quickly out of the line of fire and brought his Beretta on target. His pistol bucked 3 times in answer to the fully automatic Mac 11, and the .40 caliber rounds thumped into the chest of his attacker's jacket. Detective Hunter was on the man as his body hit the ground. He swept the machine pistol away with a foot, sending it skittering along the dirt. Chance quickly confirmed the man was out of the fight and turned toward the stack of lumber. He sidestepped carefully until he could see a man crouched and holding a piece of wood. "You okay, kid?" he said to the man on the ground. "Are you Roland Forrester?" The young man looked up, eyes wide. "If you're going to shoot me, just do it already." "Relax, kid. I'm a cop." "How do you know my name?" Roland asked. "We need to go," Chance said. "I'll explain after we get out of here." Roland climbed to his feet, following as Chance headed toward 2 parked cars at the entrance, where the crazy assassins smashed through the fence. A Cadillac Escalade pulled slowly around a corner further down the street. The big SUV stopped in the middle of the traffic as frustrated drivers leaned on their horns. The engine roared and the tires squealed off the asphalt before the vehicle headed in their direction. "Run!" Chance put a hand on Roland's back, urging him to move faster. A pistol cracked. Another pair of pops rang out as one of the bullets chipped a wall too close to where they were. Chance raised his weapon and aimed for the windshield of the Escalade as he ran toward his car. The Beretta fired twice, one shot sparking off the hood and another punching a hole in the windshield near the driver. The SUV jerked, and the gunman hanging out the windows had to hold on tight so the evasive maneuver wouldn't hurl them from the vehicle. The two reached the waiting Camaro and jumped inside. Chance had the engine running as a bullet cracked the rear windshield. The reverse acceleration pushed Roland forward into the dashboard, then into the door, as Chance whipped his car into a high-speed bootleg turn. Chance grumbled something about repair bills and punk kids before he turned to Roland. "Better buckle up," he said as he reached across for his own seatbelt. The Camaro thundered down the street, tires screaming as they took the next corner at high speed. Chance could see the Escalade in his rear view, bouncing along the rough terrain as it took a turn too wide in pursuit. Roland fumbled with his seatbelt. "What are we supposed to do now?" He clutched his injured arm against his chest. Switching between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, Chance smiled and shot a quick glance at the young man. "Now it's a good old-fashioned car chase." Chapter 7. "This guy's pretty persistent," Chance said. "Hang on." He leaned hard into the turn, pulling his car around the corner and sending the tail whipping out to the side. Chance corrected course and pushed on the gas pedal. The engine fought to keep up with the demand, the slow hum building to the deep, throaty rumble. Roland glanced back over his shoulder, seeing the Escalade take the turn wider, sacrificing some speed for control. It was the opening they needed, as the distance between the two vehicles stretched out. "Why are they after you, Roland?" Chance kept his eye bouncing from the road to the rear view. "I don't know who those guys are," Roland said. "I didn't do anything." Chance flew through an intersection as the traffic light changed. He turned at the next street and turned again, doubling back on a different route. "I'm sure we lost them by now." Roland kept his death grip on the shoulder strap of the seatbelt. "Why are hitmen looking for me?" "Those clowns aren't real hitters," Chance said. "Just some yahoos looking to collect on the $100,000 bounty." "I don't understand." Chance leaned over and opened the glove compartment, pulling a first aid kit out, setting it in Roland's lap. "I'm hoping you can shed some light on that, so we can both figure it out. Who are you? And what exactly do you do? Are you a scientist or something? Money guy?" "I'm just a contractor," Roland said. He tore the pouch with the gauze open with his teeth. Like a carpenter? Chance looked at both mirrors before sticking his head out the window to get a better view behind them. A private defense contractor, Roland said as he wrapped the bandage around the cut on his arm. And you were serving time at Silver Creek Prison before that, right? Chance asked. Yes, Roland said, watching the buildings pass through the window. You were in there with Donnell Lawrence? How do you know so much about me? Roland asked. I'm a detective, Chance said. Also, Donnell's brother Andre told me. I just have to wonder if that's the reason they want you dead. What, my connection to Lawrence? Roland looked over at Chance again. I didn't know him that well. Can you think of anything that would put a mark on your head like that? Chance asked. Roland shook his head. I feel like you're holding out on me, kid. I'm here to save your life, as a favor to a friend, Chance said, looking at Roland. If you don't trust me enough to tell me everything, I can't help you. You could see the muscles in Roland's neck and jaw working, mulling over the decision to trust some random police detective that just happened to be at the right place at the right time. Look, I'm going to bring you back to the precinct, Chance said. You can give me your story there. Roland closed his eyes and nodded. I'm not talking to a bunch of cops. Just you. Off the record. I won't tell anyone why you're there, but we should get that wound cleaned up first, Chance said. They'll start asking questions if you got a bloody jacket on. Car horns blared in the distance. Tires screeched as a driver swerved, colliding with another vehicle. Chance and Roland both looked back. Looks like we didn't quite shake those guys, Chance said, watching the Escalade approach. Roland spotted another car, a beat-up black Impala, speeding and weaving through traffic. The older model car was clearly joining the chase and catching up fast. You gonna... The Camaro shuddered and roared as Chance stomped down on the throttle. Roland barely heard the brap-brap in the distance. They're shooting at us, he said, ducking in his seat. They can't hit us at this speed, Chance said, maintaining his focus on the road. You're not driving faster than their bullets, Roland said. They could still get lucky. Just hang on, kid. Teeth bared, Roland tightened his grip on the seatbelt as he clenched his jaws. The Camaro bounded over a hill and reached another intersection. Chance pulled the wheel hard, making the tight turn. The driver and the Impala followed, turning wide and narrowly missing an oncoming car. Reaching another intersection, Chance pulled the handbrake and took his car into a skid, drifting around the corner. He released the brake and watched his rear view as the chase car failed to make the turn, screeching to a stop. The vehicle rolled backward to correct their course. Ha! Too easy, Chance said. Watch out! Roland pressed his hands into the dashboard. The Camaro screamed toward the signs and cones blocking the road ahead. Chance slowed his car, pulling the handbrake again as he whipped the tail around in a bootleg turn. The Camaro faced back the way they came as it skidded to a stop. Chance looked over his shoulder, seeing no feasible way through the torn-up asphalt beyond the construction signs. He drew his pistol and gripped the steering wheel tight. Kid, when I give you the signal, you need to duck. Whoa, what's that supposed to mean? What are you going to do? Roland asked. If we want to get out of here, we got to get through them. Chance held the brake pedal and gave the engine some gas, letting the wheels burn out. The Impala's tires peeled out in response. The passenger leaned out of the windows, holding a Mac 11 machine pistol, ready to open fire. Chance felt the surge of adrenaline, hoping his gamble would pay off in his game of chicken. Something to the side suddenly caught the attention of the passenger, and he scrambled to get back into the car. Before he could climb inside, a monstrous silver pickup truck slammed into the passenger side door of the Impala. The impact with the Ford 250's oversized bull bar hurled the car down the street, barrel rolling out of Chance's line of sight. Shards of glass and plastic spiraled outward as the vehicle spun away. A large, muscular man stepped calmly out of the truck and opened the rear door of the cab. He reached inside and grabbed an M4 carbine strapped to a rack. Slamming the shifter to park, Chance got out of his car and pushed his badge forward, keeping his pistol ready. "Detective Hunter, Detroit Police!" The big man looked at Chance with an easy smile. "I'll be with you in a minute, Detective. Just have to take care of one more thing." Without another word, he stepped into the middle of the street and brought his rifle up to his shoulder. Chance brought his pistol up ready to take the man down, but something in his head, some instinct, told him to hold his fire. The M4 barked 2 3-round bursts, the reports echoing loud off the surrounding concrete structures. The man stepped back toward Chance, and the Escalade flew past, careening out of control. The Escalade screamed around the corner, engine whining as the driver sped forward. John braced the stock of his M4 against his shoulder. He fired a pair of bursts at the windshield of the SUV, 6 holes appeared in the glass as the driver's chest exploded in a crimson spray. The vehicle continued ahead, losing control. John stepped off the path of the oncoming vehicle. The Escalade tires chirped and squealed as it skidded before colliding into the Impala. Sparks from the collision ignited the fumes from the Impala's leaking tank, hungry flames engulfing both vehicles. John flicked the fire selector of his rifle to safe and held it low as he walked over to Roland and the Detroit detective. The 2 cars behind him exploded in a massive fireball. The blinding flash backlit the retired Ranger, and the wave of heat caused the 2 men watching the surreal scene to flinch and cover their eyes. John pressed the mag release and pulled out the partially empty magazine. He retrieved a reload from a pouch under his jacket, slapped the fresh magazine home, and put the other one in the pouch. Car alarms blared, headlights and turn signals flashed as John nodded his head back to the pickup truck.
Follow me.
Chapter 8. Chance held his weapon low but didn't holster it. He motioned for Roland to stay in the car. "Look, thanks for saving our bacon back there, but I don't know who you are. I'm taking this man back to the station with me. My name is John Stone, and this whole situation is bigger than you realize, Detective." Chance kept his guard up, stepping closer. John slung his rifle and held his hands up and away from his body. The big man also kept his distance and made no aggressive movements. "If it's all the same to you, Mr. Stone, I'll take my chances with the men and women back at the department." John stood his ground in front of the Camaro. "I'm not here for you, Detective. I was asked to find Roland Forrester and deliver him safely to a meeting with a man he was in contact with." "What's the name of his contact?" Chance asked. "To be honest, I never got his name. My friend trusts him, and I trust my friend." "Well, that just fills me with all kinds of warm fuzzies. Let me be honest with you now, Mr. Stone. I don't trust you."
"Wait," Roland interrupted. "Let's go with him. He's right. About the meeting."
Chance looked at Roland, then back at John, weighing his options. He finally shook his head and holstered his Beretta. "All right. We'll follow you for now. Where to?"
"A safe house, just outside the city," John said as he headed back to his truck.
Chance called out to John before he got back into his car. "Hey, if this is a setup, then you're under arrest, man." John gave him a thumbs up without looking back. Langley, Virginia. Travis paced around his office, hands clasped behind his back, until the call came in.
"I need some good news, Parker. All this wait-and-see stuff is too much for my heart right now."
"Roland is safe. They were able to save him before a squad of hitmen got to him," Parker said. "What do you mean, they? I thought it was you and John." Parker let out a nervous chuckle. "Yeah, about that. John says some detective helped Roland to safety, but he cleared the way for their escape." "What's the detective's name?" Travis asked, tapping the spacebar on his keyboard several times to wake his computer. "I didn't get much. John said it was something like Chase Hunter," Parker said. Travis ran a quick search through his files for detectives in the Detroit Police Department. "Do you mean Chance Hunter?" "That's the guy. That was close." "All right, well, the good news is Roland is safe. Is John on his way to bring him to you?" "That's still the plan," Parker said. "Keep him secure until I get there," Travis said. "I'm going to dig into Detective Hunter's files to see if he's someone we can trust." "Gotcha. Let me know if you need help cracking through any firewalls." Parker ended the call. Travis leaned back, folding an arm across his body, and rested his chin on his thumb. The folder on his monitor populated itself with a list of files for Chance Hunter's record. Starting with recent ones, Travis skimmed the content, looking for any red flags. Hunter had several commendations, but nothing that stood out as exemplary. There were also more than a few reports for his conduct, mostly having to do with his inability to keep his nose out of where it didn't belong. Travis couldn't fault the man for that, given his own past record as a vice detective. He ran a search, cross-referencing anything with the car group. The case file came up from almost a year prior. It seemed Detective Hunter was very closely involved in the case against Vincent Treadwell in Silver Creek Prison. Scrolling down, he found a series of reports, all from various officers and SWAT members, detailing the firefight at the Silver Creek facility's main headquarters. "Was that you, Hunter?" Travis thought. The incident was kept quiet on most news stations, but the information had come across the desk of many of his contacts in the Department of Homeland Security, as well as the FBI.
"Well, Detective, this is an interesting turn of events," he said, standing from his desk and pacing around his office again.
With his connection to the case, Chance Hunter might just prove valuable in their battle against international security and the Carr Group. Chapter 9. Chicago, Illinois. Faust wound his body, the backswing perfected over the years through thousands of repetitions. The club met the dimpled sphere with a satisfying thwack as he followed through. The golf ball sailed over 200 yards, starting just to the right and curving in with a slight draw as it landed precisely where he intended. "Pretty good, right?" He turned to face the men behind him, wiping the club face with his thumb. Carr Group's head of security, Troy, stood at attention, holding his hat in his hands, clasped in front of him. His second-in-command stood to his left.
"You know why I asked you here, right?" Faust asked.
"Forrester," Troy said, keeping his eyes fixed on the driving range.
"You are correct."
Faust pointed the grip of his club at the chest of the company's head of security. He returned to the tee where an assistant placed another ball. Faust repeated the same motions as last time, with different results. The impact had a touch of a pinging noise as the ball curved far from center. He gripped the club tighter, face reddening.
"Amateurs!" he shouted, wheeling back to the group. "You just put the word out that I wanted Roland Forrester dead, and let amateurs flop around the city looking for him." "Sorry, sir, I thought you might want to handle all this under wraps," Troy stammered. "Yes, you half-wit. Under wraps, as in hiring a pro for a job that requires this level of professionalism."
Faust stood toe-to-toe with Troy, nudging him with his forehead as he finished. Troy Sprague took a half-step back, struggling to maintain eye contact with his employer.
"Right away, sir. I'll have this handled." "This whole thing is a little more complicated now, is it not?" Faust returned to the tee again. "Forrester is in custody of the Detroit police. If we want this matter resolved, we'll need—"
Troy's second stepped forward. "What if we raise the bounty? 1 million. That would entice more skilled hitters." Faust shot an intense glare at the man before redirecting it at Troy. After a moment, his expression softened.
"Skilled hitters, you say?" Faust twisted his hands on the club's grip.
"Well, yeah. More money would incentivize." Faust whipped the driver across the man's face. The club head connected with a wet thunk. Troy winced, looking away. His second-in-command spun and collapsed, unconscious.
"How's that for a skilled hitter?"
Faust stood over the man's body, spittle flying and veins bulging in his forehead. He tossed the driver to his assistant and jabbed a gloved finger into Troy's chest.
"That's your one and only strike, Sprague. Take care of this now. I want a team of professionals. Bring Forrester's head to me." "Of course, sir."
Faust gestured dismissively toward the man lying in a heap.
"And get your trash off my driving range before his incompetence kills the grass."
Chapter 10. Corpus Christi, Texas. Captain Donovan Hawk read the incoming transmission as it scrolled by. Pulling a dark gray T-shirt over his head, he put the tablet in a large pocket on his thigh and left his quarters. The thumping from fists impacting a heavy bag grew louder. Clanging metal joined the chorus. Hawk stepped into the training room and stood in the doorway watching his team. Tanika Sloan, known to the others as Flash, snapped out another combination on the punching bag, ending with a stiff jab as she shuffled out of hand-to-hand range. Dodging an imaginary attack, she slipped back in and buried a pair of hooks into the worn and cracked flesh of the apparatus. In another corner, Obi Rhino Gray gripped a barbell resting on the ground, adjusted his feet, and tensed his body. Taking a deep breath and tightening his core, he pulled over 800 pounds of iron off the floor, locking the deadlift out before lowering it with a loud clunk. Captain Hawk walked into the middle of the room to join his lieutenant, Marcy Driver. She focused her attention on the far wall. She held the personal defense weapon in her hands, modeled after the full-sized bullpup rifles the others used. Shouldering the weapon, she pressed the trigger as it let out a muffled click. With no wasted movement, she swept the rifle to the side, hanging from its sling, as she drew the pistol, took aim, and followed with another click. Her expertise with small arms and an affinity for fully automatic weapons earned her the moniker Burst. Each one, in turn, noticed Hawk's presence and stopped what they were doing. Obi slapped his hands together several times, kicking out a cloud of chalk dust as he wiped the rest away on his pants. Tanaka unwound the wraps from her fists. Marcy holstered her pistol and adjusted the sling to move the rifle behind her body. "Morning, team," the team captain said. "We've got new orders." "Where are we going, Captain?" Obi asked. "Michigan," Donovan said. "Seems we've got some trouble brewing there that needs our attention." "American soil? So that means keep it light?" Tanaka asked. "This is a cleanup mission. Standard loadout, so you get to bring all your toys," Donovan said. "What's the objective?" Marcy asked, unslinging her rifle and working the charging handle several times before placing it back in the case. "I think you'll like this one. We've got a deserter. Roland Forrester," Donovan said. "Bag him up and drag him home?" Tanaka asked. "More like a body bag," Opie said, looking at the captain's facial expressions. "Is he that dangerous?" "To us, no," Donovan said. "To the organization as a whole, absolutely. He's looking to flip on Faust Kingston. He knows enough to bring Carr down. Maybe Insect, too." "So he hasn't met with anyone yet?" Marcy asked, arms folded across her chest. "Of course he has," Donovan said. "They wouldn't bring us in unless things have spiraled out of control." "Obviously," Opie said. Donovan continued. "Faust put a bounty on the kid's head, and a bunch of locals swarmed in and made a mess of things. Some Detroit detectives scooped him up." "Are we supposed to take on the whole police department?" Tanaka asked, rubbing some of the post-workout swelling from her hands. "Just the four of us?" "This detective," Donovan said, pulling the tablet from his pant leg, "Chance Hunter, hasn't resurfaced yet. He's got Roland stashed somewhere. We drop in, flush them out, and clean up the mess. If Hunter gets caught in a crossfire, we just chalk it up as an acceptable loss." "Sounds like Faust actually did us a favor with the hit contract," Marcy said. "We just need to make it look like another crew found Roland." Donovan pointed a finger at her, confirming her analysis. "There's more. Sort of a vegetables before dessert thing." The strike team stood at attention, waiting for their captain to continue. "We've got to secure an Insect recruiter and bring him to Kingston," Donovan said. "Make sure he gets home in one piece." "What, babysitting?" Tanaka asked. "Eat your veggies first, Sloan," Donovan said. "The Carr group will have a security team watching him until we arrive." "Sounds like Faust doesn't trust his own guys to bring the man to him," Marcy said. "This decision goes above Kingston. The recruiter is one of ours, not with the Carr group." Donovan slid the tablet back into his pocket. "We're wheels up in 45 minutes. Chapter 11. Detroit, Michigan. John pulled a sturdy padlock from the latch and rolled the steel door up. The Camaro rolled in, parking inside as John went back out to get his truck. Once the vehicles were secured, Roland stepped around the car, offering a hand.
"Thank you, sir."
John shook his hand and looked at the bloodied bandage.
"We should put a clean dressing on that. There's a first aid kit in the bathroom."
Chance nodded, letting Roland know he agreed. "Who are you?" the detective asked.
"Stone," he said, shaking hands. "John Stone."
"Yeah, I got that. I guess I should have started with a thank you," Chance said.
"This is all just a bit much to figure out right now." "How do you know the kid?" John asked, pulling the carbine from his truck and removing the magazine before clearing the chamber.
"I don't really know him. Got a call from an old associate. He said this guy, Roland, had a bounty on his head. I went to pick him up and bring him back to the station before things got a little too warm."
"Who put the hit out on him?"
John asked. Chance shook his head. "I figured you would know." "How did you find us?" John chuckled.
"Same situation, I'm afraid. We got a call about a guy that needed a place to lay low for a while. I guess he's got some dirt on a corporation we've been looking into."
"And then the shooting started," Chance said. John nodded.
"And then the shooting started. I arrived at the construction site after you. I was about to go in when you pulled the kid out and took off," John said. "Figured you for a cop, so I decided to follow in case you needed help."
Chance nodded, looking at the bullet hole in his rear window. "So what do we do now?"
"We wait," John said. "This place is a safe house, set up to keep Roland off the grid until our contact arrives."
"You keep saying we and our," Chance said. "Are you a Fed?"
"No, I'm not with the FBI or anything like that."
John put the M4 on a rack with other rifles mounted to the wall.
"Rangers. Retired."
"Army, huh? If you're retired, what's with the arsenal and the safe houses?" Chance pointed to the weapon rack. John crossed his arms over his chest and looked Chance in the eye, mulling over the best reply.
"Long story."
Chance raised an eyebrow.
"Well, I got time, since we're waiting for your guy to show up." "You don't have to stay, Detective. We just need to keep Forrester safe."
"Hey, I told my guy I would keep him safe too, so you're stuck with me for now. And call me Chance, please." Roland came back into the room, his jacket draped over one shoulder, as he pressed the tape to secure the fresh bandage on his arm.
"Did you take a round back there?" John asked.
"No, glass," Roland said. "Had to jump out a window when those psychos started shooting."
"I don't know what kind of training international security gave you, but most people in your situation would have been the victim in tomorrow's paper," John said.
Roland nodded and asked,
"What's the plan now? Are we all just waiting here?"
"I've been doing some digging, and a certain name popped up onto my radar recently," John said. "A man associated with the Carr Group, which I'm sure Mr. Forrester here is quite familiar with."
"Faust Kingston," Chance said. John and Roland both looked over at the detective. "Kingston is the CEO of the company," he said. "I've been doing some research of my own after looking into the murder of a friend at Silver Creek Prison."
"Murder? You're not talking about Romeo, are you?" Roland asked.
"Yes," Chance said, acknowledging the nickname Donnell Lawrence used. Someone at Silver Creek had Donnell killed for uncovering a plot to frame inmates and pressure them into signing up to serve with a private defense contractor. Roland's mouth fell open. His eyes widened.
"I joined INSEC almost 18 months ago. I got caught up in an altercation, and the warden at Silver Creek threatened to extend my sentence. Said if I joined, I could get an early release."
"We found Donnell dead a few months after that," Chance said. "I took the case all the way to the top, or at least what I thought was the top then. We brought Vincent Treadwell down, and Silver Creek Prison with it."
"But they were just a part of the whole," John said. "The Carr Group owned Silver Creek, and Roland has some information that could also implicate INSEC in the entire scheme."
Chance's face twisted into a crooked smile. And here I thought this was going to be a bad day. John turned to Roland.
"The man that sent us wants you to stay here until he arrives."
"Then what?" Roland asked.
John shrugged.
"Sounds like he has some connections with deep roots in various agencies."
"What, like CIA? FBI?" Chance asked.
"I'm not sure it matters at this point," John said. "He'll be escorted to a much safer place while they build their case."
"Until then, are we just holding down the fort?" Chance asked, looking at the rifles on the wall. John walked to a door leading further into the building. With all of the lights off, the office interior's only source of illumination came from a few computers along one wall on a rack and a couple of monitors stashed in one of the cubicles. A silhouetted head poked up, a groundhog investigating the new visitors. "Hey, guys," he said.
"Roland Chance, this is Parker Lewis," John said.
"Parker Lewis? You're joking, right?" Chance asked. "Is that his code name or something?"
"I don't get it," Roland said. "Am I missing something?"
Parker stepped out to meet the rest. "My parents loved the show, but they claimed they never saw it until after they named me. I grew up my entire life with everyone telling me I can't lose." He air-quoted the last two words.
"What's all this?" Roland asked, pointing at the computers.
"This is where I feel most at home," Parker said. "It's what I do best."
"Parker is our computer wizard," John said.
"Wow. People still say computer wizard?" Chance asked.
"You're lucky I'm in a decent mood this morning, Detective," John said, suppressing a smile. "Parker's going to take all the information that Roland can give him. With that, he should be able to point me in the right direction for anything else we might need to find out."
"Us, you mean?"
Chance said. "If Parker finds something promising, you better believe I'll be joining you on the investigation." John nodded. "I've got no issues, as long as you're not trying to get in the way to make your case." Chance held his hands up. "Man, that's not even how I do things. I just got a call about the hit on Roland. Felt I needed to lend a hand to honor the memory of a friend." "That's good to hear," Parker said. "My first pass through all the files highlighted a couple of places that might look interesting, but I'm not exactly sure what we would find there." "What have you got?" John asked. Chance leaned forward to look at the location. "For starters, that storage facility isn't far from here." "Good. We should head over and see what we can find there," John said. "Maybe there'll be a few more clues to help shed some light on what Faust is planning." "I'm going with you," Roland said. "No. Detective Hunter and I will go check it out. You need to provide Parker with the information he needs." "Hey, Parker said, holding a finger up. "Maybe that's not the best idea?" "Relax. This is a safe house," John said. "If anyone tries to get in, you've got a wall of guns in the next room." "It's not that. Isn't he like, Parker held a hand up to the side of his mouth. "An ex-con?" "Bro, I'm standing right next to you," Roland said. John looked at Parker. "If your guy trusts Roland, I think you'll be safe." "Yeah, you two will be all right," Chance said. "Have fun. We'll be back in a few hours." Chapter 12. The F-250's engine rumbled as the big truck rolled past row after row of storage lockers. "I still think we should have a warrant for this," Chance said. "No time," John replied. Chance shook his head, hiding a smirk. "That's such a BS answer." He turned to face John. "I use that myself, but it's the wrong way to go about this." "This isn't even an active investigation. What judge would sign off on a warrant to search some random storage locker this fast?" John asked. "You do realize if we find something in there that implicates the people behind all of this, it will be inadmissible, right?" Chance leaned back in the seat. "Worst case, the whole case gets thrown out, and Faust walks. Free and clear." John pulled into the lane, rolling up to the storage unit. "This case is bigger than Detroit, bigger than you, Detective. If we find anything in here, we're handing it over to Roland's mystery contact." "What then?" Chance asked. "Federal trials have to abide by the same rules. They can't just break into places and grab the evidence they need." "You didn't have to come along," John said, turning off the engine. "I'm looking for anyone involved with INSEC and the Carr Group. You and this mystery man can handle things by the book. I'm doing things my way, before more lives are ruined." "It's the wrong play. But there's nothing I can do about that now," Chance said. "Noted," John replied, hopping down. "We should have taken my car," Chance said, stepping down from the truck. "You're joking, right? That thing would have stood out too much. Too flashy." John shut the door and adjusted the jacket to cover his pistol. "This thing is 10 feet tall and covered in armored plating," Chance said. "It's got a few reinforcements, but trust me, there's no armor on this thing. I wouldn't trust it to stop a bullet," John said. "It probably gets better gas mileage than your car, though." "No argument there." Chance fastened the bottom 2 buttons on his jacket. John walked over to the rolling door of the storage unit and paused, looking down. He nudged the latch with the toe of his boot. "No lock. I think we're too late." He reached down and pulled the door open. Someone had emptied it out. John's gut told him they missed whoever did this by only hours. Detective Hunter knelt near one edge of the entrance. "They were here recently," he said. "How can you tell?" "The dirt on the floor," Chance said. "There are still spots where it's cleaner than the rest of the unit. If they had cleaned it out earlier, there would be an even layer over the ground." John reached for his phone. "Parker, we've got an issue," John said, switching the call to the speaker. "What happened?" Parker asked. John peered into the storage unit. "Someone beat us to the punch. Everything is gone." Parker let out a sigh on the other end. A chair squeaked, and moments later his fingers were clicking away at the keys. "Any idea on how we can find out who was here?" John asked. "The security cameras, maybe?" "We would definitely need a warrant for that," Chance said. "And I doubt we can get a judge to sign off since this isn't exactly a by-the-book investigation anymore." "We're coming back to you," John said.
Looks like we're one step behind, and we need to catch up fast. Chapter 13. The humming fans and Parker's keystrokes were the only sound in the room while Roland walked around the office area once more. He had provided what he could to give the computer specialist a head start on the data he had, but they were still waiting for John and Chance to return.
"It's been 2 hours. When do you think they'll be back?" Roland asked.
Parker shrugged. "Gotta be any time now." Roland circled back to the desk in the middle of the room, careful to step over the braided serpent of cables running to the rack along the wall. Parker finished executing another search program and leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms and back.
"I had no idea you already knew so much about all this," Roland said. "Guess I just figured my story would be the one cracking this case when those hitters showed up."
"Oh, this?" Parker gestured to the wall of text flying up on one of the monitors. "This is just boring stuff. Looking for transactions that link persons of interest. Follow the money, you know." Roland nodded, though he still didn't fully understand the situation. Parker scratched an itch above one eye and turned his chair to face Roland. "So, what were you in for, if you don't mind my asking?"
"Silver Creek? I was serving time for armed robbery," Roland said, picking up a neatly wound spare cable. "Looking at 10 years.
Parker let out a low whistle. "Whew, that's quite a stretch."
"Yeah. Could have been worse," Roland said. "It was my first offense, so I guess they went easy on me. Only sentenced to 5 years.
"Gotta be rough out there." "Making ends meet, I mean," Parker said. Roland smiled and looked at him.
"What, you mean for some kid from a poor home, trying to put food on the table?"
Parker nodded.
"You know, with the economy and all. That ain't my story, Parker. I was just some dumb kid, running with a bad crowd," Roland said as he put the cable down. "My dad is a computer programmer, and my mom is a shift manager at a restaurant. We weren't hurting for scratch."
"Oh, I'm sorry. I meant no offense." Parker's face changed as a mask of fear slipped over his features. Roland laughed.
"I'm not some menacing career criminal. I was 17, trying to impress the local crew when I got caught. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes."
A nervous grin replaced his frightened expression as Parker nodded.
"The system isn't really looking out for people like me. I'm talking about before I got arrested. Silver Creek wasn't the most reformative place either."
Roland leaned against the deck.
"That place was a dump."
"Wasn't it a newer facility back then?" Parker asked.
"On paper, maybe. A clean outer shell filled with trash," Roland said. "They did whatever they could to cut costs. The meals were a joke. None of the programs meant for rehabilitation ever had any of the materials we requested. The only part with any real money dumped into it was the gym. I guess they were training us to fight, either inside or out."
"When did INSEC reach out to you?" Parker asked, scooping up a notepad and pen. Roland wiped a hand along his jaw, moving to the back of his neck.
"I was in about 3 years. Never had a problem. Kept to myself, mostly. Out of the blue, these 2 dudes I've never seen before decide to jump me."
"And you hurt them fighting back?"
"You watch too many movies, Parker," Roland said, shaking his head. 2-on-1, I got my ass beat. The guards pulled us apart and wrote us all up. They never cared about who started the fights. Everyone involved got infractions."
Parker nodded, writing more notes on his pad. Roland watched him for a second before continuing.
"Anyway, I got a face-to-face with the warden after that. My first real issue in that prison. But he's talking about tacking on another 9 months for the fight. I'm not happy about it, but I got to keep my cool. He can see it in my eyes. I guess at that point, I figured he was actually trying to help."
"And this is Vincent Treadwell?" Parker asked.
"Yeah, that's him," Roland said. "So he pulls these brochures from his desk and starts selling me on some program to turn my life around."
"INSEC," Parker said. Roland nodded.
"Starts showing me all kinds of stuff, flags, soldiers, you know, all that patriotic stuff. I'm sitting in a cell for most of my days, staring at pictures of guys and girls in choppers, on mountains, in the field. It hits me at that point that I wanted something better. I wanted to do better for the country."
"Is that when you signed up?"
I was close. But I didn't say anything then, Roland said. Just kept my head down. Always on the lookout for trouble. A week later, Treadwell has an actual recruiter in to give me the full pitch. They could tell I was so close. About to bite. And Treadwell says it will cut my sentence by more than half. I'd be released, fully. Time served.
The cherry on top, Parker said.
The cherry, the whipped cream, the whole sundae, man. I signed the dotted line. And they shipped me out a week later, Roland said. I actually believed I would be out here helping the country, instead of being so selfish and trying to impress a bunch of halfway crooks.
What about your deep web searches? Parker asked. When did you make contact with the stranger online?
I started digging into this stuff about 5 months ago. During my searches, someone reached out to offer help. A few weeks ago, maybe, Roland said.
Parker scribbled some more notes onto the page.
What's that supposed to mean? Roland asked. Nothing, maybe.
Parker looked up. I'm like 99% positive that your mystery man is the same as my contact. I'm just curious about who it is now. Roland turned his head, still keeping his eye fixed on the hacker.
Are we walking into a trap?
No, I don't think. What's the number that sent you the warning text message? Maybe I can use that to do some more digging, Parker said.
It's got to be a burner, Roland said, scrolling through his messages. I wouldn't expect anything less, Parker said. But maybe I can work some magic to narrow things down, based on all the various ways he's contacted me.
Roland showed him the screen as Parker wrote the number down in his notes. The windows rattled slightly, and Roland sat up straight on full alert. He stood and looked around, ready to make a break for the weapons. That's John and Detective Hunter, Parker said, as the deep rumble of John's pickup approached. Let's see what they found.
It was a dead end, John said. Someone cleaned out the storage facility before we got there. Maybe they've been trying to clean this mess up for a while now, Roland said.
No, we missed them by a few hours, Chance said. We're getting too close, and it's got someone spooked. So what's the play here? Parker asked.
Sit tight for the contact, John said. We rest up and wait.
Right, but in the meantime, I think I can keep my computer running, see if we can chip away at the info we've got, Parker said. Maybe we'll get lucky, like with the location of the storage unit.
It's as good a plan as any, Chance said.
Until then, I gotta make a call.
No, John said.
Excuse me?
Don't call your precinct yet, John said. We don't know who's involved in all this, and until Roland is completely safe, it's too risky to let anyone know where you are.
Chance held his phone in his hand, pointing a finger at John. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you call the DPD dirty, or insinuate that we've got a rat. I need to call this in and see if we can get any more information about who wants the kid dead.
John stood up straight. Just wait for the contact to show up. Then you can call in the cavalry.
That's a bad move, Chance said. We're flying blind here, and you want me to trust a bunch of strangers.
Please, Detective, Roland said. I'm a stranger to you too, and I say we go with John's plan. I trust my contact, and I know he can help us.
Chance shook his head and slid his phone into a pocket. Unbelievable. We're making a huge mistake, and it's going to cost us big time.
You're free to leave. None of this has to blow back on you, John said. I'm just asking that you not involve the police yet.
No. I'm in it for the long haul now, Chance said, looking over at Roland. I promised a friend. Chapter 14. Parker sent the last of the reports to Travis. He wheeled his chair away from the desk, the comforting thoughts of a nap pulling him away from his work. He glanced up at the monitor and saw a strange pattern on the map. Most of the car group's activities involving Silver Creek have been centered around Detroit, but something caught his eye further east. He had mapped the key locations, sorting them to find the most likely spots to find the information he needed. Sitting further back, his eye picked out the location flagged and placed further down on the list. The only distinguishing feature was its location in relation to the rest. "What are you doing out there, little guy?" Parker asked, scooting up to see the mark on the map. "Pennsylvania.
His program deemed the likelihood of such a remote facility containing what they needed as low. John and Chance couldn't risk driving all that way for nothing when more probable places were still on the list. But something about the entry tugged at his curiosity. Gotta make a call, Parker thought, patting his pockets for his phone. Atlantic City, New Jersey. Smoke swirled through the air, a mix of overpriced cigarettes and underpriced cigars adding to the atmosphere. The young Asian man glanced down at his phone as it buzzed. Hitting the cash out button, he pulled the ticket from the slot machine and stuffed it into the pocket of his $200 jeans. He adjusted the platinum chain around his neck, settling it on the outside of his faded Bruce Lee t-shirt as he walked toward the exit. "New phone, who dis?" Ty said, answering the call. "Ty, it's Parker." As a shadow courier, Ty Octane operated in a gray area that often put him at odds with law enforcement. When Parker and John chased down Warren Ratcliffe in search of technology that could reshape the face of cyber warfare, Ty's skills were instrumental in accomplishing their mission. "What? Man, I haven't heard from you since last year." Ty put a finger to his ear to block out the fanfare from a slot machine paying a winning player nearby. "Hold on, let me get somewhere quieter." "I hear casino noises. Are you back home?" Parker asked. "Nah, I decided to check out AC," Ty said, stepping out into the parking lot. "Figured I needed a change from Las Vegas, the bedazzled armpit of America." Parker chuckled. "So how does Atlantic City compare?" "Same," Ty said, "but without the deodorant." "So, is John in trouble again? Do I have to go and kick some more Russian asses?" "I think we've taken care of the Russians. This is more of a local issue," Parker said. "What, he needs some styling tips for that hairy caterpillar on his lip?" Ty asked. "Wait, he's not on the line, is he?" "Hey, John, 2 words. Handlebar." "I think that's 1 word, and no, he's not here," Parker said. "Listen, Ty, I know this is a big ask, but we need your help with something." "Shoot," Ty said, putting on his expensive sunglasses. "Actually, forget I said that. Last time I helped, I got my fill of shooting." "How may I be of assistance?" "John and I are helping a guy with something, and we're having trouble finding what we need," Parker said. "Cool. Just let me know what you're looking for so I can pick it up and swing by," Ty said. Parker sighed. "I wish it were that easy. I don't know exactly what we're looking for, but I've got a lead. There's a small company listing its primary address in Pennsylvania. You just need me to sweet-talk my way until they hand over what we need?" Ty asked. "That's easy enough, bro." "I was actually thinking that we need you to sneak in and grab what we need." Ty let out an incredulous laugh. "You're not serious, are you? I'm not a cat burglar, I'm a courier. If you want me to add breaking and entering, I'm going to have to redo my whole resume." "Didn't Han Solo also break into places?" Parker asked. "I don't know, I'm not a nerd like you," Ty said. "Also, Han was a smuggler. I'm a courier." "We're in a tight spot here," Parker said. "Isn't there anyone you could point me to so I can ask them?" "Relax, Parker. I have someone in mind that's perfect for the job," Ty said, fixing his spiked hair in the reflection of his car. "She's like a ninja. This is right in her wheelhouse." Chapter 15. Detroit, Michigan. Letting out a loud yawn, Parker raised his arms over his head and ended with a loud vocalization that was half sigh, half grunt. "Did you get any sleep, Parker?" John asked, offering a fresh coffee. "I think I passed out on that stack of papers over there for an hour or so," Parker said, accepting the cup. Chance stepped into the workspace wearing a fresh change of clothes, black t-shirt, and dark BDU pants, matching John's look. "I don't know whose idea it was to put living quarters with showers in this building, but they seriously thought ahead." "This is a decommissioned safe house," Parker said. "CIA or FBI, I think. I'm guessing they had several people working out of this building around the clock." "I'm about done with this place," Roland said, laying across a pair of desks. "I just want to meet my contact and take the car group down." "You have trouble sleeping last night?" John asked. "Every night," Roland said, still staring up at the drop ceiling. "Since I got back from my last deployment, anyway." "Why don't you try getting some rest now?" John said. "We'll grab you if there's anything important." "Nah. I'm just going to hang here with you guys for a bit," Roland said. "Anything to help keep me focused, you know?" John nodded. "Speaking of our mysterious stranger, have you heard anything from him?" Chance asked. Nothing yet, Parker said, spinning to face his keyboard again. But I did find something out. I dug around all night, or at least my computer did, and I'm almost certain I've discovered the identity of our mystery man. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Chance said after a brief pause. Parker never took his eyes off the monitor as his fingers danced across the keys. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Travis Chambers.
What's his background? Roland asked.
Central Intelligence, John asked. Well, I discovered his identity, but I'm still mostly at a loss about his history. Much of this has been classified or redacted. All these are from the 80s. Parker brought up several files.
Special Forces, Green Beret, maybe, John said.
That's Cold War era, so he probably operated overseas against the Soviet Union.
It's not uncommon to see this kind of stuff from key military personnel back then.
That's where things get a little strange, Parker said. I see one or two mentions of the Soviets, but get this. Chambers wasn't military. He was a vice detective in the Metro-Dade area. Miami Vice? You're joking, right? Chance asked. No joke. Officially retired in the late 90s, but there's not much else after that. He's like a ghost now. He must be working for the CIA now, Chance said.
Possibly, John said. But there would still be a record of that in his files. It isn't like being a secret agent in the movies.
Who is this guy? Chance asked under his breath.
We'll have to worry about that later, John said. Parker, did you find out anything about Faust or the Carr Group that can help us?
Parker turned in his chair.
Yeah, I've got a lot of info, but not sure how helpful it's going to be, though. Just give us what you've got.
First of all, it's no secret that there's a big push for more privatized prisons. It's a big business right now, and lobbyists are out there big time, Parker said. But now they're worming their way into juvenile and immigration detention centers. It's been heading that way for a while now, Chance said. Yes, it has. But here is a report sent out to Carr Group shareholders, showing the financial projections for the next 5 years, Parker said. Chance raised his eyebrows. I don't think we're locking up that many perps. Parker lifted a finger and spun his chair to face them. That's what's interesting about this report. The projections aren't for the Carr Group. It's meant to entice a few of the big investors to look closer at a company that they've got close ties with.
International security, John said.
Using the estimates that Roland gave me, I put this chart together, Parker said. He twisted one of the monitors so they could see a graph that matched the first part of what appeared in the financial report.
What exactly is that nice little red line supposed to represent? John asked.
Parker tapped the screen with his finger. This is an educated guess of the number of inmates that have decided to join INSEC.
So you're saying they're only recruiting from private prisons and not from the general public? John asked.
Not just any prisons. This is only from Silver Creek, Parker said, looking over at Chance. Don't places like INSEC like to pull people in from the general public? Chance asked.
Most defense contractors will reach out to former military for their ranks, John said. This is beyond abnormal. It has never been done before.
Not to mention immoral and possibly illegal, Chance said. This is a pilot program, Parker said. Or at least that's what I'm gathering from the files and these reports.
We can't go by the numbers alone, John said.
Correct. Without actual data, this correlation is spurious at best. Parker turned his display to face him again. So we're just going to have to go right to the source. Chance narrowed his eyes, looking at the photograph on the screen. Who is that?
Owen Blythe, Roland said, leaning closer to the image.
Correct. This is INSEC's #1 recruiter, responsible for bringing more men and women into the ranks than any Uncle Sam poster ever could, Parker said. Seriously? Owen Blythe, Chance furrowed his brow. Sounds like the name of a guy that got bit by a werewolf 100 years ago.
Where is he now? Roland asked.
Lansing, Michigan. Parker pulled up a map. Chance jabbed at the display with his finger. That's not far from the state capitol building. About an hour and a half away from here.
He's the key, John said. We're going to have to grab Blythe and bring him back here.
Are you sure that's the best idea? Chance asked. John folded his arms across his chest.
It's the best one we've got. Parker, you should get some sleep. You can't do anything else with what you've got. What about me? Roland asked.
Wait here for us, Chance said.
No way, Roland said.
I told Parker everything I know about the Carr group. I'm not just going to sit around and wait when I can do something else to bring them down.
Faust knows we're after him, John said. He beat us to the storage facility, and if he knows we're after Blythe, we could run into some heavy resistance, and we can't risk you getting hurt.
John is right, kid, Chance said.
But what if you need my... I'm not budging on this, Roland. You're staying here, and that's final, John said. Your contact, Travis, should be here any time now, and you can't be running around town with us when he arrives.
Fine, Roland said, still scowling. Hey, if we miss our shot at Blythe, didn't you say there was another location we could check, besides the storage units? Chance asked. Yes, but Blythe is the better option for now, Parker said. The second location is a little out of your way.
Where? John asked.
Pennsylvania, Parker replied.
Wow. Yeah, that is a bit out of the way, Roland said.
We can always check it out after we grab the werewolf, Chance said. Already on it, Parker said. I called the guy we worked with a while back. He's going to check it out for us. Langley, Virginia. A chilled gust of air whipped across the tarmac. Engines spooled up in the distance, their whining growing in intensity. Travis buttoned his coat, tucking the scarf inside as he climbed the steps into the waiting craft. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Chambers," a cheery young man said. "Can I take your jacket?"
"That won't be necessary. I could use a cup of coffee, though."
Travis sidestepped his way to the middle of the plane. "Right away." He looked around at the mix of government employees on board. They were a collection of men and women from the alphabet agencies, but most were from the CIA this time. Travis recognized a couple, but didn't know them well enough to strike up a conversation, instead opting for a polite smile and wave. It was perfect for his needs. The flight time would be enough to let him go over what Parker had sent that morning.
"My apologies, Mr. Chambers," the plucky flight attendant returned with a faux mask of disappointment. "The captain says we should be taking off shortly, so the coffee will have to wait until we are in the air."
"That's fine," Travis said. "I'll just catch up on some light reading." He pulled the laptop from his bag and started in on the new batch of files and reports. The first showed mostly what Travis had already suspected. The Carr group pushed for changes in existing laws to allow their privatized prison enterprise to expand. Travis reread the report, making note that while the data wasn't perfect, it was enough to show a possible link between insects' recruiting practices and the Carr group's recent flux of early releases from their Silver Creek facility. More and more, Travis felt that his decision to bring the former Hostile Response Division operatives in on this was the right call. A set of alerts popped up, delayed by his computer's previous slumber. Travis had to pause for a second. His eyes widened, scanning the messages. Parker had dug into Travis's contact information and found enough to dig up his identity. This Parker guy is something else.
"You sure know how to pick them, Van Pierce," Travis said under his breath.
Chapter 16. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The bass rattled the windows and shook the fenders of Ty's car, the 2015 Final Edition Lancer Evolution X, as he pulled up to the curb. He lowered the volume to a bearable level of obnoxiousness. Two young women stood on the corner. The oldest, Millie, turned to face the younger one. She straightened the girl's shirt sleeves and brushed an imaginary crumb from her shoulder. "Stay out of trouble while I'm gone, all right?" She doted over the girl, like a concerned parent, even though both young women shared a similar upbringing, trained as soldiers in a secret program. Stolen from their villages in Mexico, they were raised together, undergoing a strict training regimen that molded them to be the perfect agents of espionage.
"Why are you helping this idiot again?" Letitia asked. "We've still got issues here to take care of."
"It's just for a day or two. Not too long."
"I thought you didn't like working with this guy," Letitia said.
"I'm not doing it for him," Millie said. "We need more info for our own investigation. And this Parker guy sounds like he has a lot of data that could help us out."
"Fine. But I'm only eating pizza while you're gone," Letitia said.
Millie tousled the younger girl's hair. "Stay out of trouble." "I'm not kidding."
"You're not my mother,"
she fired back. "Millie, it's been a while," Ty said. "And you're Alicia, right?"
"Letitia."
The shorter woman put her hands on her hips and shot daggers at Ty with her eyes. "It's okay," Millie said. "Go back inside. I'll call you later." They hugged briefly, and Millie opened the back door to toss her bag in. She sat in the passenger seat and buckled up. "Can you turn that down?" she asked, pointing to the stereo. "Sorry," Ty said, dropping the volume to a more respectable level. "So you and Letitia, are you two, Ty raised his eyebrows and drew circles in the air with his index finger. "You're still a moron, I see," Millie said. "All right, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry. We've got plenty of time to talk about it on the drive to Pennsylvania." "Can you turn that up?" Millie asked, pointing to the stereo. Chicago, Illinois. "Sir, there's a call for you," a woman said, standing in the doorway of the office gym. Faust pumped out 2 more bicep curls and stood, dropping the dumbbell to the ground. The 45-pound weight rang out as it struck the hard rubber mat. He snatched the towel on the bench and dabbed the sweat off his face as he walked to the phone. "What is it?" "Mr. Kingston, this is Captain Hawk." "Perfect. You're already in town. When do you plan on taking care of the first situation?" Faust asked, wiping his mouth and neck with the towel. "That's what I'm calling you for, sir. We are en route to rendezvous with your security team at the office complex." "Excellent. Keep me informed of your status when you complete the task," Faust said. "Understood." Smiling, Faust hung the handset back on the base. Nothing could match the satisfaction of working with professionals when dealing with an important task. He draped the towel on the weight rack before chugging ice water from his water bottle. With his thirst quenched, Faust picked the dumbbell up and settled onto the bench, starting another set of curls. Chapter 17. Lansing, Michigan. John parked the truck on the side street at the building. Chance stepped out onto the sidewalk, buttoning up his jacket. "What do you think the odds are of finding Blythe here?" Chance asked. "Not sure," John said. Faust could have had him taken from... Something in the bed of the truck thumped. John and Chance spun around, pistols drawn. Whoa, it's me," Roland said, climbing out from under a tarp in the bed of the F-250. "What the hell are you doing here?" John hissed, holstering his handgun. "I told you to stay with Parker." "He's fine without me," Roland said. "No one is going to storm that fortress." "It was for your safety, not his," Chance said. "I can take care of myself. I don't need some hacker babysitting me." "Generally speaking, waltzing into a place where armed men could be looking for you isn't really considering taking care of yourself," Chance said. "Look, I'm here now. It's too late to drive me all the way back." Roland rocked his body side to side and twisted his neck to work the kinks out. "Want to bet?" Chance grabbed Roland's sleeve. "He's right," John said. "We can't risk letting Blythe get away. You wait in the truck, Roland." "What?" "No way, Stone. If assassins are wandering around looking for me, the safest place is right next to you two," Roland said. "I'm unarmed." Chance looked at John, giving him an exasperated shrug and shake of his head. "Fine. But stay close to us," John said. "Awesome. Let's just hope Blythe is here," Roland said. "I'd hate to think I took that uncomfortable trip for nothing." "That's on you," Chance said. They walked through the main entrance, and a man in front greeted them. He wore a drab gray suit and a forgettable haircut with a matching, unremarkable smile. "I apologize, gentlemen. The interviews have been canceled," he said. "All of the positions have been filled." "That's not why we're here," Chance said, pulling his badge from a pocket. "Detective Hunter, Detroit Police Department." "Oh, how can I help you, Detective?" "We're looking for some information for a case. If your people could cooperate, that would be very helpful," Chance said. The expression on the man's face twitched, distorting for a second before returning his generic greeting. His body language and tone practically shouted that he was hiding something. Chance continued talking to the man as John stepped away. He looked across the lobby where a group of employees gathered bags and boxes, taking them to a side room. John took a step forward. The man moved to intercept. "I'm afraid no one is allowed inside today." John looked down at him, then back up to the group in the distance. He saw a man step off the elevator and cross the hallway out of sight. John recognized the MP5 submachine gun strapped to his back. "They're already here," John said. He put a hand on the man's shoulder and eased him to the side, moving toward the small crowd of employees. Roland followed close behind, stepping around the other way. "You're not allowed in here," the man said. "We'll have to call security to escort your friends out." "No need," Chance said, stepping around him. "I'll just go and get them. I'm sure it's just a little misunderstanding." Reading, Pennsylvania. Millie jabbed at the volume knob to mute the music as Ty rounded the corner at close to the speed limit, approaching the address Parker provided. "Hey," Ty said, stunned that she had the gall to touch his stereo. "Can you at least make an attempt to blend in a little?" Millie glared at him. "Maybe try not to draw so much attention to yourself?" Ty smirked. "Sorry. Someone has to make up for your drab style." He looked at her clothing, reached over to flip the end of one of her short locks of hair just above the shoulder. "Don't do that again. Unless you can shift gears with a broken wrist," Millie said. All right, Ty said, holding his hands up at his shoulders. "Stop the car. I'll approach on foot," she said. "Wait for me here, and try to keep out of sight." "Yes, Your Majesty," Ty said with a seated mock bow. She retrieved her backpack from the back seat, emptying most of the contents to make room. Tucking an arm in one of the straps, she kept her eyes straight ahead, only taking in sideways glances at the target building as she moved along the sidewalk. The activity in front of the building stood out as people milled about, some stepping inside, only to be ushered back. Most wore suits and ties, but a few had on casual attire. Millie had no problem slipping into the group from the outskirts and working her way to the front door. She read their body language and the way they interacted with each other. Like many office environments, most of the people didn't know anyone else outside of their small cliques. Everyone outside seemed on edge, though. A group of stern men and women in dark suits stood at the entrance and tightly controlled which of the confused people could enter the building. Bouncing from one group to the next, she used the stragglers as cover, adjusting her posture and facial expressions to fit in. Another group moved up, trying to get answers from the security-type personnel. They were on the verge of losing their tempers, just shy of shouting, as Millie's group entered the building. Once inside, she slid to the edge and stepped out into the lobby. More employees wandered around here, too. Some carrying boxes of personal belongings, while others stood at the receptionist's desk, looking for answers at the long-abandoned workstation. This was a mass layoff, and the scene had created plenty of chaos. Perfect cover for Millie to accomplish her task. Security personnel directed visibly upset workers to and from their desks, helping as they boxed up anything they wanted to bring home. Millie melted into the group of people waiting their turn. A round man wearing a dark blue uniform with the car group logo emblazoned on his sleeve waved them forward. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the others as they followed down the hall into the open workspace. She slowed her pace enough to let the others pass, fading to the back of the crowd. As they reached an intersection in the halls, Millie fell behind and changed directions, covering the distance to the corner in several soft steps, pivoting around the wall. She looked at the pair of doors on either side, choosing one. Testing the handle, she turned it slowly, feeling the latch move freely as the door swung inward. She stepped through, easing the door shut behind her. Her quick scan let Millie assess the room, finding a couple of filing cabinets and a desk empty of clutter. She pulled the first drawer on the nearest filing cabinet, frowning as it offered up resistance. Millie tucked her index and ring fingers into her back pocket, retrieving the small set of lock-picking tools. Applying slight twisting pressure with a flat bar on the lock, she slid the racking tool in and out with two quick, sharp movements. The tumbler spun, surrendering to her prowess. She dug through the contents, finding nothing that would help Parker out. She continued, picking the locks for each drawer and each filing cabinet in turn. Her search had been fruitless. I need to find the executive offices, she thought, peeking back out into the hall. Chapter 18. Lansing, Michigan. A group of men and women with cartons of files parted as John stepped into their path. None of them spared him a second glance as they rushed to drop the boxes into the corner. Roland and Chance reached John as they walked down the hall. Roland stopped one of the women as she passed. "What's going on here?" he asked. "They're laying everyone off," she said, sadness in her eyes, slowly succumbing to anger. "They told us to bring everything we've worked on in the past year and stash it there." She pointed to the pile of boxes in the corner. Roland nodded and let her pass. "Looks like we found the right place," he said. "But did we get here in time?" Chance asked. John slowed at the corner where he saw the armed guard walk by. A pair of men in off-the-rack suits brushed past them, barely mumbling an apology as they emerged. Holding his hand out to signal Chance and Roland, John adjusted his stance, preparing for someone approaching. Shuffle click, the guard's feet dragged as he turned the corner, shoulders sagged, and thumbs tucked into his belt. The guard's eyes bugged out of his head as John put a hand on his chest and pushed him against the wall. He held a finger to his lips, telling the uniformed man to be quiet as he ushered him down the hall from where he had just come. Chance fell in behind them as Roland planted himself at the corner for a moment, looking around to make sure no one had seen the commotion. All of the employees were preoccupied with their own problems, missing everything happening around them. Reading, Pennsylvania. Millie heard another group approaching and saw a guard leading them as they walked by. The employees followed, heads down, feet shuffling. All hope lost. Millie slipped into the group, and in an instant was moving with the same dejected posture. She kept her head on a swivel, trying to see as much as she could as they walked the halls. Millie spotted a guard heading for a stairwell. Of course, the good stuff has got to be on the second floor. The man pulled a key card hanging on his belt, swiping the plastic badge in front of the card reader. The guard escorting them pulled the radio from his belt. "Another group headed your way," he said. As they reached a set of double doors, the man stopped, but Millie continued forward, bumping into him. She looked up, eyes wide in horror. She apologized profusely, as if he was about to arrest her. The man's annoyance was palpable as he mumbled some kind of warning, making sure his last words could be heard by everyone else in the group. "Just watch where you're going, all right?" Millie nodded, pursing her lips and looking down at his feet again. The guard fumbled for his keys, unlocking the doors and letting the crowd through. Another guard waited to escort this group inside as the first closed the doors behind them, the metallic clack bidding them farewell. The employees had dispersed, finding their cubicles in the maze of workstations. Millie walked with the rapidly thinning herd until everyone reached their destination. She ducked behind one of the cubicles, sneaking into a conference room. The glass walls wouldn't provide any cover, so she crawled under the table, using the chairs to obscure the view from the outside. Millie scanned the area around her through the glass, taking in as much as she could through the gaps between chairs. At the far end of the workspace, she spotted another stairwell door. She didn't have much time before the rest of the employees had their possessions all boxed up. She kept her body low, taking long strides with her legs while supporting her weight on her hands. At the stairwell entrance, Millie pulled the key card tucked into her waistband, after having lifted it from the guard when she intentionally bumped into him. She swiped it across the reader, watching as the box let out a happy chirp. The light flashed green, and she eased the door open just enough to slide in. Careful of her foot placement, Millie ascended the steps to the second floor in silence. At the next level, she checked if the hall was clear before heading in. She kept her body close to one wall as she moved. Millie knew at least one of the security guards had already come up here. The hall opened up into a broad community area with a few printers and copying machines, still whirring and ready to get to work. Along one wall, several doors led to the executive offices. Bingo. Millie chose the largest office with the most impressive abbreviated title on the placard, testing the knob first. Locked. No surprise. She fished the tools from her back pocket and inserted the torsion wrench into the keyhole, getting to work. Seconds later, the lock rewarded her with a click as it twisted free of the pins. She moved inside and started her search. Like the office downstairs, this one had a couple of filing cabinets. Their locks proved equally ineffective. They contained more than a few files worth looking into, but nothing that Parker could use. Moving to the computer on the tempered glass desk, Millie sat and pulled up the login screen. "I don't have time to crack this," she thought, powering the machine down and pulling the side panel of the workstation open. She grabbed a multi-tool from her backpack and pulled the hard drive from the computer, tucking it into her bag. Not like they'll be getting back to work anytime soon. Jingling keys snapped her senses into full alert. Someone opened the office at the other end. A few seconds later, he shut the door and locked it again. Millie looked around for a hiding place. She couldn't stay under the desk with its open sides and all glass top. The next door opened. Her eyes whipped around the room, spotting the small bookcase near the door. The guard locked up the office before moving to this one. Millie sprung into action, bolting toward the door. She vaulted off the bookcase as the keys scraped along the pins in the lock. The door handle twisted as she braced her body above the entrance, one foot and one hand pushing against opposing walls in the small recess. The outer edge of her foot settled on the frame as the door opened. The man stuck his head inside, visually inspecting the interior. Millie drew in a long, slow breath through her nose. After a 5 count, she exhaled just as slowly. Satisfied, the guard grunted and shut the door, locking it again as he continued his rounds. Millie dropped to the floor, landing quietly, absorbing the impact with her joints. Too close. Chapter 19. Lansing, Michigan. "Open the door," John said to the guard as he passed the man's MP5 and spare mag to Roland. "I don't know who you guys are, but these aren't the kind of people you want to be messing with." He fumbled the keys in his hand, almost dropping them. "Actually, yeah. We do want to mess with these people," John said. "Quit stalling and get us in there." His hands shook, struggling to insert the key. Getting into the secure area of the building was only the first part of the plan. John knew they were already one step behind. He would need this man's help to find Blythe before the security team could get him out. Only the vague hint of bodily harm kept this guard motivated to provide assistance. But the man's body language told John that it wasn't the future of his career that this man was concerned with. He had real fear of someone inside the building. At an intersection, John clamped a mitt around the back of his hostage's neck. "Which way to get to Owen Blythe?" He gave it an extra squeeze, letting the man know there would be no forgiveness for betraying them. "Right! Ow! Right! The guard hunched his shoulders and pointed down the shorter hallway. "He's in the main security control room." John eased the pressure and led the group to the right. The hall that greeted them had 2 pairs of doors on opposing walls. "Keep moving." John pushed the man ahead, easing the pressure on his grip. Halfway down the hall, another guard rounded the corner. He looked up and nodded at his buddy, but the spark of recognition faded fast when he noticed the frightened look in the other man's eyes and the 3 strangers behind him. The guard reached for his submachine gun. John pushed the hostage face first against the wall as his hand dropped to the Colt 1911 in its holster. Chance had his Beretta out before anyone else had their weapons ready. "Detroit PD, hands up," he said. John had his pistol pointed as Roland braced his weapon against his shoulder. The guard had his MP5 tucked against his body. Even outgunned, John could see the burning defiance in the man's eyes. "This isn't your jurisdiction, pig," the guard said. John's jaw muscles tightened as his finger pressed into the face of the trigger. With the hammer back, it would only take 4 pounds of pressure to punch a hole into his target's chest. "Blake, please drop your gun," the other guard said, his words distorted by the wall mashing into his face. "I don't want to die." The tense standoff drew out for another few heartbeats. Finally, the other man let the weapon hang from its sling as he brought his hands up to shoulder height. Chance moved ahead, pulling a pair of handcuffs from his belt. "We're all dead anyway," the guard said. "Once Hawk gets here, he's going to put a bullet in our heads for letting these guys in." "Who's Hawk?" John asked. Chance pulled the sling for the man's weapon over his own shoulder before securing his hands behind his back. He kicked the guard's feet out, pressing his chest against the wall. "He works for INSEC. Captain Donovan Hawk," Roland said. "If his strike team is here, we're in big trouble." Reading, Pennsylvania. Millie pressed her body against a column set into the wall, listening as the guard stuffed the keys back into his pocket as he reached a set of double doors at the end of the hall. Like the doors downstairs, this one required a key card to open them. Millie needed to get in the room and didn't have time to wait. She weighed her options, thinking about the stealthiest approach. Her eyes drifted upward to the acoustic tiles. The drop ceiling had a large hollow area above for all of the building's wiring and ducts. She took 3 short steps and leaped, kicking off the side of the column. Her hands poked through the tile, forcing it upward. Millie pulled her body up, nudging the textured panel to the side. She propped herself onto a support beam and settled the tile back into place. Listening for any activity, she pulled a small flashlight and looked over her notes, memorizing precisely what Parker would need. Any and all files mentioning Vincent Treadwell and the Silver Creek privatized prison was first on her list. The rest had been listed as optional, but she ran her thumb along the name INSEC. The guard below her exited the room and moved down the hall. Millie lifted the panel enough to watch as he turned the corner. She dropped down with the stolen keycard in her hand, swiping it the instant her feet made contact with the low-pile carpet. She turned to look around inside the room. Jackpot. Someone had been gathering up all of the critical files, organized into boxes stamped with company logos. Most had the Car Group insignia, but the few with the International Security brand stood out in stark contrast. She shrugged the backpack off and started her search. Millie had to set aside her personal feelings. She wanted to take down the people in her past that ruined her life, a group known as the Order, led by a woman named Rebecca Flair. The only connection Millie had was the vague link to INSEC, but if taking down the Carr group could help in that regard, Millie might possibly be able to bank the favor and call on this Parker guy to help when she made her move against the Order. She found the files on Treadwell and took what she needed, zipping the backpack closed and pulling the straps over her shoulders. This was a far more complicated web than she realized. Too many influential people ruining countless lives. Millie realized now that a group with the connections that Parker had could prove invaluable. She exited the room and turned to leave when a gruff voice grew in volume. The shuffling footsteps of at least 2 men approached. Millie jumped up, pushing off the door handle with her foot. She pulled her body back up into the suspended ceiling, lowering the tile as the men turned the corner. She could make out 2 distinct voices, but it sounded like 3 men walking toward her. Millie moved along the support anchor to the wall, passing the men below as they went inside. Millie cursed under her breath. She hadn't put the boxes back the way she had found them. It wouldn't take the men long to realize someone had been snooping around. Flipping one of the tiles over, she dropped into the hall and sprinted around the corner. The door behind her burst open as the man ran out. "The ceiling!" the gruff man shouted. "Someone was here!" Millie fumbled with the keycard, slapping it against the card reader as she reached the door to the stairwell. The impact knocked it from her grasp as the latch clicked. She yanked the door open, leaving the card behind as she ducked into the stairwell, launching herself down the steps, vaulting over the railing to drop to the first floor. The door above her slammed against the wall as it flew open. Millie darted out and ran to the conference room, sliding under the table. To her surprise, the employees were still milling about, carrying boxes as they finished packing. She sneaked around the nearest cubicle and joined the crowd, melting into the group as they flowed out. The 3 security guards from upstairs rushed into the room. The leader, a burly man with a couple dozen pounds of padding and a regulation-length mustache, gathered the guards watching over the employees. Millie pushed the sleeves of her jacket up and unzipped it, changing her appearance as much as possible. She stole a glance back, watching the guards arguing. She kept her eyes fixed on the front exit, maintaining the same pace as the people around her to blend in. The angry guard with the mustache shouted, "Search everyone before they leave. Someone broke into the lab and took several files that aren't to leave the premises." A hand snagged the strap of Millie's backpack, pulling it off. She maintained her grip and turned to look at the woman who had just grabbed her bag. The security guard had a bored expression on her face, just going through the motions to follow orders. "I'm going to need to search this bag," she said. Chapter 20. John yanked the second guard's security badge and pulled the keys from the man's pocket. "Let's get Blythe and head out." The guard laughed. It was a forced sound, the fear evident. "You guys are never going to—" Another group of people rounded the corner at the far end of the hallway. The man in front wore a military-style uniform with a rifle strapped in front of his body. The man behind him had on a suit and tie and glanced around nervously as they stepped into view. "That's him. That's Owen," Roland said to John. "Forrester," the military man said. A blur of movement snapped around the 2 men, a woman leaning out to open fire. John pulled Roland back behind the corner as Chance dove to the other side. The muzzle flash pulsed, followed a split second by the rattle of burst fire. Bullets tore the guard's chest open. A spray of blood escaped his lips as he gurgled and fell back. "INSEC!" John shouted, leaning out to pull the other guard back. Roland brought the MP5 up to his shoulder and returned fire. The 3 figures had already fallen back behind cover. "I'm going after Blythe," John said, firing 2 shots down the hall. Chance dropped to a crouch and fired a burst to keep the attacker from popping back out. "We need to find a different way. This hallway is a death trap." The other guard shouldered Roland away and sprinted down the hall, hands cuffed behind his back. "Don't shoot! I'm on your side!" The woman leaned out again, almost laying prone. The muzzle flash and same rapid triple burst echoed out, stitching a trio of holes into the guard's leg and hip. He screamed in agony as a second burst tore into his throat and jaw. "They're pinning us down to give Blythe the opening to escape. I'm going around that way." John pointed his thumb back to a second hall that ran parallel. "Hold this spot and don't let them through here." "He should have taken one of these," Roland said, holding up the MP5. Chance leaned out and fired another short burst. "I'm pretty sure we're going to need them more, kid." John swiped the security badge, waiting for the beep and click as the lock disengaged. He shoved the door open and moved quickly through the halls, glancing into each of the offices, his pistol held at low ready. Running now, John rushed through the halls until he reached a steel door. He slapped the keycard against the reader, but the flashing red light and the digital buzz was the only response. Trying the first few keys on the key ring, John felt the frustration bubbling up as each inserted all the way into the lock but didn't turn. He could hear voices issuing orders on the other side. The car group security team said Owen Blythe, and if he didn't get through, they were going to escape. John tossed the keys and took a step back. He launched a front kick, his foot hitting like a battering ram near the door's latch. The steel rang and groaned in protest, but it held fast. Another kick hammered a dent into the metal panel and bent the frame. The voices on the other side grew frantic as the commotion got louder. John leaned back and launched himself forward, letting out an angry growl through gritted teeth. His shoulder slammed into the steel door, bending the metal and ripping the frame from the wall as it flew open. Staring into the wide eyes of one of the security team, John barreled into the room. The man tried to track John's movement with the muzzle of his SMG, but the ranger clotheslined him over the railing of the short landing leading to the back warehouse area. His arm hit like a 2x4, flipping the guard's body fully as he smacked on the unforgiving concrete. The rest of the guards scattered. Most ran for the vehicles parked near the rolling steel doors, while the rest scrambled for cover. John vaulted over the rail as they opened fire, their H&K MP5s peppering the walls with 9mm bullets. John found cover behind a company truck and leaned out near the rear bumper to return fire. The more powerful .45 caliber rounds dropped the nearest assailant. Chance shouted, "Go!" as he backpedaled, letting loose with a pair of extended bursts until his weapon ran dry. Roland turned and ran, sliding around the corner. He leaned out and prepared to offer covering fire. Chance sprinted in his direction before the attacker could re-engage. Roland's MP5 bucked in his hands, giving the detective the cover he needed to reach the end of the hall. "Who is that?" Chance asked. "That's Burst," Roland said, still staring along the weapon's sights. "She's part of Captain Hawk's team." "Detective Chance Hunter, I presume," a man shouted from the far end. "I'm going to make this easy for you. Toss your weapons out into the hall and surrender. I promise no harm will come to you." Chance looked at Roland, eyebrow raised. "Hawk?" he said, mouthing the word. Roland nodded. "I've got a counteroffer," Chance said. "How about you and your lady friend drop your guns and give yourselves up? I'll even read you your rights and everything." "This is a little outside of your jurisdiction," Hawk said. "Yeah, well, I'm sure the DA will overlook that during your arraignment." "Listen, detective, you are outclassed in every way," Hawk said. 2 on 2, Chance said. "I like our odds." He swapped magazines and chambered around. Laughter echoed down the hall from more than 2 people. 4, a female voice said. Roland's face drew down, the color draining away. Chance looked at him with a quizzical expression. "Flash," Roland whispered. "She's also part of the team." "Flash? Burst?" Hawk must read too many comic books, Chance said. "Hey, Hawk, you and your Charlie's Angels are about to be surrounded. The police should be here any minute once someone calls in about the firefight." "That's funny," Hawk said. "The airwaves seem awfully quiet. I don't hear anyone calling that in." And faint popping reverberated in the distance. "Shots fired! Shots fired!" someone called over Hawk's radio. "We're under attack!" Hawk cursed loudly. "Rhino, deal with it. Make sure Blythe gets out safely." Chapter 21. Reading, Pennsylvania. Millie tried to maintain her calm. "Come on, isn't it bad enough that they're firing everyone? Now we have to sit through a humiliating search because someone doesn't trust us?" "Ma'am, I'm just doing my job here," the woman said. "I'll just take a quick peek." The head of security made his way through the crowd, angrily rifling through the contents of a few boxes before flipping one out of someone's hands. Millie gave the woman a slight nod, relaxing her arm as she relented. The crowd grew restless as the wave of anger washed forward. She used the emotions as cover and fell forward, pretending someone had pushed her. Millie snatched the backpack away, turning her back to the security guard. "Hey, watch it," she said to the man behind her. He looked at her, a deer caught in headlights. She shoved him into an approaching security guard. He staggered back as his box of belongings spilled on the ground. The other woman put a hand on Millie's shoulder. "Calm down." Turning her body around, Millie snapped an elbow back, catching the woman on the cheekbone, sending her deeper into the ocean of bodies. A brawl started in the center, growing out as the lead security guard lashed out at nearby employees. Millie ducked and stepped to the outside of the crowd. A security guard grabbed her bag to stop her, but she offered no resistance, letting the man pull her in close. She turned her body and wedged her hip on the outside of his, tossing him over like a sack of flour. The chaos around her spilled to the edges of the room. Millie ran as far as she could near the wall before the mosh pit threatened to swallow her up. She climbed up onto a chair and stepped on the shoulder of a guard holding a woman in a headlock, jumping to a clearing. At the edge of the crowd, a security guard burst through the wall of bodies. Millie's arm extended as he grabbed hold of the backpack, ripping it free from her grip. She turned to pursue when another guard grabbed a handful of her jacket. Millie turned and cracked him across the jaw with a right hook. She followed a knee to the midsection, dropping him. Before she could get to the front door, the head of security moved to block her path. A look of pure hatred emanated from his eyes as the ends of his mustache arced downward. He rushed forward to tackle her. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted one of the cardboard boxes tossed to the floor in the rumble. She snapped a foot out in a tight arc, sliding it into the man's path. His foot stepped inside, tripping him up and sending him sprawling. Millie turned to sprint for the exit, following the guard that had taken her backpack. Ty drummed his fingertips on the steering wheel to the beat of the music from his stereo. He glanced up at the lobby of the building as people started spilling out onto the sidewalk. He turned the music down and watched the brawl inside the building. "Looks like Millie needs my help," he said, thumbing the button to start the engine. He snapped the gear shifter into first and disengaged the clutch, feathering the throttle for a smooth takeoff. The battle inside grew more chaotic. A pair of security guards from outside ran into the building as another exited past them. The guard that left had Millie's backpack over his shoulder, shouting something into the radio. Ty rocketed around the corner, making his approach as a car group SUV pulled up in front of the building. He shifted to second gear, building up speed as the guard made his way around to the passenger side of the vehicle. Ty screamed up from behind the SUV, whipping the tail end of his Lancer around in a tight semicircle. The rear fender caught the man's hip, scooping him up as the spoiler flung him over the hood of the waiting vehicle. Millie rushed out of the building, taking the steps down to the sidewalk in a single leap. She hit the ground and rolled over her shoulder, scooping her backpack off the ground next to the guard, groaning and holding his ribs. Ty shifted down to first and started to burn out the tires. Millie whipped the door open and leaped into the passenger seat. "Go, go!" She jabbed her finger forward several times. Ty released the brake and the Lancer launched like a rocket. The SUV turned around and gave chase. Two more vehicles screeched around from the back of the building, joining the pursuit. Millie turned in her seat, looking out the back window. "They're after us. You gotta lose them." Ty glanced up at the rearview mirror. "Oh, that's adorable. They think this is an old-fashioned car chase." He pulled the car to the left at the intersection. Cars in the traffic around them slammed on their brakes, the drivers blasting their horns. As the SUVs turned to follow, Ty kept the Lancer moving in a wide, drifting turn, circling back into the other lane, heading the opposite direction the security forces had just turned. "I'm hungry," he said. "We should grab something to eat after this." "Shouldn't you be focusing on the situation first?" Millie asked, watching the vehicle still trying to pursue. The distance between them grew as the cars struggled to turn around. Ty casually glanced in the rear view and shifted again, pushing Millie back into her seat as he broke 100 miles per hour, slaloming between cars. "Pizza," Ty said. "Let's grab some slices after this." Millie gripped the handle above the window. "Whatever," she said, staring at their pursuers fading into the distance in the side mirror. Ty made the turn for the on-ramp and hit the freeway. He opened up the throttle, and the engine roared in response. "Hey, why do you guys call it pie out here?" he asked. "Pizza pie. That just sounds weird." "I don't know. I'm from Mexico," Millie said. "What do they call it in Mexico?" Chapter 22. Lansing, Michigan. John double-tapped the 1911, punching a pair of holes in another attacker. One of the security guards hustled Owen to the passenger seat of an SUV. John dropped his shoulder and charged forward. His thumb found the release, dropping the empty magazine from his weapon. Sparks flew from the barrel he used for cover as he sent the slide forward. Bullets chipped away at the concrete, followed by a click and an angry shout. A guard nearby held his empty weapon up like a club, rushing in. John ducked, and the man's momentum carried him forward, draping his body across John's shoulder. John stood and brought his arm up, launching his foe up and over, the man's body slamming back first into the handlebars of a motorcycle. John fired again, scoring a headshot on the guard escorting Blythe. He sent 2 more rounds at the driver, but his bullet struck the frame.
The vehicle lurched forward, plowing through the rolling door with a crunch. John fired the last 4 rounds in the back of the SUV as he stepped out from behind cover. The second his weapon slide locked back, he was already scooping up one of the submachine guns from a dead guard. He holstered the pistol and brought the MP5 to his shoulder. His finger took the slack out of the trigger, but thunder erupted from the door he burst through earlier. A massive brute wearing full combat gear entered, his AA-12 shotgun roaring. John rolled to the side and took cover behind a stack of crates, returning fire. The well-placed bursts drove the brutish foe back out the door. A pair of motorcycle engines revved and growled as the last 2 security guards made their escape through the hole left by the SUV. The big man's shotgun boomed. A second blast tore one of the crates apart. John emptied the last few shots from his magazine and tossed the SMG aside. He grabbed a box and hurled it at the door, running forward to follow close behind. Just as he took the first step, his foe pivoted out to open fire. The crate smashed into his upper body, wood cracking open. John's feet pushed hard until he reached the steps to the entrance. He took them in 2 bounding leaps, coming face to face with his opponent as the man recovered from the impact. The shotgun's muzzle swung around for a clear shot, but John's hand clamped over the weapon's body just behind the barrel. John slammed his left fist into a granite chin. The behemoth shrugged the blow off, but John's follow-up to his nose let out a wet crunch. With both hands, John wrenched the weapon free and adjusted his grip. Before he could get his hands in position to fire, a club-like forearm swatted the shotgun to the side. John felt a pair of enormous hands grab his shirt at the shoulders and whip him around, pulling him into the hole. His back struck the wall with enough force to crack the wood paneling. John launched an uppercut, but the man's arm was still in the way, holding on to his shirt. Most of the power had been drained from his first punch, but he followed immediately with a straight left that snapped his foe's head back. The big man roared and clamped a massive hand around John's neck, lifting him off his feet. John could feel the pressure building around his eyes as he struggled to pull in a breath. A cannonball slammed into his gut, forcing the air out of his lungs. John squeezed his eyes shut and slammed a forearm down onto the inside of his foe's elbow. He felt his feet make contact with the floor again. John grabbed the man's wrist with his left hand and lashed out with the web of his hand between the thumb and forefinger. As his strike made contact to the brute's throat, John wrenched the man's hand free from his neck. Both men dropped to a knee, gasping for breath, eyes red and full of fire, as they stared each other down. "Rhino, clean up your mess and get back here," someone said over the man's radio. "We've spotted Roland." John saw a flicker of indecision in the man's eyes. "Looks like you've got a choice to make," John said. "Go help your buddies, or stay here and finish this dance." Rhino pushed himself up to his feet as his hand dropped to his sidearm. John anticipated the move and lunged, thrusting his foot forward and kicking the pistol free as it cleared the holster. With his face contorted in a mask of fury, the beast launched an overhand right. John twisted his body to dodge the blow and buried a left hook into Rhino's gut. He turned again and caught the big man with a right hook to the other side. A tree trunk obscured his vision, and John brought his arm up to cover his head as Rhino's arm swung out, hurling John against an office door. The wood crunched and splintered from the massive impact. John pushed himself up to a crouch, anticipating a follow-up barrage, but Rhino ran for a shotgun. His hands moving on autopilot, John drew the pistol from his holster and flicked the empty magazine free, slamming a full one in its place. He power-stroked the slide and brought the 1911 up as his opponent retrieved his weapon. John's pistol bucked twice as Rhino let off a blast. Thunder and lightning filled the hallway. John fired again as he threw himself against the door. His body crashed through, rolling into the office. He came up in a crouch, pistol gripped in both hands, expecting his adversary to press the attack. By the time his ears stopped ringing, John could hear Rhino's footsteps fading in the distance. Coward. He kept the handgun trained down the hall as he swung out. Walking toward the spent shotgun shells, John saw crimson spray on the wall. He scored a hit. Probably not a substantial wound, considering the size of the pattern. He had a different problem now. The security teams escaped with his target, but Chance and Roland needed his help. Chance fired another burst as he shouted over his shoulder, "Go!" Roland turned and ran to the next corner. A hail of gunfire tore up the walls and floor. Chance dropped the empty submachine gun and ran toward him, drawing his Beretta. Flash pivoted around the far corner, and Roland fired to keep her back. Chance slid across the floor like a baseball player stealing home to cover the last few feet. He rolled behind Roland as Captain Hawk popped out and returned fire. "New deal," Hawk said. "Just give us Roland, and we'll let you out of the building alive, Detective Hunter." "Here's my counteroffer," Chance said. "How about I just—" He leaned out and fired a trio of .40 caliber rounds, just missing Hawk as the captain dropped back. He smiled when he heard the military man hiss a string of curses at him. He turned to Roland and pushed him toward the front lobby, now empty after the firefight sent the people fleeing. Roland stripped the mag from his weapon and checked to see how many rounds he had left. "I'm just about out," he said. "Yeah, me too," Chance answered. "What about John?" Roland asked. "I need to get you out of here first. We can worry about the rest later," Chance said. The two men sprinted to get clear. The front doors and windows exploded outward as the insect strike team let loose at the fleeing targets. Chance and Roland spun around and fired back. One of the women let out a short scream and fell back behind the wall. Chance and Roland jumped through the broken windows, heading out front. The rumbling engine to their right pulled their attention off of the strike team. A car group SUV turned the corner, driving past the two. The passenger pointed at them, shouting something to the driver. A motorcycle screamed around the corner and popped up onto its rear wheel as the rider caught up to the fleeing vehicle. "I'm guessing they got away with Blythe," Chance said. Roland turned back to the front and fired his weapon again, driving Hawk back once more. "I'm out," he said. "We need to find a vehicle," Chance said. "We're too far from the truck." A second motorcycle skidded around the corner. Chance smiled. "Ask, and ye shall receive." Chance and Roland made their way to the street toward the motorcycle. The man on the bike reached behind and pulled out his MP5, firing from the hip. Chance dove and rolled to escape the attack into the path of the rider. As the man swung the muzzle to the front, Chance jumped up, turning his body around and driving his foot out. The spinning back kick shattered the windscreen, and Chance's foot crunched the rider's sternum as it drove through. The motorcycle fell and slid across the asphalt, a trail of sparks following it. "Let's go," Chance said as they ran for the bike. Hawk's weapon barked, punching holes into the seat of the motorcycle. Chance and Roland scrambled away as Burst and Flash joined in the assault, their bullets chasing the duo behind the concrete pillar at the bottom of the steps. Chance leaned out and fired the last 4 rounds from his Beretta. The team took cover, except for the mountain that stepped out. Rhino shouldered his shotgun and peppered the ground in concrete cover. Chance rolled back. He held up his pistol, showing the slide locked open. "Hate to say it, kid, but we need to make a run for it." Roland pressed his lips together, his mouth drawing a straight line across the lower half of his face. He nodded and rose up to a crouch. "On 3, Chance said. Before he could start the count, the rest of the strike team poured on the fire, realizing their opponents were out of ammunition. Chance and Roland shrank back, covering their heads as the concrete barrier slowly disintegrated. The angry roar of a V8 engine answered the barrage of gunfire. The F-250 bounded around the corner, skidding to a stop as John leaned out of the window, opening up with his M4 carbine. His first shot shattered what glass remained around Hawk. Rhino stopped in his tracks and rolled behind a low concrete wall as John shifted his aim toward the brute. "Move!" he shouted as he continued the counteroffensive, driving the 2 women into the building. Chance grabbed Roland's collar and pulled him up as they bolted for the truck. John whipped the empty mag to the side and slapped a new one in. The second long delay was enough of a gap for Hawk to push forward with a second attack. The strike team commander's bullets punched holes into the fender and door in neat 3-hole clusters. Chance and Roland leaped into the bed as John stomped down on the gas, firing a long burst as he sped away. Rhino ran out into the street as the distance grew, emptying his shotgun, but the buckshot lacked the sufficient accuracy and power at the longer range. Captain Donovan Hawk strode out into the middle of the street. Police sirens wailed in the distance. He replaced the partial mag in his rifle to top the weapon off. "Should we go after them, sir?" Rhino asked. Hawk shook his head. "Not right now. We've accomplished our primary objective. Roland will have to wait." Burst joined them. "Sloan is getting the truck. We need to go before the cops get here." "Rhino, just so I know I wasn't seeing things, that was John Stone, right?" Hawk asked, looking up at the giant to his right. "Yeah, that was Stone," Rhino said, pinching the bridge of his broken nose. "Sorry I wasn't able to take him out back there." "It's not your fault," Hawk said. "We were sent in with incomplete information. Faust neglected to mention whom we would be facing. Chapter 23. Detroit, Michigan. Chance rolled the door closed as John pulled the truck into the safe house. Roland climbed down the rear bumper and joined the others. John reloaded the carbine and his pistol, grabbing a couple more magazines to stuff into his belt. Parker stepped out of the office space, looking into the truck. "Where's Blythe? Did he get away?" John nodded.
"Faust had a team there already. Professionals."
"Oh," Parker said. "Are you guys okay?" Roland pulled his hand away from the side of his head, looking at his blood.
"I'm sure we'll live, but I've got a few more cuts and scrapes to clean up."
He wiped his hand on his shirt and headed for the bathroom. Chance pulled his pistol from the holster, looking at the arsenal on the wall.
"I suppose you guys have any mags for a Beretta 96?
John rubbed the back of his neck.
"No, but if you're partial to .40 caliber, I'm pretty sure there's a Glock 23 in there somewhere."
"What should we do now?" Parker asked.
"I need you to pull up as much information as you can on a Captain Donovan Hawk," John replied. "I have a feeling this isn't going to be our last run-in with him."
"Right. I'm on it."
"What about the second location?" John asked. "Any luck with that?"
Parker's face lit up. "Ty succeeded. He and his friend got the information we need."
"Ty Octane?"
John asked. He bit his lower lip and shook his head.
"Wonderful. I'll never hear the end of it now."
"Who's Ty Octane?" Chance asked.
"You don't want to know," John replied.
"He's a shadow courier," Parker said. "Talented wheelman that saved my butt not too long ago." Chance pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows.
"Sounds like someone we could use on the team."
John scoffed.
"The kid runs his mouth faster than the cars he drives."
"Which says a lot about his driving," a voice said from behind them. John spun around, drawing his 1911. Chance pulled the side of a Glock 23 and also took aim at the man stepping out of the shadows. He had his hands up, grinning as he walked into the middle of the room. The man was lean and fit, with short brown hair that had flecks of silver streaking through. He looked to be in his 50s, and he was wearing a very expensive suit.
"Easy, boys.
I'm here to help." "Mr. Chambers?" Parker asked.
"How did you get in here?"
John asked. "This is my place," Travis said. "I've got the keys." Travis pulled his laptop out of the leather messenger bag and set up next to Parker's beastly rig. "I've got to commend you on discovering my identity, Mr. Lewis. So let's see what else you've got," Travis said. Parker flushed and grinned before regaining his composure. "We weren't able to get our hands on the insect recruiter, but a friend was successful in grabbing a few things from, yes, Ty. I heard all of that when I came in." Travis booted his computer and checked the time on his Tag Heuer. "That's about an 8-hour drive. He'll probably knock it out in 5 or 6, but knowing him, he'll probably make a stop or two along the way. They should be here later this evening." Parker sat and stared. "How do you know so much about us?"
"Connections, Mr. Lewis," Travis said. "Unless you're talking about Ty in Pennsylvania. That was in your report." "Who are you, anyway?" John asked from the doorway.
"He's my contact," Roland said, walking up to the desk to shake Travis's hand.
"I found him while looking for the truth about INSEC. He found me, I mean."
"To answer your question, Mr. Stone, I consider myself an independent contractor. A consultant, if you will," Travis said.
"What's your background?" Chance asked.
Travis smiled.
"We share a similar background, Detective. I spent quite a few years in the 80s as a vice detective in Miami."
"Yeah, you probably ran around dressed like Sonny Crockett," Chance said. "But what have you been doing after that?"
"I like to think I inspired that aesthetic," Travis said, straightening his shirt and brushing the imaginary dust from his shoulders. "That doesn't explain all of this," John said, gesturing around the room.
Travis folded his arms, leaning back in his chair as he looked around.
"I've had a somewhat storied career, you could say. Had a couple of run-ins with the Russians, which led me to a few CIA connections. From there, I did a little work with them on and off throughout the 90s. After 9/11, they tapped me as one of the many people to set up the Department of Homeland Security."
"Storied indeed," Chance said. "Are we buying all of this? He's like the Forrest Gump of law enforcement. I'm terrible at ping-pong. But I did get to shake the president's hand, Travis said. John leaned against the wall, arms folded over his barrel chest, and chin tucked as he stared at Travis from under his brows. We don't have much choice, he said. If Chambers is the one that turned us onto Roland, it sounds like we've all got a vested interest in seeing the Carr Group fall. Chicago, Illinois. Sir, it's Captain Hawk, Faust's assistant said, passing the phone to the back seat. Faust grabbed the phone and gave her a nod to raise the privacy screen. What's the status on your task, Captain? Asset secured, Hawk said. But there were some complications. Faust furrowed a brow. Complications? I sent you to pick up one of your own guys and escort him to me. We've got Mr. Blythe, but we met some resistance, Hawk said. Well, fill me in, Faust said, losing his cool. Did a couple of mouthy suits ruffle your feathers? Roland Forrester brought a couple of friends with him. Faust sat up in his seat. Forrester was there? Did you kill him? No. Detective Hunter helped him escape. More importantly, the other man was John Stone, Hawk said. Is that name supposed to mean something to me? Faust asked. For a man in your position, I imagine he would mean a lot to you. He's the one responsible for killing Price Wyndham, Hawk said. That was Marvin Van Pierce, Faust said. It was Van Pierce's team, the Hostile Response Division, but Stone was directly responsible for much of the damage that group has caused to our associates. I'm really not sure how that is relevant. He killed almost a dozen of your men, Kingston, Hawk spat, his voice a low growl. You should have done your due diligence and provided me with the intel that John Stone was involved. Diligence? Faust leaned forward in his seat, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the phone harder. I'm spending a substantial chunk of coin for your team to intervene in the matter. If one man is too much for you to handle, perhaps I can call your commanding officer directly, and he can find another team to deal with this John Stone. Faust ended the call and stared at the black screen, attempting to control his breathing. His lips pulled back as he bared his teeth, hurling the device across the car, shattering a whiskey tumbler. The privacy screen rolled down. Is everything okay, Mr. Kingston? I'm fine, Renee, Faust said, looking out the window. Sir, you're bleeding. Renee leaned in through the small gap. Faust touched a finger to his cheek, where he felt something hit him when he threw the phone. It came away red, glistening in the afternoon sun. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Renee, cancel the meeting. Take me back to the office. Chapter 24. Detroit, Michigan. Travis stood behind Parker, hands in his pockets. He ran his tongue across his lower lip, watching the wall of text scroll up the screen. The computer wizard kept his eyes fixed on the screen as his fingers occasionally darted over the keyboard, altering the width of the text blocks flying by. Can you even read that? Travis asked. Not all of it. I'm only looking for patterns right now, Parker said. The software is doing all the reading. What's it saying? Travis asked. Nothing. Parker turned his chair to face Travis. Nothing we don't already know, anyway. Perhaps you know a few details I can use as parameters to narrow our search. Or you can just spill it and tell us what we're actually searching for, Chance said. I would if I knew, Detective Hunter. Travis looked at his watch again. At this point, I know what you know. The Carr Group is potentially abusing their power and forcing inmates to forego longer sentences for service with a private defense contractor like Mr. Forrester. Then let's shift our focus, Roland said. Let's find out what we can about INSEC and take them down. I'm afraid we've got to take these dominoes down in order, Travis said. All of our intel ties the two entities together. But we've only got dirt on Carr. What about Central America? Roland asked. That mission was just an excuse to exterminate the locals. I was there. I saw it. Unfortunately, Mr. Forrester, I've seen the paperwork. Central America was a legitimate operation. INSEC was hired to accomplish an objective, which they did, Travis said. Yeah, and then they slaughtered the people in the village there after they already surrendered, Roland said. Chance put a hand on Roland's shoulder. Chambers is right. Our case against Faust is strong and only getting stronger with each piece of evidence we find. Once he falls, that gives us more evidence to shift our focus to international security. Roland's body tensed. He lifted his chin and took in 2 deep breaths.
Hawk needs to go down. We have to take InSec out.
I get it, kid, Chance said. Trust me, they'll topple as well. Tires skidded across the gravel, followed by a series of short horn blasts, repeating in an obnoxious pattern. We've got company, Chance said, drawing his pistol. It's Ty, Travis said, looking at his watch. He's a little early. Ty's car rumbled to a stop as he pulled into the safe house and killed the engine. He hopped out and tousled his fingers through his spiky hair. You guys look like a bunch of sad sacks. I'm here now, so we can start the party, he said. Millie walked around the car and unslung her backpack. Are you Parker? Yeah, that's me. So you're Ty's friend? She stopped short of scoffing and rolling her eyes. No, we're not friends. I brought donuts, Ty said, pulling a white box from the back seat. Help yourselves. He took one and handed the rest to Roland. It's after 6 p.m., Chance said. What are you worried about, Black Dynamite? Just move your cheat day up. Ty walked over to Parker, clasping hands and pulling him into a shoulder bump. No gunshot wounds? Parker asked. Faster than a speeding bullet, baby, Ty said, before stuffing half the donut into his mouth. Mr. Octane, Travis said, extending his hand. Ty slapped it, leaving some powdered sugar residue. Call me Ty, Pops. No need for formalities here. Travis brushed his hands together. Thank you for your help. Those files should be pretty helpful to us. Ty just shrugged with a crooked smile and took another big bite. Where's John? He asked around a mouthful of pastry. Right here, John said, joining the rest of the team. I see you haven't lost any of your charm. You didn't get any bear claws or maple bars? Chance asked, looking into the box of donuts. Bear claws? What are you, a cop? Ty asked. Chance grabbed a donut with sprinkles on one half. Actually, yes, I am. Detroit Police Department. Oh, sorry to hear that, Ty said. Hey, can we focus on the task at hand? Millie asked, following Parker and Travis to the office. Travis organized the files from Millie's backpack. He handed the hard drive to Parker. What's this? Parker asked, looking up at Millie. She shrugged. Took it from one of the computers in an executive office. I didn't have time to crack the login screen and dig through the data, so I just pulled it. Parker smiled and nodded. I think I can work with this. He pushed his chair back, rolling to the other side of the large cubicle. Fishing in one of the drawers, he found a spare cable and hooked the hard drive up to his computer. Are you going to be able to pull anything from that? Travis asked. That's the easy part, Parker said. The hard part will be digging through everything on here. I've got programs for all of that normally, but we don't know what's on here, so one of us will have to do it. Travis held his hands up. I can barely check my emails. I can do it, Millie said. Who are you again? Travis asked. Just a concerned citizen. My friends call me Millie. Travis snapped his fingers. New York. Parker and Millie both furrowed their brows, sharing quizzical glances with each other. The remote data facility in upstate New York, Travis said. The press reported it as a fire, but I saw the files. There were quite a few bodies inside, most wearing first-generation insect gear, armed with military-grade weapons. I'm sorry, I don't follow, Millie said. Look, I'm not here to arrest anyone. I followed the trail as best I could, Travis said. Kept hitting dead ends, but 2 details popped up several times in my search. The Greeks and 9 Millie. That's you, right? The muscles in Millie's jaw worked as she rubbed her temples. I hate that name. Travis raised an eyebrow and smiled. We don't always get the luxury of picking our nicknames. But who are the Greeks? Let's focus on this first, Millie said. Then maybe I'll fill you in later, when I cash in the favor you guys are going to owe me. Fair enough. Good to go, Parker said, pulling another chair up to the spare keyboard and mouse he set up. Once the screen shows, I can figure it out, Millie said, sitting down. Now for the fun part, Travis said. waving the first stack of pages. Chapter 25. Chicago, Illinois. Troy Sprague, Car Group's head of security, straightened his posture, held his head up, and walked with confidence into Faust Kingston's office. He wouldn't let the worm intimidate him today. Faust stood facing away from the door, hands behind his back as he stared out into the evening, watching the city's lights come to life. "Amazing view, isn't it?" Faust asked. Troy waited for a second before speaking. "You wanted to see me?" Faust turned to look over his shoulder. "I asked you a question, Sprague. This view is amazing, isn't it?" Troy stole a glance out the window and fixed his gaze straight ahead again. "Yes, it is." "Do you think I really built this company up, making my way right here by hiring incompetent morons?" Faust brushed a finger across one of his cufflinks as he walked around the desk. Raising a brow, Troy looked down at Faust. "I seem to recall telling you not to hire amateurs to do the work of a professional," Faust said. "Sir, my team is quite professional," Troy said. "Save it, Sprague. Your Boys and Girls Club couldn't stop one single woman from escaping with the files I sent you to retrieve." "She had help," Troy started. "Yeah, I can see that. Some Asian kid in a rice box tuner. Hardly the level of opposition that could outclass a team providing world-class security." Faust stood toe-to-toe with Troy, his nose just below the security lead's chin. In that instant, it was Troy Sprague that felt like the smaller man, almost shrinking away when confronted. He took a step back and heard a sound behind him. Troy turned to see a woman, even taller than he was, with the build of a professional athlete that was clearly on performance-enhancing substances. She met his stare, eye to eye, her cold demeanor pinballing the man back toward the CEO. Faust spun Troy around to face him again. "How many strikes did I say you had, Sprague?" "One. But I can fix this. I can get the files back." "Too late for that. You fat, no-tusk walrus," Faust said. "Mr. Kingston, please, just let me—" Faust nodded, and the woman snaked an arm around Troy's neck, pulling him up onto his toes. She looped her other hand around his arm, yanking it behind his back. Troy struggled against the woman's iron grip. Faust undid his cufflinks and rolled his sleeves up. "No second chances," he said, pulling the 5-carat diamond ring off his pinky. "No strike two." He pivoted around and dug into Troy's ribs with a shovel hook, following with an uppercut to his solar plexus. Troy gasped as a line of drool slid down onto the woman's sleeve. "I'm a reasonable guy. I don't mind paying for results. But when you fail me," Faust snapped a fist across Troy's face, "I demand a refund. I demand my payback." Troy's body sagged, his ankles buckling under his weight. The woman grunted and hoisted him back to his feet. Faust crushed Troy's nose with a straight right, followed by a left and right hook to the ribs. "Let him go," Faust said, his face twisting into a lopsided grin. The woman released her grip, and Troy collapsed to all fours. He crawled forward and grabbed Faust's pant leg. "I'm sorry, boss," he wheezed. Faust pulled his leg free and turned to deliver a soccer kick to the downed man's ribs. Troy rolled to his side as blood and saliva pooled by his cheek. "Pick him up. I don't want his last act of defiance to be messing up my floors," Faust said. "And call Captain Hawk. Tell him to bring Blythe to the Wolf's Den personally." Detroit, Michigan. Shuffling the pages to look for any missing information, Parker bit his lip and sighed. It's just not enough. Travis sat at the edge of the desk. "We've got a much stronger connection between Faust and INSEC. Maybe we can turn that into something." "We could, but that would set us back. It would be like starting another investigation," John said. "That might take years if we don't have a solid trail to follow." "John is right. Car Group is our best bet," Chance said. "Roland has some dirt on INSEC, but without concrete proof, it's useless in the courtroom." Travis sighed. He looked at his watch, then rubbed his eyes with his palms. Parker leaned back in his chair, propping his hands on the armrests as he stretched his neck. "Maybe this can help," Millie said. She double-clicked an email entry and pulled up the message. Parker leaned close to the monitor, his eyes squinting and mouth moving slightly as he read. Parker's eyes widened. "John, look at this." John read the message. The muscles in his neck flexed as he balled up his fists.
The Four Serpents.
The what? Chance asked. The Four Serpents, Travis said. A terrorist cell that John helped bust up in Paris not too long ago. But what's the connection? He asked, leaning in to read the message. Faust handled some financial transactions between the Carr Group and Azar bin Hashim, the group's leader, Parker said. John closed his eyes and fought to calm himself.
Get what you can, Parker. If Faust and the Carr Group are connected to bin Hashim, we can nail them for sure.
With a nod, Parker rolled back to his computer, pulling up a window and leaning back to glance at the message again, typing what he saw as he kept his head turned. He double-checked the information on his screen and hit Enter. The rest of the team watched in silence as Parker and Millie exchanged information in short sentences. They both danced their way through digital encryption, Parker guiding the young woman as she followed his lead.
Can you two maybe fill the rest of us in? Chance asked.
Those emails included access information to a secure server that the Carr Group limits to execs only, Parker said.
Care to elaborate?
Chance asked. We could, but then we would be wasting time explaining what we're doing, Millie said.
I like her answer, John said. Parker tends to suck the intelligence out of the room when he starts speaking in his techno-babble. We'll leave the two of you to it. Let us know when you've got something.
You sure about this? Travis asked. About 90% sure, Parker said. Faust is building a base in the southern portion of the Rockies.
A base for what exactly? John asked.
We don't know yet, but it looks like they're still building the main structure, Parker said. It's for training soldiers, Millie said, sitting backward on a chair, resting her chin on her hands.
How can you tell? Chance asked.
Look at this part, John said, pointing to the large open area on one side of the base. She's right.
That could be for parking vehicles or something, Travis said. Maybe it's part of the motor pool or something.
Those are lanes for shooting drills, John said. Look at the berms. It's facing away from any high traffic areas, into the mountains.
There's also a track surrounding the base, Millie said. And I'm guessing that sizable bare spot is going to be for an obstacle course or something similar.
Yeah, they've most likely got a gym inside, Roland said. It's set up almost exactly like the base I went to when I trained at INSEC, except much larger.
So what is this place? Travis asked Roland.
I don't know. I've never heard anything about some remote base in the Rocky Mountains, he replied.
What are we supposed to do with all this information? Chance asked. I thought we were looking for Hawk's team to get the files.
We're going to break into that base, John said. According to the communications that Parker and Millie found, Owen is supposed to be running that place once it's active. With everything falling apart around him, Faust and his buddies will probably be hiding out there.
Chance looked around at the others. Is he serious? We're supposed to just pack up and fly to the Rockies and knock on the door hoping to find what we need there?
Hawk is a dead end. We have to hit that base, John said.
I'm with Chance. I think we should be tracking Captain Hawk down, Roland said. What is that place even used for?
Construction started over a year ago. After Silver Creek, Faust fast-tracked its completion, Travis said, reading the information off of a printed report. The Carr Group is using it for transporting and training inmates that are signing up to join INSEC. Do they seriously think no one would notice a bunch of prisons in the southwestern states feeding bodies to a private defense contractor? Parker asked.
They're branching out, John said. Faust has landed some lucrative contracts for immigration detention facilities.
No one would notice people coming from those places, Millie said. Chapter 26. Detective Chance Hunter leaned against the hood of his car. I don't see how storming some base full of mercenaries is the better play when we can track down 4 people. John stared at the polished floor, his arms folded across his chest.
We have no idea where Hawk is. He may be preparing for us to hunt him down.
I know he's still here in Detroit. I can feel it. It's like he's taunting us, Chance said. I can make some calls and get some help to find them.
Faust is the primary target, John said. We can't let that madman run loose. I know how you feel, but we have to focus on that base.
Look at the odds, though. If what Chambers is saying about this 9 Millie girl is true, then we've already evened the numbers. 4 against 4. Chance paced back and forth in front of his Camaro.
We can't ask Roland to risk his life.
He's here to help us take down Faust and the car group, John said. Man, you know he would say yes if we asked, Chance said. That's not the point, John said. Our primary objective is to keep him alive and healthy to build our case. You've still got some vendetta against anyone involved with the Four Serpents. Chance closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. How do you even know Faust is at that base? He's there, John said. I know his kind. Parker came in carrying a laptop. Travis and Millie followed him a moment later. Where's Ty? Parker asked. He crashed a while ago, John said. Probably from all that sugar he ate when he got here, Chance added. You didn't notice how peaceful and quiet it's been? Millie asked. Is this the mission planning party? Roland asked, coming into the dedicated warehouse space from the back room. So, what have we decided? Are we tracking down Hawk? Sorry, kid, I tried. Stone is on some personal crusade to get Faust, Chance said. Hawk is the wrong play, John said. He's too dangerous, and if we focus on the strike team, we'll lose Kingston and Blythe. There's no way that they know that we've got the plans for Faust's mountain base either, Travis said. We zig when they're expecting us to zag. What do we know about Captain Hawk anyway? Millie asked. John looked to his right. Parker? Right. He opened the laptop and placed it on the hood of John's truck. Captain Donovan Hawk. 22 years old, probably the youngest captain in international security's ranks, given how new the organization is. He is the team leader of a special operations squad, consisting of 3 other members. 22. I take it he's not one of the recruits from Silver Creek, Chance said. Correct, Parker said. His background is somewhat of a mystery, really. His file focuses more on his training and specialization. He's an expert in hand-to-hand combat, including wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Also listed as an expert in most small arms. His specialty is battlefield tactics. Sounds like he's been training for this since he was a kid, John said. I think he was, Millie said, closing her eyes and dipping her chin. The rest of the team exchanged glances before responding. How do you know that? Parker asked. He might be one of the Greeks, she said. Assets trained by the Order to build an army loyal only to them. Everything about his resume fits the story. Wow, now I've got like 1,000,000 more questions, Roland said. Who are the Greeks? What is the Order? How big is this army? That's only 3 questions, Chance said. Travis held his hand up to wave away any further questions. Sounds like the floor is yours, Millie. I think we're going to need to know more about who else may be involved before we continue planning this mission. Millie nodded. The Order is a group created by some very powerful people. The top of the organization is Rebecca Flair. Parker and John looked at each other at the mention of one of the names on their persons of interest list. They set up operations in poorer areas where they know they can get away with kidnapping children, Millie said, her eyes reddening. The kids are brainwashed and trained to obey. They're taught how to fight, pushed to strengthen and condition their bodies. Child soldiers. That's sick, Chance said. Once the children reach a certain age, they are evaluated and categorized into 3 distinct groups, Millie said. Alphas, betas, and gammas. The Greeks, Travis muttered. Like some twisted fraternity, Chance added. Or a sorority, John said, looking at Millie. You were part of that too, weren't you? You're one of the Greeks? Millie pursed her lips. Yes, designated as a gamma. What do these different groups mean? Travis asked. And where does that put Hawk? He's a beta asset, Millie said. Experts in conventional warfare, trained to be familiar with all small arms and a few heavy weapons. The man is dangerous. What about the rest of his team? Roland asked. Were you about to square up with an entire crew of super soldiers? Millie skimmed the information on Parker's screen before shaking her head. No, it's just Hawk. How can you tell? Travis asked. If they were all beta assets, they would be around the same age. Or the oldest member would be the leader, she said. Those people are dangerous, Chance asked. That's all the more reason we need to track them down. Quite the opposite, actually, Travis said. That is definitely not the type of crew you want to hunt down in an urban environment. The risk of casualties is far too great. We won't need to find them, John said. Chance looked over at him. Why do you say that? Hawk is a professional soldier, John said. Once we hit that base, he'll come to us. Chapter 27 John finished his shower and got dressed before the others woke up. The team decided to get some sleep while Travis made a few calls. John poured a cup of freshly brewed coffee and took a sip as he placed the carafe onto the base. "Can I get a cup of that?" Travis asked, buttoning up his shirt. "Certainly." John grabbed another mug and filled it. "It's your house, after all." "Thanks," Travis said with a smile. Chance came into the small kitchen, nodded to the others, and grabbed a bottle of water from the countertop, downing half of it in one chug. He draped a small towel around his neck and leaned against the counter. "What time is it?" 10 after 6, John said. "Is everyone else still asleep?" Chance shrugged. "Don't know. I was just out running. I saw Millie out there doing some yoga or Tai Chi when I left, but she's gone now." "How's Roland?" Travis asked. "I think this is the first real good night's sleep he's had in a while," John said. "Seems the thought of being so close to finishing this has helped him relax." Parker shuffled his feet as he came in to join them. He raked his fingers through messed-up hair, struggling to open his eyes as he made his way to the coffee maker. "How are you guys always up so early?" he asked. "Discipline," John said. "We're going to get together in the workspace to discuss the plan. So do what you need to do to get your mind in the game." Parker nodded, scratching his head again. John and Travis left, on their way to prepare for the meeting. "I'll catch up with you in a bit. I'm going to grab a shower first," Chance said. "You guys worked pretty fast to get us this information overnight," John said, holding the door open for Travis. "I've got connections," he said with a smile. "CIA? And Homeland Security," Travis said. "I suppose it should concern me how fast they can bring satellites into position to watch people," John said. "I know Parker had done equally disconcerting stuff when you were after Price Wyndham," Travis said. "You know so much about us, but I know almost nothing about you," John said. "I'm not sure how I feel about that. When this is over, you and I can have a long talk. I'll answer as many questions as I am able to." Travis sat at the desk and logged into his laptop, pulling up the data his connections sent him earlier that morning. John crossed his arms and leaned against the cubicle wall. "My guys even went the extra step of labeling a few key elements in these satellite photos," Travis said, bringing up the main image. John let out a low whistle. "That looks like a fortress, not a training compound. What are those red boxes highlighting?" "Full package of surveillance," Travis said. "Radar, LiDAR, infrared, the whole shebang." "What's LiDAR?" Millie asked. Travis ducked his head and shrugged his shoulders, startled by the unexpected voice. "Christ, girl, you're like a ghost. Why don't you announce yourself next time?" "I was already in here when you two walked in," she said. "Not my fault you didn't notice." John's mouth pulled up in a half-smile as he looked at Travis. "She's got some real skill." "To answer your question, LiDAR is like radar, but it uses lasers instead of radio waves," Travis said. "It's mostly used for measuring the distance to a target," John said. "Useful when you got stuff like this." He pointed to the blue rectangles positioned along the rooftops of the base's buildings. "Are those anti-aircraft defenses?" Millie asked. "What are we getting ourselves into again?" "I feel it's my duty to inform you that you don't have to go on this mission," Travis said. "You've been more than helpful, getting the hard drive that let us find this place." "Well, seeing as how our goals are somewhat aligned, I would be foolish to pass this opportunity up," Millie said, handing Travis a folded sheet of paper. "But I've got a few things I'll need for this undertaking." Travis looked at the list on the page, chuckling. He handed the sheet to John, letting him see what she had written down. "This is an oddly specific list." John glanced at Travis. "I think I want one of these too," he said, pointing to the first item. Parker, Chance, and Roland joined the others. Travis hooked up a projector, making it easier for the team to see the images projected on one of the walls. He brought up the satellite image marked up by his contacts, showing the base's defenses. Looking down at the printed report, Parker asked, "How are we supposed to get by all of this? I mean, it looks like the main roads coming in from the northwest and the south are covered." "And they'll see a chopper coming in from a mile away," Chance said. "Once they do, those anti-air defenses are going to open up," Millie said. "Hey, what did I miss?" Ty asked. Chance slapped the report onto Ty's chest. "Where have you been?" "I just woke up." "With all of your hair in place?" Millie asked. "I found a mirror before walking in here," Ty said. "I'm not a wild animal. He's not going with us, is he? Chance asked. I think we can rule that possibility out, Travis said. His skill set won't be of much use trying to sneak into a remote mountain base. Don't count me out that quickly, Ty said. What are we talking about, though?
Stay focused, everyone.
John walked in front of the projected image.
This is serious. If we can't figure out a way to get inside the perimeter, Faust's men will chew us up before we reach the front door.
This image shows the surveillance system's projected coverage, Travis said, switching to the next photo.
Our best bet is to come in here.
John pointed to a small path branching off the main road.
We approach from the mountains and take these sentries out.
Over the mountains? That's going to take hours, Millie said. She looked at the others. Maybe even a full day. And what's the next step once we take those guards out after a full day of hiking? Chance asked.
If we successfully get past this checkpoint, we can work our way along this hill here, John said, tracing a route with his finger. From here, we'll have to stage an assault to get inside.
That's almost 100 meters over open terrain, Chance said. If they've got machine guns, we're going to get cut to ribbons.
We have to strike fast. There are plenty of positions for cover, John said, indicating the construction supplies and equipment peppering the area.
Is that stuff even there still? Roland asked.
These photographs are from yesterday, Travis said.
There is a high probability that everything will still be in place. If we make our approach through the mountains, a lot of that stuff could have moved around over the day we spend hiking, Chance said. This plan feels awfully aggressive. I mean, there are only 3 of us.
4, Roland said. I'm going with you guys.
Travis pinched the tip of his tongue between his top teeth and lower lip, looking at the others. Is that a good idea? Chance asked. After a brief pause, John spoke.
He's got training. Probably more than most of the people we'll be facing in there.
This is a car group facility, Travis said. Any opposition will most likely be security forces and construction workers. But it's intended to train soldiers for INSEC, Chance said. That place could be infested with mercs. Chance is right, Millie said. A full-on assault isn't going to work. Our objective is to reach the main facility without the enemy detecting us until it's too late. If we're caught in a firefight, they will be in a fortified position. We don't have the strength or supplies to win that battle. They'll wear us out and grind us down, Chance said. John stepped back and crossed his arms.
I'm open to suggestions. That's why we're here, right?
What are you proposing, Millie? Travis asked. We run John's plan all the way up to here, she said, pointing to the sentry's checkpoint. From there, someone sneaks in and shuts down the surveillance here. Millie pointed to one of the infrared scanners.
With that down, we can approach unseen all the way to the building, John said. Nice, but who can slip by their defenses that far in?
That's kind of my specialty, Millie said. I don't think that will work, Parker said. Everyone looked at him as he spoke. Parker shrank back before continuing. What I mean is, those infrared scanners are probably just one layer of monitoring.
What else could we be looking at? Travis asked.
The reports don't show anything else.
Parker's right, John said. Let him continue.
This is just everything we can see from a satellite image, Parker said. There could be more stuff, too. Motion detectors, lights, cameras.
So you're saying it's hopeless? Roland asked.
No, I just think we're working out of order, Parker said. He pointed to a small building behind the main facility. We need to get someone here. That's the control room for their surveillance systems. That's just a shack, Chance said. There's no way all their guys are in there monitoring the feeds. What I mean is, that's where the equipment to control all their stuff is, Parker clarified. Look at all the cables running into the main building. It's branching out all over the base from there. If we take that out, then the whole base will know we're there, Chance said.
But they'll be blind, John said.
It's the same problem as before, Millie said. They can lock that facility down and we'll never be able to get in. Let me finish, Parker said. What I'm saying is, if someone can give me access to that equipment, I can open up a window to let the rest of you sneak in.
There's no way you're going in there, John said. It's far too dangerous.
I'm talking about remote access, Parker said. Part of those cables includes some fat, juicy data pipes that would give me near real-time feedback.
I'd ask you how you plan on getting access, but I already know you've got an answer for that, John said.
Parker held up a chunky black box. Its outer case had the telltale texturing from a 3D printer. Where did you get this? Millie asked, scrutinizing the device. Do you know what that is? Travis asked.
It's a crackerjack, Millie said, opening the shell. It lets you open up the pipelines to pull data fast.
How did you know? Parker asked, staring in disbelief.
A friend of mine built one, using plans from some hacker network, she said.
Yeah, that's where I got it too, Parker said. But this one is modified. I don't want to open the lines fully, I just need a solid input and output connection. How does that solve our problem? Travis asked.
Like I said, I can open a window that gives John and the others a clear shot for a few minutes. They just need to deal with the sentries. Right, so I'll come in from here and plug this into their equipment, Millie said. That should let John, Chance, and Roland make their way to the side entrance here. That means we can eliminate the day-long hike, since the window gives them a clear approach along the main road.
You thought the first hike was bad. That one is far worse, Travis said, pointing to the mountain Millie proposed for her approach.
All right, so I'll drop in with a zipline.
We would still have to get you up to the peak, Travis said. Those defenses would blast a chopper out of the sky in seconds.
And I doubt there's a cable long enough to zip down, even if you made it up there, Ty said.
Everyone stopped talking and looked at the courier. You've been awfully quiet this whole time, John said. What's on your mind, kid?
Ty stared at the image, a mask of intense focus on his face. There's a gap right there. He pointed to the map where two dotted lines converged.
Those fields of view overlap, Travis said. There's no gap there.
No disrespect, but your eggheads only drew straight lines, assuming this whole area was flat, Ty said. These rocks here would block everything sweeping this area.
He's right, Parker said. We could fit a drone through that gap and get it to the control room.
How is a drone going to hook the box up once it's inside? Millie asked.
And is it even fast enough to slip through that gap? Travis asked. The sensor would pick it up when it sweeps back.
So we need something that can approach quickly and hook the crackerjack up to their equipment, Chance said.
Like a 165-pound Asian male? Ty asked, raising an eyebrow. This is nuts, Travis said. It's easily one of the wildest plans I've ever been involved in. Do you even think it has a chance?
We have no choice but to succeed, John said, lifting a crate from the pickup truck. If Faust is helping to fund terror cells like the Four Serpents, we can't risk letting him escape. He carried it over to the corner of the garage, setting it down with the others. Travis shook his head and ran his fingers through his hair. John opened the case and inspected the contents, satisfied with what he found inside. I'm not even going in there, and my nerves are on edge, Travis said. Seriously. Have I said this is nuts yet? About a dozen times, John said. I'll admit this is on the wilder side of plans I've joined, but we've got the element of surprise on our side. That Ty Octane is a wild card. I mean, does he even know what he's getting himself into? Travis asked. If your guys provided accurate breakdowns of the base, then all we can do is stick to the plan, John said. Besides, Ty has been in some scary situations. I may not like how he runs his mouth, but when it's game time, he surprised even me. Parker seems to really idolize him, Travis said. That's because Parker desperately wants to be cool. Travis exhaled and wiped a hand across his eyes. My heart's racing. I think I'm going to keel over before this is done. You need to relax, Chambers, John said with a smirk as he left. I need to meditate, Travis said as the door shut behind John. He pulled his phone out and thumbed through his contacts, placing a call. Travis held a hand to his forehead as he paced the garage, listening to the phone ring. Yeah, it's Chambers. We're in business, he said. Thank you for the gear and intel. He listened for a second, trying to compose himself. I'm going to need something else. A team on standby. That's right. Suited up and ready to go. Travis glanced down at the tag hewer on his wrist. I'll send you the contact info for the man I want to lead the charge. We're going to need to keep official channels out of this, so that plane needs to stay grounded until I call. He ended the call and slid the phone into his jacket. This is nuts. Chapter 28. The Rocky Mountains, near the Colorado and New Mexico border. Faust Kingston climbed down from the helicopter and kept his head ducked as he jogged toward the buggy waiting for him. The rotor wash kicked pebbles and dirt everywhere, sandblasting his jacket as he hopped into the passenger seat. The electric motor whirred, launching the buggy forward. As the Bell 407 lifted off, another helicopter approached.
The pilot of the second craft zoomed in fast, almost recklessly. The UH-1Y barely touched down when 4 people hopped down, crouching. A moment later, one stood and helped a 5th man step down. The Super Huey rose up again, leaving a cloud of dust from the debris loosened by the first chopper. "Wait," Faust said, tapping the driver on the shoulder. He looked over his shoulder, watching as Captain Hawk and the rest of his team stood and walked over to greet him. "Delivered as promised," Hawk said, snapping a salute before pulling Owen Blythe up to stand next to him. "Thank you, Captain," Faust said. He pointed a thumb at the back seats. "Please, why don't you and Blythe join me?" The strike team leader nodded to his team and climbed into the cart. The driver took them into the base, bouncing over the still rough terrain. The main structure had most of the walls already up, but a section near the back had no panels secured to the support beams. Its iron bones were exposed to the elements. Small groups of men and women wandered around, pointing and talking to each other. Most wore hard hats and coveralls, with a few wearing military-style uniforms. All had the car group logo emblazoned on the back. "Once we get this place up and running, it's going to turn around close to 1,200 recruits a year for your company," Faust said. "Double that within 3 years, all under Mr. Blythe's leadership." Hawk nodded, genuinely impressed. "Where are the people coming from?" "We have prison facilities all over the country, but we will be pulling primarily from the southwest region for logistical reasons." "Do you have that many around here?" Hawk asked. "Not yet," Faust smiled, "but we're pulling some strings to have a few detention facilities built up all along the southern border, mostly New Mexico and Texas." The buggy's rough ride smoothed out as soon as the driver pulled into the cavernous opening of the base's primary building. They parked in one of the many open spots along one wall. "As you can see, we're still running a bit of a skeleton crew," Faust said. 24 security team members and maybe 40 or 50 crew members building the place. Welcome to the Wolf's Den." "How long until this place is up and running?" Blythe asked. Faust looked down at his Rolex. "About 20 hours ago." He looked up with a mischievous grin. "The first busload of volunteers arrived yesterday. We've already got them settled in their barracks. Blythe, why don't you head to the control room and get a feel for the place?" Owen nodded. "Of course." Donovan Hawk raised an eyebrow. "Barracks?" "More like cells, really, but we're trying to soften the language. You know, make them feel part of something bigger," Faust said. New Mexico. John climbed down onto the tarmac and followed Travis to a small hangar set up as an impromptu staging area for them. A helicopter filled half of the space. Several techs finished mounting the last of half a dozen monitors on a rack against the wall, checking the thick bundle of cables providing power and communications to the equipment. "Whoa," Parker said, keeping his eyes locked onto the computers as he descended the steps from the plane. Chance, Millie, and Roland followed, each stretching the stiffness from their joints. "Where's Ty?" Travis asked. "Still sleeping," Millie said, bending over to press her nose between her knees. Travis let out an exasperated sigh. It's like that guy has 2 speeds. Loudmouth and sleeping. "I get bored easily," Ty said, scratching his head as he emerged from the exit. John walked to the rear of the plane where the crew placed the cargo on the ground. He lifted one of the bulky cases up onto his shoulder and brought it inside. The 2 crew members each grabbed a handle on the end of the second case and followed John. Parker double-checked the connections and booted the computers up. "Is this set up the way I asked?" "The top 4 monitors are going to show you the feed from the team's cameras," Travis said. "The other 2 are your primary and secondary displays. The last 2 are for the secondary system." "Secondary system?" Parker turned to face Travis. "Who's running that?" "I am." Parker turned to face the familiar woman's voice. "Dr. Spencer?" "The one and only. Well, probably not the only one." Dr. Miranda Spencer walked over from a parked car. She and Parker exchanged a quick hug. "What are you doing here?" Parker asked. "Mr. Chambers called me. I offered my assistance to get the satellite data to you," she replied. "Dr. Spencer has experience working with data from drones and satellites from her days working with Marvin Van Pierce and the Hostile Response Division," Travis said. "Her skills proved valuable right away." "Doctor," John said, nodding to Miranda. "John?" She smiled and nodded as she walked over. John's arms enveloped her in a fatherly embrace before he held her out at arm's length. Even now, Van Pierce is always bringing the team together. The team is growing, I see, Miranda said, looking past John. Yo, is this mine? Ty said, flipping the lid off of a box on the table. Built for forward speed and maximum glide, like you requested, Travis said. The jumpmaster wasn't fully convinced that this was the one you should use. He said you could be sacrificing too much agility. If I'm making last-minute course corrections to hit that gap, I want to have the speed to reach the base before the sensors pick me up, Ty said. He dropped his backpack next to the case and fished out a box inside. Ty slipped a pair of rings on his middle fingers and a watch on his left wrist. He fished around the side pocket of his bag, sticking his tongue out to the side as he did. There you are, Ty said, lifting the diamond-studded bracelet from the bag and clasping it around his right wrist. You're really wearing all of that for the mission? Roland asked. Yeah, what am I supposed to do, walk around in public like some square? Ty asked, oblivious to Roland's quizzical gaze. Is that garbage really mission-critical? Chance asked. Man, don't mess with my mojo, Ty said. Like the great prophet Lil Wayne once said, most of y'all don't see the picture unless the flash is on. He held his wrist up and jingled the bracelet. Chance and Roland stood speechless, looking at each other before looking back at the shadow